Good morning, everyone. Well, championship week is in full swing in the A-10 tournament in D.C. George Washington, an 88-81 victor over Fordham. The revolutionary rivalry today. GW against George Mason at 5 at Capital One Arena in the quarterfinals. Howard's season ends in a wild back and forth. 91-90 loss to Morgan State in the MEAC tournament. Mount St. Mary's is on to the MAC semis after a 62-58 win over Marist in Atlantic City. The Mount plays Merrimack at 8:30 tonight. Maryland will get their Big Ten tournament underway today, taking on Illinois in the quarters at 6:30. Listen on the Team 980. The Wizards pull an upset on the road over the young upstart Pistons, 129-125, but Bilal Coulibaly could miss the remainder of the season with a hamstring injury. The Capitals were shut out by their former goalie, Darcy Kemper, in a 3-0 loss to the Kings. The Commanders re-sign a bevy of players, including wide receiver Noah Brown, corner Noah Igbenamani, and D tackle Sheldon Day. An outstanding Washington Post sports writer, legendary author, and longtime 106.7 The Fan contributor, John Feinstein, passes away at the age of 69. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Why be sublime?
Lyrically, what up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am good, brother. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Gearing up for a new day. I'm working from home. Very exciting. The folks from Rude are coming out to check out my house. Appreciate them. Obviously, you know, it's a busy time on the sports calendar. We got college hoops. This is like the pinnacle of college hoops happening. Yeah. All the conference tournaments. But I do think we need to check White Brian a little bit. B.
What's up with him?
Did you see the subject line of the stream email this morning?
I saw that. I've already challenged him, checked him, and threatened him already today. Coming here, have a little attitude today.
I mean, White Brian is feeling himself.
Down. He got on an Auburn sweatshirt. He got a little hat on with a little ugly tiger on it. Oh, he doesn't have. Wait, I think he don't have Dog Mom today. He has an Auburn. What is that? No, AU. He has an AU Yeti, dog.
For Auburn or American University?
American University.
Let's go Eagles. Let's do it.
That's Auburn too. He got Auburn. He got Auburn with
the War Eagle.
He got the War. Oh, y'all a tiger or a damn War Eagle? What the hell is
it? It is what is the hell? What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Explain that, White Brian.
Weird.
Yeah, in the Civil War, there was a veteran that went to Auburn that had an eagle, and he found a wounded eagle on the battlefield, brought it back for a football game, and the legend is it flew around after the game and then landed on midfield but died.
Oh boy!
Wait. He landed on midfield and died?
Yeah,
and that's the legend. But you know, my school is kind of weird too. We have a bulldog running around, but we're the Raising Cajuns.
I mean, if we're getting technical about it, my school is a turtle. So you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
all right,
say, yeah, you're a turtle. That's kind of weird, but you're always a turtle. You know?
Yeah,
but
right.
My
There's
school is the Raging Cajun with a damn bulldog running around. I'm like, what are we?
That doesn't make a lot of sense. It's like Georgetown, the Hoyas, which a Hoya I think is like a type of rock or something, but they got Jack the Bulldog rolling around on a skateboard. Obviously, really important topics this morning. We do have, I think, everybody's school might be playing college hoops today. Maryland plays tonight at 6:30 against an Illinois team that's pretty good. White Brian's at 1:00. Good luck. Somebody let the cluster buster. Yeah,
that's why he
somebody
like
let the cluster buster know if anybody's expecting White Brian to do any sort of video production from 1:00 until the end of our show. I would guess again. My man's going to be locked in. What's up? The Sun Belt tournament's over, I think. How did UL do, B?
How did who do?
UL. How did your alma mater do in the Sun Belt?
I don't follow no damn basketball at my school. We always suck. Then when the football seasons come around.
That takes care of that. I can't wait for this Terp game tonight. We're going to talk Terps at 11:30 with Jeff Ermann. The best to do it out there, the best Maryland coverage there is at Inside MD Sports. We're going to talk a little Bengals later this afternoon, talk a little Caps. Caps lost last night. I think this California trip just kind of sucks it out of them. They're in LA. I think maybe they just didn't play their best. Ethan Cadeaux will join us at 12:30 to kind of break down all things Caps. But B, it's been a productive morning, I would say. I was on a Zoom with Jeremy McNichols this morning,
right,
who, Washington brought him back.
Mm-hmm.
He's a physical player, a really good blocker. And he said, he's like, man, kind of the questions about unfinished business or what else Washington has to do, where they have to grow. And he's like, man, nobody has higher expectations for this team than we do. So that's what we're focused on.
Yeah.
And it just got me thinking, as of now, and things can always change, but as of now, they have re-racked the running back room. Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, Chris Rodriguez, Jeremy McNichols. How do you feel about them bringing the running back room back as it was constituted last season? And let's start there.
I don't have an issue with it because listen, when I look at the season last year, I heard a lot of people blaming running backs for whatever. And I can see the blocking and stuff went down as they got banged up on the O-line. Those things happen. I think when they were when they were healthy and running, nobody complained because they had something good going. I believe you get a better O-line, have more depth, they're going to get back to what they were at the beginning of the season.
I agree with you. I think it's because there's no stats, right? Like there's no numbers I can point you to really illustrate what Laramie Tunsil's impact could be. I think people just don't get as excited about that trade as perhaps they should.
Mm-hmm.
And we're hearing kind of these whispers from Houston that he wasn't that great in the run. And the one number you can actually point to, the one empirical data point, is the penalties. So I feel like there's a muted level of excitement for what Tunsil will bring to the organization and to the offense. And I think it's pretty damn significant.
Yeah.
I really, truly believe that. And I also think, however, though, B, that I'm quite cool with all the moves they've made to bring C-Rod back and bring McNichols back. But the reality of the business of football, as we've been reminded, is I still think they could draft somebody and have some competition this summer.
That's very possible. Very possible. And I think, anybody that's on the team should understand that. They're always looking for youth. They're looking for somebody else to come along and, take your job, to be honest with you. They will not put it that way, but they're always looking to replace somebody with somebody that's younger, faster, stronger, bigger. You know what I'm saying? And less expensive.
Cheaper and younger. Yeah. That's the name of the game. B, let me ask you this, because I know you've said it to me. At how many times in your career did they draft your replacement? I mean, they did it after 2 years after you won a Super Bowl.
We won a Super Bowl. They drafted
Reggie Brooks.
They drafted Ricky Irvins after my rookie year, and they drafted Desmond Howard after the Super Bowl year. he was a Heisman Trophy winner. They drafted Reggie Brooks come through this thing. I didn't care. Line him up. I knock him down. But the whole thing is, if you are afraid of competition, if you're a person that don't know how to get yourself to be the best you can be, then you shouldn't be in this profession. Like I hear all the time, the quarterbacks. Oh man, you can't do that to the quarterback. Bull crap. Yes, you can. If the quarterback is scared of competition, he shouldn't be the leader. We always say the quarterback got to be the most mentally tough person out there. But as soon as anybody that they think may give them a little run, they all get a little shaken. Why? If everybody else got to deal with it, they got to deal with it.
I totally agree. And I do think the quarterback position is the most important, as you like to say, also the most dependent.
Yep.
But it's also the most coddled. And
yeah.
And I think a lot of that, I don't think NIL and transfer portal is good for that. I think that only increases the coddling. Guys, one of the things, I've said this repeatedly, you could argue where Jalen Hurts stacks up in the ranks of NFL quarterbacks.
He's not afraid of the competition.
Bro, one of the things that stood out to me then, long before I had a radio show, I think I was just doing the podcast back then. I don't even remember what year it was, frankly. I bet White Brian does because it was Bama. But when Hurts got benched, I think it was halftime of the national title game, and he was awful. There's a reason they benched him.
Yeah.
He couldn't hit the ocean from the beach throwing a football. Like, he was awful. And they went to Tua at halftime. Tua brings Bama back to win. Saban just a masterclass. And at that moment, you knew Hurts was cooked. You knew he wasn't the starting quarterback of the Alabama Crimson Tide anymore. And for him not to transfer out when everybody transfers out.
Yeah.
Like, that just said so much. He said he wanted to get it. Well, dude, I've talked to Locks about it. Maryland head coach Mike Loxley was the Bama offensive coordinator at that point. And he said, he's like, Jalen really wanted to get his degree from Alabama. And he stayed. And White Brian will know this. I think the subsequent year, I want to say it was the SEC title game. Maybe it was the Natty again. And Tua got hurt, and Hurts came in, and they won that game. And it just felt like such a cool full circle moment. And when everybody throws that word dog around all the time,
yeah.
If you're a dog, if you're a canine, as the great Doc Walker would say, if you are in this for championships, you don't care if they bring in competition.
No. Listen, dog, I'll tell you this. When I was in ninth grade at the junior high school, and they called me over because after I played one game and I played in a JV game one night and I balled out. And the varsity coach called me to come to the varsity field, which I had to get after school, get in a little van, go over there, and he say, "You're gonna be our starting quarterback." I wasn't even going to the high school, and I knew then, okay, well, if they could just replace you with a possibility, because I was the possibility, I was the guy with the potential. They replaced the guy Trahan, whatever his name, Paul Trahan. They replaced him with me. So when I hit the 10th grade, I'm always saying who's coming next. And if they coming, they better be ready, because I'm not going to shy away from the competition. I go to college, same thing happened. I get to the pros, they kept bringing them in. I didn't care. But when you show me, if you ever show a teammate you're afraid of competition, they don't have a lot of faith in you. Believe that.
And dude, that's one thing I think DQ has been really good at, and I think it's kind of a Pete Carroll thing. I know, just as a kid that started to really like college football, as that USC team with Pete Carroll was really cooking, kind of the Reggie Bush days, Lendale White. Pete Carroll, then it's about constant, everyday competing,
yeah.
And in all facets, the key to competition is you get better too. And I think that is what Dan Quinn preaches. That's what Adam Peters is all about. Like, no complacency. I've always thought, especially in the Bruce days, the line between confidence and arrogance and confidence and complacency was very, very thin. And I think these dudes don't operate like that anymore.
See, the thing of it is, Jay, like that little saying that act like you've been there before. And you know what I say to that? The people that say that, they've never been there before. Because you have to have some level of athletic arrogance, as Coach Gibbs told me. You don't have athletic arrogance, then you won't believe in yourself. You will be afraid of everything, like most people are. But you got to have some level of that to be able to do it. So when you score, you floss a little bit. When you do something you're supposed to be doing at a high, and you do it at a super high level, you're gonna be excited. You're more excited for yourself that you did it and you accomplished it than you are trying to show somebody up. But you hear the people go, "Oh, act like you've been there before." Damn it! Obviously, I know you haven't been there because you wouldn't say that if you were there, you would never say that crap. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Because you know what? Normally, when you're super excited, you haven't been there before. So let's be real about it.
Right. Commanders continue to kind of bring some signings in. I do want to have maybe a more in-depth conversation about Dietrich Wise, who they signed from the Pats. I talked earlier this morning to Logan Paulson. We recorded a podcast with him for Beltway Football, and Logan was really into Wise. They've also now added their first true edge, I guess, in Jacob Martin from the Bears.
We just watched some stuff of him, bro. That dude got some bend, lean, speed, and multiple moves.
They are clearly trying to find Jacob Martin, 6'2", 240, originally drafted by the Seahawks back in 2018. He's been around. I mean, this is a dude that's been on 6 teams in roughly 7 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to find guys and give themselves flexibility. Flexibility for what? I don't know. Perhaps there is a trade out there that they are interested in, but they're clearly keeping a chunk of money available. And at this point in time, on the straight free agent market, there's nobody available on the straight free agent market that's probably worth the money they'll command.
Mm-hmm.
You're overpaying. Yeah, like what's available in free agency right now is the cost of a soda at a NBA game. Like you know that thing should only cost $2.50 and you're paying $9
you should just
for
went to a dozen of eggs.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so I think there's a reason they're not just like aggressively going after what's on the market. I think they're pretty confident in what they put together. I think the Debo and the Tunsil moves are massive.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do want to switch gears a hair here, B. We're going to talk football most of the day. You know how we operate. We're going to weave some terps, some caps in there. College hoop season is here. But, Brian, obviously, you know, I got to listen. I need to go back and listen to that 8 o'clock segment. But the Junkies had certainly a tribute to John Feinstein. John Feinstein, just an absolute dynamic writer, reporter, person, compelling figure, opinionated man. Somebody you and I know well from the TV side. I know John on like a personal level because our kids were on the same swim team. I'd see him at swim practice. You know, the news yesterday, I can kind of say it now. We were doing our show and Matt Valdez, Junkies producer, was in there. You know that studio where Valdez does his post-production, whatever it is he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
I was walking by and I could hear, he was playing Feinstein audio. And I was like, oh, college hoops, you guys getting John on? And he just looked at me with this like vacant stare.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell? And, then a few minutes later, but as you and I were leaving, I guess, CK told us that John had passed. Mm-hmm. And within probably a half hour of that discussion, the Post had a story up and then it became public.
Yeah.
And it was just jarring. It was shocking that John was just gone.
True. And I think the thing about it, man, like I think a few weeks ago, I had talked about going home for the weekend. I think you weren't here that day, and I was saying, something had happened. And I say, hug your family, make sure people know you love them because like life is short, you never know. And that's an example of that. You see somebody today, they're gone tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And I think you joke about it a lot, saying you're old and this, that, and the other. But as you get older, you start realizing you're not invincible. When you're 18 years old, 20, 25, 30, you don't think about the end ever. When you get across 40, you start thinking you got more more has gone by than you got left. And I think that's why you got to live life to the fullest, man. That's the ultimate thing. Live it to the fullest.
Yeah, man. You wonder when you go from the front nine to the back nine. And with John, I listened to Wilbon on PTI talking about him, and obviously those guys knew each other from the mid-'80s Washington Post, right?
Yeah.
And he called him a complicated dude, and perhaps that's fair. Certainly opinionated. And for me with John, he was largely very cool, very supportive, but there were times where he would disagree with something I said or something he thought I said, and we would have a disagreement here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what we're going to do. Dan Steinberg is an absolutely brilliant writer on his own right. He has transitioned to an editing role at the Washington Post. But Steins is brilliant, and Steins has been Feinstein's editor for the last 5 years, I believe. Dan's going to join us next. We're going to have a conversation about John and try to do a man that made an incredible impact on this planet justice. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mitch Finley.
Good morning, everyone. While the Commanders signed multiple returning players, they include wide receiver Noah Brown and quarterback Noah Igbenamani. But wideout Olamide Zaccheaus is expected to sign with the Bears. The Wizards go on the road to Detroit. They beat the Pistons 129-125 as Alex Sarr scores the go-ahead basket with 53 seconds remaining. Bilal Coulibaly, though, could miss the rest of the season with a hamstring strain. The Capitals were shut out by the Kings 3-0. Today, GW and George Mason play in the A-10 quarters at Capital One Arena at 5. Maryland plays Illinois in the Big Ten quarterfinals at 6:30 on the Team 980. And the congressional spending bill that would avert a government shutdown includes $1.1 billion in cuts to D.C.'s budget, which could put a new Commander Stadium on the RFK site in jeopardy. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Very excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in a longtime friend, Dan Steinberg, Washington Post, DC Sports Blog. DC Sports Blog changed the way sports was covered in the city and perhaps in this country, and Dan will deflect all of the praise I give him. But you have made a tremendous impact. But today I don't want to harass you about writing again. I want to talk to you about a guy we all know and know well, in John Feinstein. How you doing, Steins?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
We're doing. So for you, I mean, what was the first Feinstein book you read?
I think that it was A Season Inside, which was a college basketball book that he wrote a couple years after the Bobby Knight book. And Steve Kerr was one of the primary figures in that one. But it was about, I think, the 1987 college basketball season. But it was all of his college basketball books were the ones I was drawn to. And it was in the, it's kind of the late 80s when, to me anyhow, it felt like college basketball was really taking off in the country. And it was like, Big Monday and John Feinstein for me were like two of the things that really kind of crystallized my love of college basketball.
Yeah, I think the explosion of cable TV and then ESPN really pushed college hoops to like another level because there was just so much of it you all of a sudden got to watch. At that point in my life, I was a young boy, I guess, living in North Carolina where college basketball was absolutely king. And Feinstein kind of came into my life through the Post. And then like ESPN sports reporters, I remember watching that as a kid on Saturday or Sunday mornings, whatever that was. And for me and for you and for Brian, B, did he ever cover you? Did you ever like deal with John in a locker room?
Never in the locker room, but I did a lot of stuff we would cross paths at
Comcast.
In Comcast.
Yeah. So I think what's interesting for Brian and I is like I worked with John when I was on like the production side in digital. I remember I produced these shows with John and Gary Williams. And it blew my mind that I was like giving them direction. Just two dudes that are like actually in the Hall of Fame. And we did that for a while. For you over the last 4 or 5 years, you've been Feinstein's editor and you work with a ton of Titans over there at the Post. I don't want to diminish it, but how hard would it be to edit or give John Feinstein direction?
Yeah, that was my initial kind of feeling or thought, and I was awed a little bit about it because, like I said, I started reading him when I was, 12 years old, and he was one of the reasons that I wanted to get into this industry. And when I was a sophomore at the University of Delaware, they hired Mike Bray as the head coach, and he's a DeMatha guy, I think, right? And
and Duke
someone
guy.
that Feinstein knew forever, and so Feinstein was up there to I can't remember why, but he was on campus at Delaware, and Mike Bray invited all the kids from the student newspaper to come meet him. And so I'd met him when I was a 19 or 20-year-old or whatever, still hoping to get in the industry. And then I met him when I came to the Post again, and dealt with him intermittently over the years, and he was never shy about offering advice, and among other things told me that I was completely wasting my time doing a blog and it was beneath me and I should stop doing that. But so yeah, becoming his editor for a day or whatever, it was a little bit surreal, but he wasn't I guess he wasn't the kind of guy that would have that kind of relationship. Immediately there was it was a very kind of old school newspaper relationship where there was no time or space for awe or formality or anything. We would curse at each other, and I would absolutely tell him this is stupid or this doesn't make any sense, or that was kind of the relationship. And a lot of people today, including people that we're friends with, have said what a amazing, tremendous, groundbreaking writer he was. I don't know that that's totally true. He was an amazing reporter and a fearless reporter, but I don't know that his writing was what really set him apart. So yeah, I edited him, and he would push back, and he would yell at me about stuff, and I would yell at him. I mean, it was definitely a relationship unlike. It was different from my relationship with Barry Svrluga or something, which is we don't curse at each other a lot. I would say, but Feinstein sort of was old school in that way. And I don't know if you read, but George Solomon, the longtime sports editor of the Post, I know at least Brian, I definitely know, has dealt with a lot. He wrote a piece today about Feinstein. And he was fond of saying that he fired Feinstein 5 times, and I mean he was difficult to deal with. That was part of who he was. It would be crazy not to.
But he
was endearing.
But you know what I loved about him? And it's what I love about most people that are this way. They are going to be who they are, no matter what you feel or think.
100%.
And you have to learn to respect those people, because what they are, they're going to just give it to you. They're not going to sugarcoat or change up to be somebody else to try to benefit you.
100% true, Brian. And stuff among DC sports fans, one of the things that he became known for was his insistence that the Nats screwed up by shutting down Strasburg in the playoffs.
Right.
That was not a first take bit that he was doing to try to get attention, because he would have that same exact argument over and over and over again with all of us offline. That was something that he deeply believed. He was not someone who was ever going to fake it for ratings or to make an argument. I think he was wrong a lot, or at least according to me, but it was deeply held, and he was passionate about it. And I think Coach K said that somewhere today. I think that he didn't care whether anyone agreed with him or disagreed with him, and he wasn't doing it for the clicks. He was doing it because those were the things he believed, and he believes things very strongly.
Well, dude, I even think he was doing that before the clicks. You know what I mean? For him to have a relationship with Bobby Knight in the 80s, when Bobby Knight was the king of the sport, right? It'd be Bobby Knight, Dean Smith, John Thompson were these titans.
Yep.
And he was fearless in a guy in Bobby Knight that got off on intimidation. And there was no retweeting. There was no shouting shows on various sports networks in the morning. That's just who John was. And I remember for me, dude, I'm a 28, 29-year-old kid trying to get him and Gary to do these segments that I know if I can get John and Gary to talk about who was the kid at Duke that was tripping everybody. Remember that kid?
God, I can see his face.
Yeah, me too. Grayson,
he played in the NBA for a while. He was still in the NBA.
Whoever that kid was, the Duke kid that was tripping everybody. I'm in my internet brain. I'm all right, I need Gary and John to talk about this, and this will do really well online. And John's absolutely not. American University's lost 6 in a row, and I'm just or GW, whoever it was, and I'm just dude, please, we could do GW if you'll give me the Duke kid also, but that's just who he was. He did not care about the nonsense that now drives so much of like the drivel of sports conversation. He cared about what 100%. He thought was a good story.
You're right. Grayson Allen. It was Grayson Allen, right?
That kid.
Yeah.
Was there anything you took from
where he was going to be today? He had moved to Farmville, Virginia. I don't know if you knew this. He was working at this school teaching journalism and doing Farmville basketball games, but he was up in DC, which is why he was at his brother's house. And he was there to do the A10 tournament for us today at Cap One Arena. And I don't know if you saw the images from Cap One Arena yesterday. It wasn't like a packed house necessarily for, GW Fordham, but that's the stories that he loved. Those were the games that he loved. And he was like a really perceptive media critic too, because he watched ESPN all the time and he hated a lot of what they did, and was very open about criticizing them. But he would have like been in his glory this week at the A10 tournament, where he would have known all the coaches and where he would have gotten to know the kids. And he loved kind of telling those stories about lesser known players. I would say sometimes he probably overly romanticized some of the smaller schools and the lesser known coaches, but those were the stories that he loved, even though he was friends with, Tom Izzo and Coach K, and not friends with Bobby Knight, but certainly, close acquaintances with him. And, John Thompson, all those people he knew well, but he really, really was drawn to the smaller schools and the under the radar stories.
Is there anything from John's style that you took or something that you say, oh, I can't do that?
Well, when people talk about him being fearless, I think a lot of times people tap dance around questions now, around hard questions. And he didn't do that. He wouldn't call like college kids student athletes. He wouldn't call like the big sponsors corporate champions. If there was like a coach that he knew and he wanted to go talk to, and there was like a security guard saying you can't talk to him on this feet, he would be like, F you, and just go do it anyhow. There was like a very old school, like kind of aggressive newspaper mentality to him that I don't know if I ever adopted that, but I sort of wish that I did, or I admired that in him. Like he really, really did not care about sort of playing by the rules or getting along to go along, all that stuff. He wanted to get the information that he wanted to get. He was going to do whatever he needed to do to get it, I would say. Who he's friends with? He was good friends with Bob Woodward. Bob Woodward considered himself John's mentor, because when John started at the Post, he was working in Metro and he was covering cops, and Bob Woodward came out of Metro when he broke the Watergate stuff, and so he had like a really kind of old school reporter instinct that I definitely admired.
Well said. Thank you. I know you're a low profile guy these days. I appreciate you making time for us.
I mean, can I say, the craziest thing is that he was. He wrote about Selection Sunday for us every year. It was like his favorite day. It used to be my favorite day of the calendar. And he hadn't been in the office to do it with us since the pandemic. And he was going to come in on Sunday. It was going to be the first time we were going to do it together for God knows how many years. It's like I talked to him so long the day before. It's just like unreal to me that this week is happening and he's not part of it. It's just really.
I saw him at the club having lunch with his daughter like 10 days ago. And I didn't want to. Right, I didn't want to like interrupt him, but I saw him, and I, in that moment, took for granted like, all right, I see John all the time. Like I didn't think. I was like, oh, swimming's coming up. I'll see him this summer. No moment did I think like, oh, and it's just crazy.
Let me say one more thing. I know you guys got to go, but like the other thing that he had was just a huge amount of self-confidence and self-belief in who he was and what he did, and so he filed this Tom Izzo column for me Wednesday morning, or Wednesday morning, I guess it was Wednesday morning, and called me to make sure that I got it. And I was like, yeah, I got it. He's like, it's very good. And like that, like I work in an industry with people who are like consumed by self-doubt and like neuroticism, and he just never had that. He was like, I'm John Feinstein, and here's Tom Izzo column, and it's good. And it was like, yeah, I mean, there's just something so like kind of pure about who he was. There was like never any artifice about anything. You know what I mean? He was just, this is who he was, and take it or leave it. And it's just crazy that he's
I respect that. Totally.
Yeah.
And I bet, like, I haven't read the column. I have the Post Sports page up on my computer, and I know Barry has the column. I want to read the Solomon, but it's seeing John up there in that top right. Tom Izzo is having too much fun to stop coaching now. I'm guessing he got Izzo on the phone for that column.
He did, yeah. And he
like,
talked about,
you know how hard it is to get Izzo on the phone in mid-March when he's got a title contender?
For us, not for John.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he could get anyone on the phone. A couple weeks ago, he was like, "Oh, I'm coming to DC for the day. I'm going to have lunch with Steve Kerr downtown." But it was like, he didn't, I mean, he bragged about a lot of stuff. He didn't really brag about that. It was just, he knew everyone famous in the game, and he, that was what his career was built on, was like kind of those relationships and not being afraid to kind of make them. So,
thank you again, man. This has been great.
Cool. Appreciate you. It's good talking to you guys. Good hearing your voices. Okay.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it, man. I owe your brother-in-law a round of golf. I know. That is Dan Steinberg. Imagine being John Feinstein's editor. That's not an easy position, man.
Nah.
A few more Feinstein stories. We'll get back to football at 11. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mitch Anything.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We can feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. After 2 years of college, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We can feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We can feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Incredible irony for Feinstein to pass in March in the middle of conference tournament time. And, you know, we're all just going to talk about all his incredible work with college basketball, but he was also incredibly passionate about golf.
Yep.
And some of his golf books are just incredible. And I had to go back and look. Did you ever read A Good Walk Spoiled, B?
No, I know he had wrote that book. I didn't read it.
So I have it somewhere in the house, and I couldn't find it. I was looking for it this morning.
I thought the title was rather funny when I first saw it. Like A Good Walk Spoiled. And if you are a true golfer and you like to take walks, when you put golf into it, it got moments where you wonder why the hell did you pick up this game? You know what I mean? Because there's more frustration.
There's moments where you question your life.
There's more frustration than it is excitement.
Right. Do you know where that quote's from?
Where?
It's actually a Mark Twain quote from like the 1800s. Twain famously said, "Golf is a good walk spoiled," which shows you the depth of what golf is. That Mark Twain, whenever Mark Twain was alive, there was Civil War era, right? So like 1860s, it felt the same way you and I do when we play the game sometimes, you know?
Yeah. You more often than I do.
Yeah, me more often than you, for sure. And there are two things about that book. A Season on the Brink about Bobby Knight in 87, I believe it's 87, is probably the best sports book I've ever read. I love that book. It's a wire-to-wire, cover-to-cover. You can't stop. It's like a thriller, even though you know the story. The access is unparalleled. I can't remember the name of the book about. He wrote a book about Dean, Coach K, and Jim Valvano. That was great. But A Good Walk Spoiled, there's something about, there's two parts in it that have always stuck with me. Do you remember the name Paul Goidos, B?
Slightly.
Exactly. He was like this fringe, trying to make it on tour guy. And I remember, I don't know if it's the forward or what, but Feinstein writes about Goidos in a way that everybody cared. And as much as in that era, so that book's probably early 90s, and it's Nick Faldo, it's Tom Watson, you know what I mean? Like Fred Couples are kind of the titans of the tour at that point. But like Goidos becomes this incredible character because he's trying to maintain his tour card, and he's, you know what I mean? Like it shows how hard everything is. And Goidos also had his own personal struggles, I believe, alcoholism and stuff. But like it brought a fringe person to real life, and Cadeaux became kind of like this like cult hero for a lot of people that have read the book.
Mhm.
But by far the thing that stuck with me most at the end of the very book, I want to say it's like damn near the last line, is he says it's something like, no matter what was going on tour, all anybody ever talked about was this young fella, Tiger Woods, and they all knew he was coming. And it was like this foreshadowing of this meteoric, whatever you want to call Tiger's golf career and subsequent life. And just to be able to like weave somebody like Cadeaux and then the coming onslaught of Tiger Woods into one thing.
Yeah.
And dude, Steinberg was right.
That's the brilliance of it, though.
Bro, like for Luga, Barry, I think might be the most gifted straight writer, like literary writer the Post has had in my lifetime. The way Barry can write is unbelievable. John's writing was direct, but his storytelling was something else entirely. I hope that delineation makes sense and is the compliment I mean it to be. I hope everybody that John mattered to finds some peace. I truly am praying for his children, his family, his brother. What a man, what a legacy. We're gonna continue the program.
This sports update brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. We are in the heart of championship week. The A10 tournament is here in D.C. St. Bonaventure and 1-seed VCU are about to tip off at 11:30. St. Louis plays Loyola Chicago at 2. George Washington advanced past Fordham yesterday, setting up a matchup with 2-seed George Mason at 5. St. Joe's and Dayton battle at 7:30. Howard's season ended last night in a 91-90 loss in the MEAC quarters to Morgan State. Mount St. Mary's moves on to the MAC semis tonight against Merrimack after a 62-58 win over Marist. And Maryland opens their Big Ten tournament tonight, taking on Illinois at 6:30 on the Team 980. Alex Sarr's 19 points helped lead the Wizards past the Pistons 129-125, and the Capitals were shut out by former goalie Darcy Kemper and the LA Kings 3-0. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive to Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in store or at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out March 19th. Meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop and Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Sure do. You know what we like most? Scotties. Shots. B Mitch and Finley on a Scotties Vodka Red Bull Friday. All right, moving forward here. It is a Vodka Red Bull Friday powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. B, obviously, we got just a ton going on here in Washington. Javon Kinlaw speaking with the media right now. I asked him what it meant for him that Peters and Darryl Tapp, the defensive line coach that worked with Javon in San Fran, wanted him back. And he said, man, that speaks for itself. And he said, I must be doing something right. He seems like a really interesting character. And a guy that I think there should be a lot of excitement about. And I think too many fans are caught up in what they think the money should or shouldn't be. I think when you tear that out,
how many of them know what it really should be?
Yeah,
none.
Fair point. I've explained, I think you got to look at it in kind of a tier system, and the money that he got puts him probably on the third tier, the bottom of the third tier, frankly, at that position. And it's like you said about the eggs, right? Yep. We're paying more for everything right now. And I don't think that genie's ever going back in the bottle.
It is not.
Bird flu, salary cap, media rights, like everything's going up. And sometimes you just get paid when your number comes up, man. And
that's it.
I think then his number came up. And it's really important to remember people that get so offended by 3 years at $45 million. The first number you hear in a report about a new contract is generally fake. So the guarantees are probably less than what we actually expect. But Kinlaw also said, and I thought this was pretty interesting. He said he thought he was overweight last season. And he said he added the weight on purpose, but that it helped him against double teams, but that he lost some of his explosiveness. And his plan this offseason is to shed some of that weight and get back to being explosive. And the way he talked about it, and this has been like bandied about online, is that he's definitely going to have some role on the edge. It's not going to just be as an interior presence. And the way he described wanting to, you know what I mean, maybe lose some weight, be more explosive, sounded like an edge player talking to me.
Well, you know, if the thing you learn as you play in this league a little bit longer, what you can do, what you can't. And when you get a little older, you can play with a little less weight because you're normally a little stronger. You know what I'm saying? So that can help him out big time right there.
Now, the vibes are really high in Washington. Kinlaw was like, yeah, man, this team is the talk of the town, is what he said, right? I'm not so sure about the vibes in Dallas, B.
Well, what happens sometimes is you get one person who likes to comment on everything, and when people are on that team with that said person, they don't normally respond because he is probably like one of the better players, and people just listen to him all the time, and you don't want to get into a battle with him. But once you leave, you can voice your opinion. And basically, Lawrence is telling Micah what he feels. You do less of your second jobs and more of your first job, we ain't got no problem.
So everybody understands DeMarcus Lawrence signed with Seattle. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence would have made a lot of sense here. He's not here. He's in Seattle. He's in the other Washington.
Yeah.
And I think it was some in-house Seahawks media. He did an interview with a dude and said, you know, Dallas is my home. Because he's talked about part of the reason he wanted to stay there is his family's there. They're established, whatever. He said, Dallas is my home, but I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. Now, I will add parenthetically, I'm not sure you will with this version of the Seahawks, but whatever.
Well, he could have been just saying that because he's gone from Dallas now.
Yeah. Regardless, he took a shot. He took a little shot, and that's okay. You're entitled to do that. Micah Parsons quote tweeted that and said, this what rejection and envy looks like. This is some clown bleep with a clown emoji. Well, Tank Lawrence doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that is a punk about his bleep. And Tank Lawrence responded, calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. I think Tank Lawrence wins that sparring session, And B, we've now heard from a few different people that, like, Micah needs to chill. Somebody said the podcast, he's talking about tweeting.
He probably was referring to the podcast stuff as well.
Right.
I just think that while you're playing, it's difficult to juggle that. And I did media while I was playing, but I also knew how. I told you how I would do stuff. If somebody had an awful game, I'm going to talk to them to get their opinion. So when I know that the co-host going to ask me a question about that person, and I answer with their words. You still have to understand you're teammates with guys, but Micah is going to make an opinionated thing about everybody on his team, in the league, and everything else. While you're playing, that's a little dangerous.
Yeah, man. Like, even last week when Washington traded for Tunsil, he quote tweeted Adam Schefter and said WTF, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, of his own. Now, this one I can kind of get because it was his teammate going to play with the Giants. Chauncey Golston, he had a comment on. Like, this I find fascinating. So Clarence Hill is an institution in Dallas, has covered the Cowboys forever. Schefter tweeted out, more moves in San Fran. Niners are releasing Leonard Floyd. Clarence Hill, quote tweeted, it said, 49ers are gutting themselves, which they really are. To which Parsons replied, no more rookie quarterback, LOL, welcome to reality. And he's not wrong in that.
He's not wrong, but he should not have an opinion about everything. If you are getting ready for the Dallas Cowboys to play a football season, why the hell are you commenting on everybody's tweets? If I'm a part of his team, of the front office, I'm like, yo, I need you to back off a little bit, please. Because if you are you're quoting everything or commenting on everything that's said. When the hell are you looking at your stuff?
Exactly, dude. Like, right. There is plenty of time in the day on the planet to fire off some tweets. Like, I get it. I just, at some point, you don't need to, like, if you were commenting on, people just tweet wacky stuff, or he loves golf and he's tweeting about Rory taking this kid's phone or something. You know what I mean? Like, okay. But to comment on the business of football from your club and other clubs just seems like a lot, man.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he has a right to do what he wants to do, but people also have a right to question him. And question the dude is outstanding talent. But as I say over and over again, you have to be, he does it, and he does his first job very good. But when you are a person of his ilk, his level, you got to make your team better with you. They didn't win a lot last year. So stop worrying about what's going on everywhere else and try to get your stuff together. The way teams get better sometimes, they go internally. They kind of disappear from the public, and then they come out balling because they all focus on one common goal, not commenting on everybody else's ish.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Listen, man, I've made plenty of fun of Mike McCarthy, but he was a pro coach. I mean, he won a Super Bowl. He dealt with Aaron Rodgers a long time. In hindsight, we may all learn that dealing with Rodgers was, that McCarthy, looking back at that divorce, maybe McCarthy wasn't the problem. You know what I'm saying? But regardless, I think as we kind of like get further away from this, McCarthy and that Dallas team, for better or worse, were pretty good. They won a lot of games.
Yeah, they were.
Now you still got Dak, you still got CD. Like, I can see a lot of it. But now you got Brian Schottenheimer running this thing, and it sure seems like Micah Parsons. If Micah Parsons is emboldened right now, how's that going to look when he gets $200 million?
Huh.
You know what I'm saying?
You won't be able to shut him up then. And man, I just feel you have that right, but sometimes just because you have a right don't mean you have to do it.
Totally.
You know, like I think every time that people go, oh man, it's legal, nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it might be legal, nothing wrong with it, but it may not be for you. Just because something is legal don't mean you got to indulge in it or try it.
Right.
Because you may not be able to, you may be the one that can't handle it, which is going to make it a detriment to you. So just because he has the right to comment all the time, he might want to back off of his son.
Bro, Jeff, I don't ask you this to put you on blast, okay? But there have been times when I think Jeff unfairly on social media probably catches more heat because B and I bust your chops a fair amount. But, like, we're also your friends and we have real conversations and we know what you're trying to accomplish in life. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot more to it where sometimes you'll just catch heat on social media. And there have been various times, Jeffrey, where you've asked, like, yo, JP, you think I should say this? And I'm like, no. But you can, but you at least know to ask the question if you should. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair. So the question I would ask is, who is the person that Michael Parsons asks for guidance or information? Who's the person he would go to for that? Or does he think nobody can tell him anything?
I don't know, B. And it's one of the great, truly one of the best questions I've ever heard asked in a press conference. And it should be no surprise that it came from David Aldridge, a Hall of Famer. And I believe it was Terry McLaurin. And DA said, who in your life is your truth teller? Who do you count on to tell you the truth? And the truth is not always pleasant.
100%.
And like, if you, like, for me, between my wife and working with Brian Mitchell, like, I'm going to be told the truth.
I subscribe to that.
Right. Whether or not I want to hear it, I'm going to hear it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it comes from a place of love, dog.
I know. And dude, in a lot of ways, I think that's what Pete Carroll was about. That's what DQ is about. I think that's what Adam Peters is about.
Mm-hmm.
And there's evidence of it, honestly, with John Allen. I mean, let's be real with Allen. On some level, I am not, let me be clear before some aggregator says I'm reporting this. I'm not reporting anything, okay? But on some level, I know there was a conversation between Allen and his representatives.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, we're going into the last year. We don't have any guaranteed money on this thing. Let's talk. And on some level, that conversation was, yeah, man, I don't think that's going to work. Like, that was some truth, right? And what exact words were said and what the exact order of the words were may vary. But, like, ultimately, Allen was going into the last year of a deal with no guaranteed money, and he wasn't going to play on that. And Washington knew they weren't going to give him any guarantees, and they knew there was a divorce coming. And so what do? They handled it the right way. Hey, you can talk, see if you can get a trade going. If not, we're going to release you, let you hit the market in time to take advantage of the market.
Yeah.
That's harsh. That's business, but it's reality.
It's true.
And you're better off in that world.
Yeah. I'd much rather a person tell me straight up what they feel about me than lie to me and then tell somebody else what they think, and then another person come and tell it to me. Because at that point, I'm not going to like you anymore, but I won't respect you for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
So when my dad always said, don't try to live life to be liked, because people may not like you. So you sitting up there trying to sugarcoat something for somebody and you know you're lying and then they find out the truth, they don't respect you. As long as they respect you, that's all that matters. So I don't give a damn if you go have a dinner with me or have a drink with me. But you know one thing, you're not going to come at me wrong because you know what I'm about.
Speaking of the truth, Brian.
Yeah.
Speaking of what's important, telling the truth, even when it's inconvenient or perhaps harsh. Myles Garrett had a press conference in Cleveland. Now, you remember it was Super Bowl week. So that was only 6 weeks ago, maybe about a month ago. When Myles Garrett said, yo, I want to win. I need out of Cleveland. I'm never going to win a Super Bowl here. My focus is winning.
Well, he did win.
Things have obviously changed for Myles. He stayed in Cleveland. He got, $160 million guaranteed, I believe.
He won.
Myles Garrett Myles Garrett was asked about remaining with the Browns, B. I think the fans will see my heart is in the right place. It's never been about money. It's always been about winning.
Yeah, but you just said you couldn't win there, and the only thing that has changed is the money. And let's be real, bro. I'm not mad at you, but that's why I say to people sometimes, don't say stuff that you give people a way to come back at you. If he just said, listen, I just think I want to try somewhere else, that's better than saying I can't win a Super Bowl here. Then they give you money, now you feel like you can win a Super Bowl there. Just be careful what you say when you're speaking things, because that will come back to haunt you.
There's some irony in certainly me, less so you, because you're less prone to fly off the handle like I am. There's some great irony in two people that basically speak for a living, in you and I at this point, telling people to speak less and not necessarily speak all the time. But
it's your job to speak.
Right.
Michael Parsons is a professional athlete.
Right.
His job is to play football.
Right.
And yes, he picked up this other stuff because of what? Professional athletics. So he could do a lot of other things, but when those other things start becoming more prominent than your original thing, or start pulling you away from your original thing, that could be a problem.
Well said, B. Here's what we're going to do. It is college hoops season. Jeff Ermann joins us next. Inside Maryland Sports. Terps got a big one. Big Ten tournament tonight against Illinois. Nobody go anywhere.
B Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Got to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part about Rude. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. I walk outside by mine, and I can barely hear it. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. And also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. I had 3 installed, so I use that whole $6,000. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in a DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Alex Sarr's go-ahead bucket with 53 seconds remaining leads the Wizards past the Pistons 129-125. The Capitals are blanked in L.A. by former goalie Darcy Kemper in a 3-0 loss to the Kings. And Sam Fortier of the Washington Post reporting that the congressional spending bill that would avert a government shutdown cuts DC's budget by $1.1 billion, putting the Commanders' possible future stadium in the district in peril. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley 106.7 The Fan. College basketball conference tournaments are heating up all over the country, and certainly for the DMV, we got the A10 going on at Cap One Arena. We are watching SEC, Big 12, everybody, and for me and a whole lot of others, we're watching the Maryland Terrapins. They debut tonight against Illinois in the Big Ten tournament. The best Maryland coverage on the planet, frankly, is Inside MD Sports. The author is Jeff Ermann. Ermann joins us now. What's up, dude? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm ready for the madness. You guys?
Oh, yeah.
We're there. How about that Kentucky shot last night?
I haven't even seen it yet. I was out all last night. I haven't watched any of the highlights. You got the scoop for once on me over college.
Hey, there were a lot of shots and a lot of good games. I'm telling you, people say what they want. This time of the year, college basketball is as big as any sport out there.
It's my favorite time of year for sports.
Yep.
So are you in Indy for the Big Ten tournament, or I don't know where you might be on this?
I'll be out there tomorrow, assuming they win today.
Okay. I don't think today is a given whatsoever. I think Illinois is really good. I watched that game last night. I was doing some scouting. I watched Illinois, Iowa last night. When Maryland beat Illinois pretty good during the regular season, but didn't Illinois have like COVID or Ebola or the flu? Like the whole team was sick for a month or something.
Yeah, they were sick, and they were most importantly missing their 7-foot center, who's really good, one of the better centers in the Big Ten. So this time he's healthy. Illinois struggled down the stretch. They were hot early in the season, got into the top 10 nationally, faded a little bit, some of that because of the illness, but they're still number 17 in Ken Palm, still going to be a pretty high seed. And, they have the center who I mentioned. They have a kid, Jack, I can't even say his name properly, Jack Uchionis, I believe, is a top 10 pick, freshman point guard. And you look at the point spread, Maryland's only favored by 1.5 points, which is lower than you'd typically expect.
Is Maryland going to win this tournament? Will they better their positioning in the tournament?
Yeah, B Mitch, they definitely would. The catch being that, by the time this tournament is done on Sunday afternoon, the bracket is pretty much done. So, winning it doesn't have quite as much effect. They could switch it around a little bit. It could help, but, beating Illinois will help. That's a valuable win. Next round, if you were to beat Michigan or Purdue, that's a valuable win. So even if you don't win it all, right now, I think on average, they're probably a 4.5 seed, I would say, on average, if you average everybody's bracket together. So, there is a chance, I would say, that if they were to win this or at least go to the finals, maybe you creep up to the number 3 line, especially with Iowa State and some of these other teams losing.
How do coaches balance it? I've always wondered this. The conference tournaments are awesome. It's 4 games in 4 days, whatever it is. How do you balance a team like Maryland that's firmly in the tournament? I mean, they're a top 10, top 15 team. How do you balance the importance of these conference tournaments with the focus on next week?
Yeah, that's a good question. Not only the focus, but also, your stamina. If you play 3 games in a row, you'll have several days, obviously, to rest, but it still would be 3 games in 3 days. So there's always that question of, is it better just to lose early? Not that you're going to try to lose early, but especially for a team that, like Maryland, is not deep at all. You're relying on your 5 starters for pretty much everything scoring wise. But I think that they'll go out there focused on trying to win. I think that they understand it would boost their seed. And also for Maryland, it's long overdue for them to make a run in the Big Ten tournament. They've really struggled there. I think they have the second worst winning percentage in the conference there, and haven't been to the semi. They made the semifinals in their first 2 years in the conference, and it seemed like, they're going to be a player in this thing, and they haven't been back to the semi since then. So they are long overdue to kind of announce their presence in Indy.
Absolutely. I saw you tweet this earlier. We're 20 years removed from that John Gilchrist ACC championship Terp run. How wild is it? I mean, I still think of Maryland basketball as this important team. And I know from like a ratings and attention standpoint, when Maryland gets good, a lot of people pay attention, but it's been so long, man. Do you think this is a team that can sustain it and get deep into a tournament and make a lot of people care again?
Yeah, it definitely is, JP. Like, I see from my perspective, you get to see the engagement online and things like that. And there's more excitement right now than there's been since at least that team 5 years ago that had its, chance to make a run in the tournament stripped away because of COVID. People are excited, and it feels like a tipping point. If you were to go out there and lose early in the tournament, I think you'd lose a lot of that momentum, but it's a chance to win back a lot of fans and also win some new fans. If you can make that deep run, that really hasn't happened since the national championship, basically. They had a Sweet 16 the year after that, and the only Sweet 16 since then was 2016 when they were beaten pretty soundly by Kansas. So there might be no more, no program with a more rich history that has had such a long drought in terms of going deep into the tournament.
Specific to tonight, how does Maryland win? Also, please tell me this game is just on television and I don't need an app.
Yeah, the game's definitely on TV. They
Big Ten?
Oh, I got you. It is on Fox Sports.
All right.
Like
Big Ten
FS1?
Network, I'm sorry, Big Ten Network streaming on Fox Sports, I should say.
All right.
Well, you said streaming.
Yeah, I mean,
can I put it on my television by using a remote control?
yes, Big Ten Network, and you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, they've owned Illinois lately. I think they've won 7 of the past 9. Several of those were in Illinois, 4 or 5 at Illinois, including a couple where Illinois was top 10 and were pretty big upsets. So there's no team, at least among the top tier teams in the Big Ten, who they've performed as well against the past several years. But
that makes me nervous.
No need to be concerned about complacency.
That makes me nervous, dude.
Yeah, it does, because it does make you nervous, because they're going to, Illinois is going to come in motivated, not obviously overlooking Maryland and looking for some revenge for all these losses they've taken. I think a big thing is to bottle as much as you can the point guard Jakachionis, who I mentioned, is a lottery pick this year, 6'6" kid. I feel like he plays a lot like Gravis Vasquez did. But they held him in check pretty well in the first game this year. He had, I think, 7 turnovers, struggled from the field. So, if they can do that again, they should be in good shape. But again, they'll have to contend with the 7-footer Ivicic inside. So it's a different matchup than it was the first time.
Do we fear Juju Reese foul trouble going against a big fella?
Always possible, but he's really cut down on that habit this year tremendously. His 2 biggest issues over the years, as everybody knows, were free throw shooting and foul trouble. He's got his free throw shooting up to about 73% after being in the mid-50s the past 2 years. And he's really cut down on the foul trouble. So, it's always a concern, but it is something that he's gotten a lot better at.
Dude, specific to Juju, I don't know the next time we're going to see a 4-year player at one college. He has really impressed me just as a human. And his stroke is clean now. Like that little lefty, I love the little turnaround in the lane. Like he has really evolved as a player, I think.
Yeah, it's funny. When he came to Maryland, he was kind of viewed as a face-up 4 kind of guy. He shot some threes as a freshman and didn't look bad doing it. And then just became a back-to-the-basket player almost completely. And now late in his career, he's starting to do a little bit more face-up. That little lefty hook shot or the little short kind of floater has become money during the past month or so. He's played at a really high level, especially on the defensive end. I thought he was snubbed for the defensive all Big Ten defensive team. So yeah, he really has developed. He still doesn't really shoot the 3. Neither he nor Derek Queen make 3s, so that's one weakness. But he's come a long way, and you have to give him credit, like you said, because he got there as a freshman, and Mark Turgeon left 8 games into the season, the guy who had recruited him. So then that was a lost season. That was their first losing season in 30 years. Then they had a good season the following year, and then last year they had their second losing season in 30 years. He considered transferring and decided not to, stuck it out. And so you have to give him a lot of credit for that. Totally. Because, in this era of college basketball, I feel like 90% of guys are probably transferring in that situation.
Yeah,
totally.
They do it all the time.
What's interesting too is one of the knocks on the program under Turgeon's leadership was guys didn't improve. And I feel like we've seen Juju improve. And maybe he would have under Mark too. I don't know that there's a direct corollary there, but he definitely has with Willard and this team.
Yeah, he has. He's made huge strides. Occasionally still some of the old flaws kick in. But the jump on the free throw shooting, I think, is the most important part. To go from mid-50s to 73 is huge, and not many guys make that kind of jump, especially big men late in their career. Usually by that point, a lot of times, if you're not a good free throw shooter, then that's just who you are. So that's a big factor of confidence, I would say, going into March, because we know how many games come down to free throws in the final few minutes.
For sure. All right. Do you like him tonight? I'm nervous.
Yeah, I think.
Since you said they handled them all these times.
Yeah, there is. Illinois is probably a little more hungry for that big win. Probably needs it a little more. Obviously, they're very solidly in the tournament, but in terms of their seeding, and they're healthy now. When you look at that point spread, if you're a believer in Vegas knows all, and you see that only 1.5, when public perception probably is Maryland is, a solid 4 or 5 point favorite at least, that probably makes you a little nervous. But they are playing extremely well lately. They've won 13 of their past 16, I believe it is. The only 3 losses out of those 16 were buzzer beaters. So you're a few buzzer beaters away from, 16 straight wins. Obviously, it works both ways. They won some close ones too, but and they've had Illinois' numbers. So I like their chances, but it is very far from a gimme.
Mm-hmm. Very, very far. Winner of this gets the winner of Michigan-Purdue?
Correct.
All right. We're going to have to talk again next week. Next week, I need a second weekend in the NCAA tournament. I need that in my life. Okay?
I hope so, man.
Will it to existence.
It is many years overdue. I hope so for all the Terps fans out there.
Jeff, thank you for the time, bro.
Right, Jeff, appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Jeff Ermann, check out his work at Jeff_Ermann, ERMANN, or at Inside MD Sports. Dude does a great job with the Terps, knows everything that program has going on. Coming up, Javon Kinlaw introduced himself to the Commanders, and I think folks are going to love what he had to say.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better, because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1067 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Yo, whole last hour of the show, we're going to do phone lines, all right? So I know a lot of people want to talk about a lot of things. We got a busy next hour. Got to talk some caps. We got to give away some tickets. We got a lot to do. I do want to get to Steph Curry because what he's doing is just incredible.
Remarkable.
Maybe we do that right here, and we'll play my Kinlaw bite when we come back. B, what can you say about Steph, dude?
Amazing. So you look at 4,000 3-pointers. That's 12,000 points right there. To go from 3,000 to 4,000, it took him right at 3 years. So they are now already saying if he played 3 more years, he probably get to 5,000 3-pointers. That's getting it done, dog.
I've told you I think the analogy of these modern times of these modern athletes, they're different players. One is a big bruiser, overpowering offensive machine. One is a smaller, beat you from the outside, quick, can't catch him offensive machine. But for me, man, I look at Steph and I look at Ovi, and their skill set is so similar that they are incredible, like to the one-trick pony conversation, right? It is such an oversimplification to say that in any capacity. But like when Steph is on the court, you know he's going to chuck threes and just bomb them in your eye. And when Ovi is on the ice, you know a lot of times he's going to shoot that slap shot from his office. He's going to put it in the back of the net. And you can't do a damn thing to stop
That's it. So like I say, if a guy does one thing but you can't stop him, is that bad on him or you? I mean, so that people say stuff like that to kind of belittle people, but what Ovi and Steph does, they are exceptional at doing what they do, but they do more than that, because that's why they always end up by themselves doing what they do, because they do other stuff and you get confused and you lose them. Steph runs. That dude might be the most in shape dude in the NBA, dude.
Just running the baseline,
all the picks he runs off of, and a defensive play. They talk about, well, he's a liability on defense. I guarantee you, one dude don't check him a whole game.
No,
but that one dude is worn the hell out.
So the 3-point line is just inside of 24 feet, right? It's 23.9 in the corners. It's 22. They've actually moved it further out because of Steph, largely. The record breaker
they got moved on the other side, the half court.
They might have to. Do you know how far out the three was? That was the 4,000 3-pointer.
Was it about 30 feet?
28 feet.
Yeah, because he tries to get close to his number sometimes.
Dude, so Steph after the game last night said, it's a clear milestone threshold, a number that I didn't think about, that it was realistic even from 29.74, which is a number that means the most because that was the record at the time. It's beyond my wildest dreams to push a record that far. So Ray Allen's record was 2,973 3-pointers made. Steph broke that in December of 21. He's made another 1,000. I guess.
So every time he hits a 3-pointer, he's setting a new record.
I mean, crazy, right?
Yes.
It's
spectacular, man.
I don't know. I hate the MJ LeBron debate. I think it's so dumb. I think it's MJ by a country mile. However, that said, LeBron's an absolutely fantastic player.
Yeah.
But damn, I enjoy watching Steph more. Steph's like an artist, man.
I think when you look at Steph, he looks like a little baby compared to all the other guys. But he has that much success. And I think that makes you understand like what he's doing. The only people that look like him don't do. Like he looks like a smaller kid, like a small kid playing with all those dudes. But he's like 6'3".
Right.
But he's deadly once he crosses half court. He puts stress on people that a lot of players don't put on. on the guys.
Totally. Curry said last night, I don't know how many more I got after that. Keep pushing it as far as I can. It's one of those things that just puts into perspective just how the game has changed, and I've been able to be a part of that.
Yeah. Steve
Kerr. So he just keeps going the way he keeps himself in shape and conditioned in rhythm. He's going to make another 1,000 for sure. At one point, Steve, the game has changed so dramatically, but the game has changed so dramatically as a result of Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Like, think about, we just had Ermann on talking about the University of Maryland basketball, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, the one problem is those guys talking about Julian Reese and Derek Queen, a pair of 6'10" guys, and the one hole in their game is they don't shoot threes.
Yeah, and I was watching your guy last night. He can shoot threes now, dog.
Right, but
my dude from Kansas that went to Kansas that was supposed to go to Maryland.
Oh, Dickinson, that guy.
He was balling last night.
But there was a period of time where a 6'10" guy shooting a three would be a problem.
He would have got
now
bitch.
It's a problem if they can't.
He would have got bitch if he was.
Yeah, dude. You imagine Big John if Dikembe pulled out to the corner and started popping threes?
No, because Dikembe, he knew not to do it.
But now Dikembe would. Now everybody is.
Yeah.
Like Durant deserves credit for that too, of just that evolution of basketball. But it's wild. We're also wildly late. When we come back, you're gonna like Javon Kinlaw.
This sports update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Well, let's get you caught up on a day of madness in March locally. First today, the Atlantic 10 quarterfinals in D.C. The 1-seed VCU and St. Bonaventure are underway at Capital One Arena. St. Louis and Loyola Chicago will tip following. Now, yesterday, George Washington advanced to the quarters. They will play their regional rival, George Mason, at 5-1 a matchup in the district. Dayton and St. Joe's will meet at 7:30. Now tonight, Maryland, the 2-seed in the Big Ten tournament, they will take on Illinois at 6:30. Listen to it on the Team 980. And Mount St. Mary's is in the MAC semis to match up with Merrimack this evening at 8:30. Looking to upgrade your office game? Well, swing by PVI Office Furniture. Well, we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Bum, 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 bum. B Mitch Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. You know what that means on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, B.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take my ass to the gym this afternoon, B, or it might be sipping time.
I think you just go sip, though.
We'll see how it goes.
You can
Javon,
do curls. You can do 12-ounce curls. Yeah.
I'm good at those. Javon Kinlaw, really interesting story. I believe it was Rich Simony of ESPN.com, covers the Jets, wrote a really good in-depth story on Kinlaw about a year ago when he signed with New York. Kinlaw, his family, I believe, are from Trinidad and emigrated here. And he grew up in D.C. till he was 12 or 13 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually moved down south. I think was living with his mom in some really difficult circumstances, and then eventually moved down to the South Carolina for high school and I guess middle school and high school. Eventually went to college in Columbia at South Carolina. And he just signed with Washington officially this morning, and he had a subsequent press conference. And I think this is a really touching comment from a young man who has now made life-changing wealth.
Well, I grew up in Northeast D.C., so I'm a real skin fan, point blank, period. And I was just telling somebody when I was growing up, Trent Williams was on the team and Jordan Reed, and then I got to be teammates with them guys my rookie year. For me to be able to be on this team now is a full circle moment for me. And I know a lot about the transformation, man. It was in the blink of an eye. It's like you go from zero to hero, you know what I mean? And that's all I'm about, you know? That's kind of my life. And I can't wait to thrive with these guys, man. I feel so blessed, and I'm so happy to be here. Shoot, my whole family here, so.
All right, we're going to try that again without the producer microphone on. Jesus. Fellas, we could hear you. So let's try this one more time. Javon Kinlaw, DC guy, without the aquarium microphone on.
Well, I grew up in Northeast D.C., so I'm a real skin fan, point blank, period. And I was just telling somebody when I was growing up, Trent Williams was on the team and Jordan Reed, and then I got to be teammates with them guys my rookie year. For me to be able to be on this team now is a full circle moment for me. And I know a lot about the transformation, man. It was in the blink of an eye. It's like you go from zero to hero, you know what I mean? And that's all I'm about, you know. That's kind of my life. And I can't wait to thrive with these guys, man. I feel so blessed, and I'm so happy to be here. Shoot, my whole family here. So.
Yep, they're not even talking, so I don't know how that happened.
But like we could hear them talk. Maybe when he recorded it, whatever.
When he recorded it, must have done it because it must have been when y'all were recording it. Because y'all,
whatever.
They weren't talking just now. It's still playing like that.
Yeah. Well, however that occurred, we're going to move forward just based on what he said. And I know you never got to play for the Saints or anything, B, but how cool of an opportunity is it for him now as a free agent to come back to Washington?
Oh, it's cool because he was a fan of the team. You know, if I had been a fan of, let's say, Washington, you know, and then I get a chance to play there, I'd say I feel. But growing up in that city has to be a special feeling for him, you know. And I would hope that it brings pride to him to want to make sure that the team continue on the path they're going to get back to be good again. Well, they're good already, but to stay there.
Yeah. At this point, we've seen them. Last year was a high. Now we're looking for sustainability, right?
There you go. Totally.
And the entire Kinlaw presser was pretty interesting. I went back and watched. I was able to do some of it live in breaks, and then I went back and watched it in other breaks. I asked him just about what it means that Adam Peters wanted him back, and that to me is what stands out most about this signing. Is the folks that claim they don't like it are probably just regurgitating other stuff they've heard. But if you subscribe to the theory of how well Peters has done since he arrived, it's pretty damn clear Peters liked this dude because they drafted him in San Fran and he just re-signed him now. I think you should bestow the benefit of the doubt in this situation.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, Peters knows numbers that we don't even know.
Right.
He was there, and he was probably in the position to where they had to, you know, go in there and research and dissect everything to figure out, should we get this guy? You know what I'm saying? So he understands what he's capable of, and now he has a coaching staff underneath him that they're very good at getting people to play their best. So if you get that from him, you probably can have your steal here.
Well, and I also think there's a factor of buy-in, right? And I think with Tunsil, that's a question because maybe that hasn't been a strength or whatever. Well, we don't know. But I also think Dan Quinn's pretty involved in this stuff. And I think Dan Quinn's superpower is getting guys to buy in and forming these like team bonds. And that's pretty powerful. And Kinlaw seems like the kind of dude who wants to hit the ground running. I did want Jeff and Heavy Metal Chris, two dudes that are from DC that love this team. What does it mean to you when you hear him say, like, man, I'm from here, my family's here, I love this team?
Honestly, the first thing I kind of thought about was actually was John Allen leaving, and now we got him. It's kind of, I feel like he's going to maybe replace that kind of local heart for the team.
That's interesting.
I love it,
Jeffrey.
I love it. I don't know if you heard me back here.
Oh, I heard it twice.
Well, no, that you couldn't hear me back here because we weren't talking.
When you recorded it, whenever you downloaded that video, you and Chris were clearly talking.
Yeah,
I was moving forward, but you opened the door back up.
Yeah, but that wasn't that. So let's keep moving forward and stop bringing it over the air. I'm actually excited. I'm actually excited that we have someone from here that have that passion because, you know, it's different when you have people playing, but when you have passionate people playing, it's just going to up their play. And I'm glad he's back. You know, get his chance to make his money.
All right.
For sure. And I think with Kinlaw saying that he was up in weight with the Jets, and he said it helped him with the double teams, but it cost him some explosiveness. You don't really go up in weight as a free agent unless you're told to, right?
Yeah, normally.
I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah. Because, like, listen, man, I've been through this thing where they told me they wanted me to be, because I was 209. They wanted me to go to 216, 220 because they wanted me to play fullback. And they were trying to use me a little bit like I forgot the running back that was back in the days at the Rams. So they wanted me to get up to 220. So as I get
Not
to 220,
Bettis.
no. It was way before my time. So I get to 220. Guess what they tell me then? Oh no, we're not gonna do that anymore. We want you to go back down. What the hell? And sometimes people play with that, but then you hit a point where you know what you can do at which weights. And once I realized what I could do at 216 and 220, I say I don't give a damn where you want me to play. I'm gonna play it at this weight. Because a lot of teams played those games back then to put you on that little where they can come in and weigh you and try to take money from you. So I got to the point where my body fat was right. I'm gonna play it this way.
Yeah, it's
him trying to gain weight. He was told to try and be that guy, and then he got big, and then they want him to move outside some, and he can't come off like he used to.
Right. Yeah, I mean, clearly it wasn't right for him with the Jets. I think maybe late in the season they figured out the right way to use him. I think you're getting a guy that is probably – I think he's clearly been through a lot in his personal life, and I think in his professional life, like as a pro football player, he's probably evolved a lot. That first season as a rookie, 12 starts for a Niners team that was improving. Then he's basically hurt all of 21 and 22, this knee thing. They're trying to figure it out. 23, where the Niners went to a Super Bowl. I mean, he played every game for them that season, was obviously a part of their rotation on the defensive line. Hits free agency, gets a little cash, goes to the Jets. It was a 1-year deal, I believe. And the numbers don't pop, but they're certainly not bad. 4.5 sacks, 40 tackles.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you notice looking just at box scores over the years with Kinlaw, he's a handsy player. Like he has 45 career starts and 7 passes defensed, 2 forced fumbles.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, he gets his hands in throwing lanes. And with his height at 6'5", that's going to be a factor.
Long arms.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I could go back and look at let me see if I can pull up his athletic profile. He might not have done a lot of testing because he was a first rounder. Let's see what we can find here. I wonder what his 10-yard is. What is, like, do you remember your 10-yard? Like, what is considered really fast?
For big boys, the big guys can be fast in the 10. So you're talking about when they do, like, what is it? What was it, 1.7? 1.69, 1.7 for them?
Yeah. I don't have his 10-yard. It seems like he might not have run at the combine back in 20. You know what? Stupid ass COVID. There was no combine. Right? 2020? April. No, you know what? That was the last combine. Because I remember being at that combine and a coach that I'm friends with that is now coaching with the Bucks. We were drinking a beer. And he said to me, he's like, you heard of this coronavirus? I think it's bad in Italy. I remember this. We were at Kilroy's in Indy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, but we both were like, I don't know if it'll get here. I mean, 5 years later, the entire world
was already there.
Right. Right. But like 5 years later, the whole world has been completely turned upside down. So his athletic scores from the combine, these are all estimates, which I think is kind of junk to estimate.
Mm-hmm.
But I do find this kind of interesting. So they give prospects grades on a scale of 8, 1 to 8. 8's perfect. His grade is a 6.5. He was projected as a first rounder, but kind of interesting. It's boom or bust potential. That's the grading. And I'm going back. I'm reading now from the draft. For a player with so many elite physical traits, Kinlaw's tape was much more inconsistent than expected. He had moments where he was able to use his size, length, and power to overwhelm opponents, but poor pad level, I add parenthetically, that's something we still hear about, and an inability to harness his energy coming off the snap led to body control and balance issues that prevented him from reaching his full potential. He can be a disruptive force along the interior with that explosive first step and freaky physical gifts, but utilizing his heavy hands and a plus length as a read and react 3-4 end might allow for improved technique, control, and consistency. No matter the front, Kinlaw's traits and potential could make him a solid starter early in his career.
All right.
Dude,
Well, I'm going to
5 years later, that reads pretty true from what we've seen so far.
say, like what I watched last year, and I was asking for it from other coaching staffs when they were here. Get guys to play their best. And I saw a coaching staff get multiple guys to do that. And if this team could get him to just get a little better in some techniques, and he also has a willingness to do it because he's back home, we don't know what could happen. So I'm going to lean towards that positive aspect. Let's just see if we can pull that out of him.
Sure. I also think people get so caught up in base defense, and technically they run a 4-3 base, but they're so rarely in a true base. Like maybe the plan with him. So in that, Lance Zierlein does a really good job with prospects, I think, and he writes all these like combine informational things. I think talking about a read and react 3-4 end, they're not going to run a specific 3-4, but there has been already conversation of him playing some edge, and I think that's the exact spot they're talking about, where let him react, let him use his speed, and then the size is significant. I don't know. I think I'm more bullish on Kinlaw than others. I don't think the contract's particularly problematic if you consider the tiers of the interior defensive line. And I enjoyed just kind of getting to hear from him. Sometimes hearing the person
changes
allows you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Happens a lot.
It happens a lot.
I think, though, the fact that he was an end in the 3-4, where you normally get some pass rush and run stop, you can play like what they did with John late in the season. They had him playing inside and outside. If he's had that experience rushing the passer on the outside, you also have a guy who can be a run stopper for you. Set an edge. That's something we watch Martin do. He can set the edge big time.
Yeah. Just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't.
There you go.
When we come back, talking a little Caps hockey with Ethan Cadeaux.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Cowboys are signing Miles Sanders, the former running back for the Eagles and the Carolina Panthers. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves today at 1:05. Also, the Nats taking on the Astros in the spring breakout game coming up at 2:05. Grant and Danny going to be broadcasting live from the ballpark. In the NBA last night, the Wizards beat the Pistons 129-125. They're back in action tomorrow on the road as they continue their road trip taking on the Denver Nuggets. College hoops tonight, Big Ten tournament action. Number 11, Maryland getting their Big Ten tournament underway as they take on number 24 Illinois in the quarterfinals. 6:30 tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals fell to the Kings last night 3-0. They'll continue their California road trip tomorrow night as they take on the Sharks in San Jose. 5 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
My man Landini is somewhere listening to the program, dancing to this song. This is his jam right here. Jim Mullins will be back next week after a good week of vacation and a lunch with our friend Greg. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline is our boy Ethan Cadeaux. Ethan covers the Caps and the Commanders for Monumental Sports Net. You can give him a follow at Ethan_Cadeaux, Cadeaux. EC, what's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, man? Just watching some early college basketball, but happy to join.
All right. We are happy to have you. What happened last night in L.A.? That is not the result. So it's funny. My daughter, this morning at breakfast, she's like, Daddy, did the Caps win? And I was like, you know what? I haven't checked yet because she knows all the games when they're happening. But last night was just too late for us. It was a 10:30 puck drop, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's too late for me.
Okay. Well, I imagine you had to go watch it this morning. So tell me what happened.
Oh, I was up. I was up last night.
Were you? Okay.
I wish I went to bed. Yeah, it was the first time they got shut out since I'm pretty sure either late October or early November, whenever Vasilevsky down in Tampa, that was the last time they got shut out. The Kings just play really sound defense and they don't make mistakes. The Caps really didn't have possession of the puck very often all night. Ovechkin had 0 shots on goal for the first time all season. They just really couldn't get into rhythm. It wasn't like they didn't have their chances. It just they really didn't look like the normal team, winners of 5 straight. They didn't look like that all night. And credit to the Kings. I mean, Darcy Kemper shut out his former team, but the Caps just looked off from the beginning. Didn't even generate one expected goal. One of the analytics Spencer Carberry uses a lot. So, yeah, that just tells you how bad it was last night.
Yeah, it'd just be the 6th game in a row. I mean, they won 5 of them. They're on the road now out west. Can it just be that, chalked up as that?
Definitely. I mean, I'm not concerned about this team at all. And luckily for them, they play the Sharks tomorrow, who are arguably the worst team in the league and give up a hell of a lot of goals. So
come on, Ovi, get 8 of them.
He might get more than one. That would be my prediction. But I think he's obviously hungry. Last night was not a game any of them want to look back on fondly, but I think the good thing is they play in 48 or 24 hours at this point and should be able to pick up another 2 points tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, San Jose's bad, huh? They have 45 points. The Caps have 88?
94.
94, rather? Wow. I mean, that is bad. So are the Caps and the Jets tied right now for the President's Trophy?
I didn't check the standings last night, but I believe they are tied, yes.
And they have a game coming up, right? Doesn't Washington still have to go to Winnipeg?
Yes, and I think next week, I believe, on I think the 28th the 26th, I believe.
25th.
25th.
I have it in front of me here.
Yeah,
that's a big boy night. Like, we're gonna have to lock in for that one, B. But Ethan, so I'm fully prepared to just dismiss last night's result, right? Like, this is the middle of a long road trip. when you're that far ahead, and their lead in both the division and the conference is bananas. I mean, they're up 12. They're up 12 in the division, and they're up, 9 in the conference. How much do you think it helps that they have Ovi's record to kind of keep them focused? Or do you think at times the record is a detriment from having them just focus on beating everybody that day, that night?
So I'll answer your second question first. I don't think the record is a distraction within the locker room at all. And I think a main reason why is Ovechkin literally hates talking about it. Every time we bring it up to him, he's always first to talk about the team or his teammates. I'm sure it just gets annoying for him after being asked that pretty much every city he goes to, and by us, the home media, whenever he's here. But I think him not bringing his own attention to the record allows the guys to play freely. I mean, you even look 2 days ago, he had a chance for that wide open net to close out Anaheim, and he passes it to Alexi Protas to get the hat trick. Like, if he was really, really hunting this record, which I do deep down believe he is, I think he's taking that shot. But that's a great move by the captain, passing that off. I will go to your first question, though. I do think I got a little bit worried after they beat Pittsburgh, beat Edmonton out of the break. They dropped 3 in a row, and I was like, oh, maybe this is them hitting a little bit of a lull. After the break, they're up 10 points. There's really no one in striking distance of catching them in the Metro, but then they ripped off 5 straight wins. So it seems like every single time they hit a little lull, Spencer Carberry and his group have an answer, and that's what they've been doing all year, so I have no reason to think that'll stop moving forward.
And Spencer, yeah, he could be using those little lulls like that as motivation. Like, hey, man. For sure. We had that slide, but look what we did the last time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's only, I think, 18 or 16 games left. So, I mean, he's got to heat up a little bit if he wants to get the record this year. And I feel like he really wants it this year.
I think a guy like Ovi would want that out the way. Like JP mentioned it yesterday, getting to the playoffs and all you focus on is, let's go get this win. Let's go get a cup. Not, oh, man, we fell short this year.
Yeah, and I think the last thing he wants is to be like 1 or 2 goals away and have to wait 3 months to come back and potentially break that record. I think he just wants to get it done, and I think he wants to get it done with a few games to spare, like you said, because I don't think they want to be going into that Islanders and Pittsburgh game, the last 2 to end the year, with people wondering if Ovi's going to break the record. I think they want to be fine-tuning things, getting ready for whoever their first-round opponent's going to be.
Dude, I almost wonder if they want to be able to rest Ovi a couple games. Like I think the 13th against Columbus is the night, because if he can break it, then you just chill those 2 games before the playoffs. I don't even know if that's how it would all shake out. Beyond Ovi, though, because what's crazy about this team is that it's so much more than just Ovechkin, as much as he's leading the charge. And I think his leadership, like his locker room presence, is wildly important too. But they're getting, truly career seasons from a number of guys that look like they have turned a corner. You think about McMichael or Protas. Like these dudes seem like not only are they having these career seasons, but this might be who they are going forward.
Definitely, especially Protas, like you mentioned. Last year, they signed him to a 4-year extension, and everyone at the time was like, what are they doing? He hasn't shown anything. He only scored 6 goals last year. He has more points this year than he had in his career combined entering the year, which is just crazy. And McMichael, too, he's having a great year, 23 goals, 28 assists. Those are both career highs. And everyone likes to talk about how Pierre-Luc Dubois and Logan Thompson and all the other additions they brought from the outside are the main reason this team is in first place. And yeah, those players have been great, but if without Protas and McMichael taking that next step forward, I don't know where this team would be. And I think they've been as important as anyone.
For sure. And the goaltending's been phenomenal too. Both guys, really. I get that you've got to kind of have a leader in the clubhouse in LT, but Lindgren's been really good when he plays.
Yeah, he had 1 save last night where literally was doing the splits, went off his blocker. And, that game was 3-0. Probably looking back, it's not one that they really are going to look at fondly, but it could have been 4, 5, 6-0 if Lindgren didn't make a few stellar saves, too.
Wow. That's crazy. Are the Kings that good, or is it just an off night?
I think the Kings are really good. They're young, they're fast, and they play great defense, which is just a recipe to win a lot of games. I mean, they don't have the star power that some of the other teams in the West do, like Edmonton or Dallas, et cetera. But I mean, every time you go to LA or face the Kings in general, it's going to be a tough, probably a low-scoring matchup. And I think that's the type of brand of hockey that wins in the playoffs. So I wouldn't want to play them in the playoffs. I don't think they're one of the elite teams in the NHL, but I definitely think they could win a series or two just because of how disciplined they play and honestly just how good they are protecting their own net.
We'll just focus on a get-right game tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go score a touchdown in San Jose.
Do that.
You know, Ethan, while I got you, and everybody should give him a follow at Ethan_Cadeaux, Cadeaux. You know, you do the caps year round, but in the fall, you're at Commanders all the time. You're at the games, you're at practice. What have you thought of their offseason here?
I love the Laramie Tunsil trade. I feel like left tackles like that, 5-time Pro Bowlers, just don't get moved. A little bit skeptical as to why the Texans would trade him. I assume it's just because they have to pay Stroud, Stingley, and those guys. Am I right there?
We hope.
I believe so, especially Stroud.
But I guess the biggest question mark when the numbers came out was Javon Kinlaw. I was a little skeptical at first. I mean, I listened to his press conference this morning, and I mean, the intro pressers are usually fire fans up. I was a little motivated. I think he's going to be a good fit. I like what they're doing. I would like to see another addition in the receiver room. I like the Debo trade, but still think they need one more guy. Don't really think it needs to be like a Cooper Kupp or that level type player, but just someone else. Like losing Olamide Zaccheaus, I don't think it's a huge deal, but he did produce a lot last year where I feel like they'll need either Luke McCaffrey to step up or bring in one more guy.
Well, you said Kupp, and I wanted JP to know that Dallas is trying to sign him from what a lot of sources are thinking, James.
I've heard Dallas. I've heard Denver, maybe. It sounds like he wants a lot of money, enough money that New England that has all of the money said thanks, but no thanks.
That's why I was kind of shying away from him here.
Yeah, I think I'm in on it as a bargain. Yeah. I'm not in on it as a pricey item.
Yeah, I mean, who wants to go to Dallas with Tank Lawrence and Micah Parsons spatting with each other online?
Yo, for real.
Hey, depending on how much money they give you.
EC, B Mitch has been kind of a one-man band on Keenan Allen. How would you feel about Keenan Allen coming to town?
I like it. I mean, I feel like they need a guy who could route you up. I mean, Debo's not going to do that. Terry's a decent route runner, but he does a little bit of everything. Keenan seems like a guy that can really be good in the intermediate. I would like that. Also, in a similar vein, good route runner. I wouldn't mind bringing in Stephon Diggs if it's a decent amount of money. I mean, coming off the ACL, that's always a little skeptical, but playing for your hometown team, I would take a flyer on that as much as I would on Keenan Allen.
What about you, B, with Diggs?
I mean, like I said, right price, I'll take a try.
I don't know. DC guys in DC, man. It's just, I don't know.
Played good at Maryland.
He did. He did. Played good at good counsel. Shout out to Dennis Kane. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, B. He definitely played good at Maryland. EC, appreciate your time, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me.
All right, take care, brother.
Ethan Cadeaux. You can give him a follow at Ethan Cadeaux. Ethan_Cadeaux. You know how I feel about underscores. They're stupid. CADEAUX.
I call a whole group of people stupid because they put an underscore.
When we come back, we're giving away tickets, and you got to hear the latest from Charles Barkley. Nobody go anywhere.
they wanna.
So, shout out to my man Jeff, keeping me updated on all things going on in the prison cell and the aquarium. Apparently,
probably 95%, 99.9% of the stuff he told you probably was a lie.
Well, Jeff told me that B Mitch was about to throw a golf club at him because Jeff threw a golf ball at B.
Well,
Is that accurate?
I hit him with a golf ball.
While he was sitting in the driver chair there?
I hit him with a golf ball. He threw it, missed, and then he was like happy because he missed. And I was going to just let him see that golf club hit through his forehead.
I was not happy. I was more so.
He was happy that he missed.
Where did he hit you with the golf ball?
In my foot, and I was aiming for his head.
And he missed. So my head not that big. See?
Your head's still pretty big. Jeff's just a terrible
your ears
thrower.
are big with that big old head. So what you talking about?
My ears are more proportional than your head largeness, I would argue.
Not true. Not
I don't know. Didn't you have to borrow Dave Butts' helmet?
No, fool. That was a joke you heard from somebody. Ain't factual.
Dave Butts had a size 11. You're like a 10.5.
Yeah, he keep the Dave Butts jokes.
I'm not making Butts jokes. I'm making B Mitch jokes.
Okay.
We're
gonna be in the same area real soon, so don't worry about it.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I am working from home. Shout out to Jimbo from Rude coming over to check things out at the house. B, we all saw the LeBron Stephen A. Smith thing last week or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And I just don't care enough to comment on it. I don't know how I feel really about any of it besides the fact that it feels pretty pro wrestling-ish to me. Like, if somebody told me the whole thing was a work, I wouldn't be shocked.
I don't think it was a work.
I don't think it was either, but like, I don't know. Please,
I don't really care. You know, it's like
that's where I'm at.
I was at a position with that. I had that same situation before. You talk all that trash with me before or after. I just say it like that.
I agree with you. But what I did enjoy, I find Charles Barkley to be hysterical, and I am fascinated by a year from now. So Inside the NBA is the best NBA television show, but it might just be
the best sports show.
It might just be one of the great television shows. It's just funny and interesting, and I love how they keep the production kind of light, and they're willing to laugh and have a good time.
Yeah.
I am fascinated next year when Barkley is on ESPN because he is just routinely taking down ESPN employees.
Uh-huh.
I think most of the time Chuck is correct. And this was they were trying to do highlights of like a Bucks game, and Barkley just started doing his thing. This is, I believe, from last night's Inside the NBA.
You got to be careful talking about LeBron. Why? I don't want him running up on me. Set up, LeBron. Get well. LeBron, get well soon. We love you, LeBron. I don't want you whipping my ass in the stadium. Ain't nothing worse than getting your ass beat in front of 20,000 people. Would you just stand there and take it? You got to. You might have to. You might have to. Giannis. In front of Larry David. Larry David, they can whoop your ass and curb your enthusiasm. He enthusiastically whooping your ass. Oh, my God. Nice finish there by David. You can't even write that. Larry David's there when he started yelling at Stephen A. You can't even make that up. Hey, he was trying to curb it.
Milwaukee Bucks win 26-106.
How good was that?
I love it.
I thought that was so funny.
But this is when I had the problem when the Lakers drafted his son. You can't draft your son and have different rules for him. If somebody is playing good or bad, people are going to comment about it. Just like if you're on the team and the guys go at your son, you can't get mad at that. Because that is what the sport is about. So if you don't want him to have to deal with stuff, then you shouldn't put him in that situation. Because we all know if it wasn't for LeBron, he wouldn't have got drafted.
Yep.
So I don't understand guys that, like, you know, you go try to act hard with somebody because they was talking about your son. They talk about you. Why wouldn't they talk about your son?
Yeah, when you made him an NBA player and then when he proved to not really be fit to be an NBA player is when you introduced the criticism.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
but a lot of times we want to put our kids in situations, but we also have to understand just because we have a desire to play with our son don't mean that the negativity won't follow.
Right. You don't. You kind of take down that barrier. If Bronny's just a kid at USC that doesn't play a lot, I imagine he would be, I don't know about off limits, but I just don't think it would drive much conversation.
Yeah.
But when you get him drafted to the Lakers, and
you got some crap coming with that.
And if you go back and look at kind of the things that LeBron has said about Bronny, I mean, he had that tweet like a year ago or whatever where he said, Bronny's going to cook these fools watching league pass or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Like, how's that going, man? I don't know. My wife, Lauren, weirdly likes LeBron. She's like, everybody's so hard on him. All he is a good husband, a good dad. He seems like a good guy. And I think that's fair. Like, of all the
7 women always come out with the good husband, good dad. You don't know everything.
Sure.
So
sure.
I'm just
That's
saying.
fair. But LeBron, by all accounts, like, there's never been a legal thing. Like, there's never a lot of people when they hit that level of fame, something else happens, right? Like, we've never seen that with LeBron. Maybe there's something there that I don't know about, but I don't know. With me and LeBron, he always is a little bit extra.
Yeah.
There's always just something annoying. And that's probably why I like Curry more. It's probably why I like Durant. I think at this point we could say is kind of a jerk, but like, he's himself, and I kind of like it. Like,
Yeah.
do you, man?
My thing is this, bro. There are a lot of people out here walking around every day that we think are they so nice, and they are straight criminals and doing some bad stuff behind the scenes. There are a lot of people we see make one mistake, and guess what? We judge them their whole life by one mistake, and that person may become that great guy, but we never give them a chance to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I do, man. I can't believe you said that about White Brian publicly, the criminal thing. I thought, I thought part of the program was we keep that quiet, and that's how we get the money from the feds. But whatever, man. We all got to do what we got to do. Caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to Dropkick Murphys and Bad Religion Summer of Discontent Tour. Tuesday, August 12th at Pier 6 in Baltimore with special guests, the Mainliners. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In the NFL, some news today, the Cowboys signing running back Miles Sanders, Vikings signed linebacker Eric Wilson, the Lions re-signed wide receiver Tim Patrick, the Chiefs re-signed quarterback Bailey Zappi, and Cooper Kupp's decision could be today. The Cowboys making a late push, but still not the likely landing spot, according to Adam Schefter. The Nationals with 2 games today, taking on the Braves, the big league club getting underway against Atlanta here in just a couple of minutes. Nats and Stros taking each other on in the spring breakout game coming up at 2 o'clock. Grant and Danny broadcasting live from the ballpark for that one. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Pistons 129-125 last night. They're back in action tomorrow, continuing their road trip as they take on the Denver Nuggets. College hoops, big games today. Number 11, Maryland, taking on number 24, Illinois, as they kick off their Big Ten tournament in the quarterfinals. 6:30 tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. The Grant and Danny Showdown in the A-10 tournament coming up in the quarterfinals. George Mason taking on George Washington at 5 o'clock at Capital One Arena. In hockey last night, the Kings beat the Capitals 3-0. Darcy Kemper with a shutout against his former team. The Caps taking on the Sharks tomorrow as they wrap up their California road trip. That'll be a 5 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. IT Cadres, trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B Mitch Finley 1067 the Fan. The cherry on top of your Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. The last hour of the program is when we open it up to you, the people. This is the people's program. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is a phone number. It's a little segment we like to call Ask B Mitch Anything. And it's a lot of fun. B Mitch, I can't get a little weird, but it's fun.
Yeah.
B's a legend, and he's got good advice. And
Sometimes.
Yeah, all that stuff. So the phone lines are now open, 800-636-1067. So, B, I'm going to start, okay? This is an interesting one, seriously. So I got asked to speak tomorrow. Obviously, I have 2 daughters, right? So I've never been to the father-son mass at my church. And there is tomorrow is the father-son mass. And after the mass, there's a brunch, and they asked me to speak at this brunch.
About what?
It's pretty open-ended. It's my buddy Danny Harbison that runs. He's the Fathers Club president. And it's just kind of your life, sports, faith, all of it.
All right.
And I'm curious what advice you might have for me.
Life, sports, faith. Which one that you are least keen on?
I don't know. I mean, it's basically all of it, how it all kind of
plays together.
Yeah, and well,
I mean, the whole thing about it, you know what you're talking about. You're talking about your life. You're talking about your faith. You're talking about you and your sports connection. Be confident in it. And in what I do every time I speak to people, I look around and I find one person that's agreeing with me, and I might look away, but I'm gonna come back to that person who's constantly shaking their head, because that makes you think the whole room is shaking their head. Don't get with the one person that's not paying attention to you, because you'll forget your whole speech.
You think I should write something down? I was kind of just gonna go.
Nah, I think what you do, write down words. Like what I do, I think about what I want to say, then I write key words, because we always think about what we want to say, and then we start thinking, and on your way there, you're gonna think of something else. So write about 5 to 7 words, because I know how you are. You just like me. You can talk 3 to 5 minutes about a word. So if you write 5 to 7 words, you get anywhere from 15 to 20 something, 30 minutes out of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
They got me. They got it slated for 30 minutes.
You can handle that. Say, I did a whole hour one time, and I thought I did 30 minutes.
I'll just start taking questions. All right,
when you run out of stuff, always open it up at the end with that.
Let's get to these questions. The phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. It is Ask B Mitch Anything. Luke is in D.C. What up, Luke?
Hey, boys. How are you?
Doing good, Luke.
We're good, man. How are you?
I am fantastic. I'm going to I'm very fortunate to go to Jalisco, Mexico next week to go toward the tequila fields. I know Brian knows his bourbon very well. I was just wondering if he had any recommendations as far as tequila goes, as I'm not a big tequila guy in general.
Oh, man. Nah, I do. I hear everybody drinking Casamigos. Everybody drinks, what's the other one? Clase Azul, 1800.
1942.
So all those are supposedly good ones. Try it out.
Honestly,
tequila make me end up doing crazy stuff, so I just stay away from it.
Well, you want to come, Brian? That sounds like a good time.
If I may, Jeff actually knows his tequila. Jeff, do you have any questions? Do you have any answers for my guy on a tequila tour?
I don't have. Look, as long as it's tequila,
he'll drink it.
And reposado, I'll drink it. I'm just open to trying new things. So just be open.
I tell you what, I want you to call back because I'm curious.
Yeah, call back and let us know how it goes.
Because I've heard Guadalajara is beautiful, but I'll be honest, Puerto Vallarta, I've heard that's a really pretty part of the world, kind of way further south in Mexico than a lot of Americans go, I would say. And I'd be fascinated to find out what that trip's like.
Yeah, and if I could bring back a bottle, I'll share with you guys.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Even better. You're invited. I got one via thanks, dude. One via Twitter is my Ask B Mitch Anything question is, which is more likely, Aaron Rodgers becoming a good teammate or me collecting my beer from JP after all these years?
Aaron Rodgers becoming a great teammate.
What a hater.
Dog, listen to me, dog. You try to find an excuse out of that every time. And if anybody was to ever just get a little conniving, they get a lawyer to write up some stuff, and you have to pay.
No, I wouldn't. Pay what? I owe you a beer? You know how much a beer costs? $7? You know how much a lawyer costs?
Dang. You say it every day. You don't say
it's
it
never
one day.
Plural. It's never plural.
No, you say I owe you a beer. So if I listen,
you're convinced that
if I listen for 50 weeks and you do that every 5 days a week, you have told me you owe me 250 beers.
It doesn't get plural. It's a beer.
No.
I owe you a beer.
No. You say every day. So if you say today I owe you a beer, tomorrow I owe you a beer, that means you owe me 2 beers now. See,
so how about
think
this?
about you. You don't know.
This is a good summer segment. I would go to my boy Yuri, but I'm open to whatever lawyer you want.
You go to Yuri and you tell Yuri if you say something every day.
We'll get him on the air. We will hash this out live.
Do you ever say I owe you the beer from yesterday? No.
Have you ever been into a restaurant where they have the sign behind the bar that says free beer tomorrow? You think lawyers are storming the gates?
Free beer tomorrow. And then when you come tomorrow, they don't have free beer tomorrow again on there. They take down the damn sign. You say it every day.
They have the sign up every day.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
All right. Dwayne is in Silver Spring. Dwayne, ask Brian something.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, I'm sorry y'all guys already answered this before, but B Mitch, going practice between the posse, who got the best of Darryl Green in practice?
Ricky Sanders.
Okay.
That's what I hear from Gary and Art, but I wasn't here when they were all, well, I was here when they were playing together. What I'm talking about. But Ricky was the faster. And if you stumble at all with Ricky, he was gone.
We had Darryl. Who did Darryl say? Darryl would say that Doug gave him a lot of trouble.
No,
because
Doug, no, that was Gary had said Doug threw the ball to the other person all the time.
No, maybe Doug told me that he liked to test Darryl and that Darryl would yell at him sometimes.
Yeah, but he got to throw it to a receiver.
Right.
Yeah.
What a world, man. We'll keep it going. Yeah. Dump Truck Don wants to talk fragrances.
Don?
Yeah, man.
What up, brother?
What's up, bro? I know you hip on all the new fragrances and all that stuff. Cause I remember you talking about a couple years ago. You were talking about Jimmy Choo Man Ice. I'll never forget that. That's already there.
All right.
What are you up on now?
I still do the Man Ice. I do the Man as well with Jimmy Choo. What's the damn Tom Ford? I love those. They're expensive as hell though. So you gotta get that.
How much is a bottle of that stuff?
Depending on which one you get, some of them can get up there $300-$400. But you gotta get that as a gift.
Dude.
Yeah, Creeds are like 300.
Creed, I love, but not all of them are 300. It's one that kind of looks like look like a beer. It's kind of color of a beer, but it smells real good.
Creed Adventures, yeah.
Yep.
You got any Parfums de Molly?
Nah.
Just straight up
stuff.
Dude perfume talk. Thank you, Dump Truck Don.
It's called cologne, dog, for men.
Jeff, do you wear any sort? The only time I smell Jeff
wears oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hold on.
When he's trying to cover up some other smells.
JP, you always trying to throw me under the bus. You need to get your fragrance game up because I have fragrances and
I have zero
oils,
fragrances.
I have
wear
oils,
deodorant.
But now I have been making my transition to the actual colognes because the oils start to mess up your clothes after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I could have told you that at the beginning.
Yeah, I started.
Some of those oils are a tough smell, Jeff. Trust me.
JP, you think anything that smells like good is nasty?
Brian usually smells nice. I'm just not a smell type dude. I don't like smells. Like if I get in my car and somebody if I get in an Uber and they have like an air freshener, I hate that. Now, some of the way the Uber drivers smell, I hate that also.
So
but I don't like those like false
you
smells.
hate that?
No, I like Lauren's perfume. But that's a very different connotation than getting in an Uber.
I'm just saying, but like a smell is a smell. You say you don't like air fresheners, you don't like colognes. You know, weird.
Correct.
So what you fragrance up with? Shampoo?
No, he just put on deodorant.
Let your soap smell for you.
He just put on deodorant.
I just wear deodorant. Old Spice, baby.
That kicks you in the door right there.
Let's go to Smitty and Laurel. What up, Smitty?
Hall of Famer, JP. What's going on, fellas?
What's happening with you, bro?
We're good, bud.
All right, JP, you might have to help B Mitch out on this one because, you know, your sources might be a little bit closer to the story. Word on the street is we almost had Devontae Adams signed. We was going to announce it Tuesday night, but John Leahy couldn't find him a house with a Taco Bell in the basement. Can you verify that, man?
I think that's a lie, because John can find anything you want to find. You want to get.
Great answer, B. Yeah, what B said is the same as I've heard. That's a good bit right there. I appreciate that, Smitty. All right, let's go to Alex in Herndon. Alex, what up, man? Ask B Mitch anything.
What up, Alex?
Alex, you there?
Man?
Alex, you gone,
to
man.
The next person.
So B, I got Auburn Ole Miss on, and is White Brian sweating? Because this is kind of ugly and low scoring.
The last 15 minutes,
dude. It's 6-6, 5 minutes into the game.
But you know,
Auburn's usually dropped 20 by now.
He's different, dog. You know.
How you feeling, White Brian? This is pretty ugly, low-scoring basketball.
I will tell you what I've told everybody else panicking about Auburn. Relax.
RELAX.
You put Aaron Rodgers on us, huh?
I'd also like to be clear. I'm not panicking. I don't really care. I think I was just curious for you. What was the spread in this joint?
They're favored by 12.5.
Oh, y'all
Did
better
you take
it.
it?
Better get it up.
No.
No, and he would have put 20 cents on it. Wouldn't make a difference.
What's your Auburn website that you write?
Auburn Wire.
Auburn Wire. What was your Auburn Wire preview on this game?
I don't do the previews. I just do the recaps.
How you gonna do the recap when you got a hour of radio show in the middle of the game?
I got the notes app on my phone, taking notes, and then I'll just write it when I get home.
Well, write this down. They're losing 8-6, 6 minutes into the game, and this is terrible basketball. I'm about to put golf back on.
Yeah, this is bad.
Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. I'm going back to golf.
Yes.
Let's go back to the phones while we're at it. 800-636-1067. Phone lines are open for Ask B Mitch Anything. Vinny is in Seat Pleasant. What up, Vince?
Vinny?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today, man?
Doing good, bro.
All right, look, B Mitch, there's something in the NFL called rookie hazing. I'm pretty sure you had a piece of that. So if you guys at 1067 The Fan formed a football team, and by my man, White Brian coming in late, being the rookie, how would you rookie haze my man White Brian?
We're gonna have him walk what do you call it, Pikachu? With the little dog.
The one you have?
The little pretty dog. No, not one of my daughters have. Not Nico. What's the other little
You
dog?
got a little pretty dog living in your home.
Pomeranian?
Pomeranian. We're gonna have him walk a Pomeranian.
He is a dog
with a little pink skirt on, and he gonna have Dog Mom on the cup, and he gonna have a song singing, and he gonna just walk down the street, gonna have his hair pulled back into a bun.
That is so specific.
White Brian. What's your favorite song to sing?
My favorite song to sing?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't start making noises again, dude.
I got to think about that one.
All right, we'll find that out when we return on the riveting edition of Ask White Brian Anything. B, I'm a little disturbed how very specific your plan to haze White Brian is, but now I kind of want to see him walking a dog.
Before, I've hazed before, so I know how to just do it. It really is just a rite of passage. It's not really trying to harm them. Like people have people riding motorcycles blindfolded, that type of stupid stuff. You could kill somebody. That's not gonna kill him. That's just gonna make him feel okay. He'll be all right.
Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. Keep the phone lines going. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. If you want to ask Brian Mitchell anything, now's your chance.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when the underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can be even better. Because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. And if Auburn don't watch themselves today, that underdog is going to get them. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1067 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, some signings today. The Vikings signed linebacker Eric Wilson. The Lions re-signed wide receiver Tim Patrick, and the Chiefs re-signed quarterback Bailey Zappi. Also, Cooper Kupp could make his decision on where he's going today. The Cowboys making a late push, but still not the likely landing spot, according to Adam Schefter. 2 games for the Nats today. The big league club taking on the Braves. Scoreless in the bottom of the second. James Wood with a double in his first at-bat of the day. The Nationals taking on the Astros in the spring breakout game featuring both teams' prospects. That'll come up at 2:05 today. Grant and Danny broadcasting live from the ballpark for that one. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Pistons last night 129-125. Their next game is tomorrow on the road still as they take on the Denver Nuggets. College hoops, number 11 Maryland gets their Big Ten tournament underway in the quarterfinals, taking on number 24 Illinois, 6:30 tip-off on the Team 980, and George Mason taking on George Washington in the A-10 tournament at Capital One Arena, 5 p.m. tip-off for that one. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Kings last night 3-0. They'll wrap up their California road trip tomorrow night as they take on the Sharks at 5 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Shout out to my dude Bazad over at Capitol Grill and Chevy Chase. Love that spot. All right, B, it's Ask B Mitch Anything.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of folks got a lot of questions. 800-636-1067. I'm actually really curious on this.
Right.
Toby is in Fort Washington on line 4. Toby, ask B something.
Uh-oh.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, brother?
Going on? B Mitch, question. What was the last video game console that you purchased?
I never purchased one.
Shooting marbles.
Oh.
I never been a video. I was never a video game player because I tell people I wasn't playing games. I was out really doing the real game.
Right.
Yeah,
I got you. But not
you love saying that, but like Mario wasn't a real. You weren't jumping through pipes and trying to rescue the princess.
Played Mario and all. I was out there playing football, basketball, running track, and chasing skirts.
Not even a sports game like Madden?
No, Madden. When Madden came around, I was already playing ball. So even when I was young, I didn't do Atari, none of that stuff. But I think y'all wanted me to say Atari because y'all could laugh at me, right?
I played Atari when I was really little.
I didn't play Atari.
What about in when you were in college? Were there not really video games, or were like some of your roommates, I know you had your own apartment or whatever, but like some of your boys,
all my dudes played games, but I like Yola and Chris. They were like over 30. I mean, I was broke. I'm gonna sit around in my room and watch video game with all these dudes. I went and hung out. I was eating lobster and shrimp and everything else.
Lord knows you.
I'm just saying.
What if were all the boys just sitting around drinking mimosas, watching wrestling?
No, nobody. But I did drink mimosas with the ladies.
Hey, nothing wrong with a good mimosa.
Yeah.
Let's go to Big
the
B.
ladies.
Let's go to Big B in DC. Big B, what up?
What's going on, fellas?
What up, B?
Okay, so Big B, I heard a rumor that back in the day, or maybe even still now, you were a lover and appreciator of fast cars.
Yeah.
And you owned a few.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, being that the statute of limitations have probably run out, what is the fastest you've ever driven any of your cars, and what car was it?
On the road, 198 miles per hour, and it was a Bentley GT Coupe.
Wow, got me beat.
Yeah, but I did over 200 in the NASCAR going around Charlotte.
My man.
Yeah.
That's fast, dog. There you go. Thanks for calling, man.
I was in the closed area.
Yeah.
When I was in the NASCAR. I will not say where I was when I did the other one. Maya's at home 66. And she might be listening. Nope. JP, stop asking questions, man. See, JP trying to always get us in trouble, Jeff. We're going to start putting this stuff out there.
Hold on. You just encouraged our listeners to hire a lawyer to sue me about beer. You're saying I'm trying to get people in trouble?
I'm telling you to stop saying it. You made it this far. Thank you.
You made it this far. B Mitch owes you a beer.
No, don't say
Kenny. Kenny is in DC. Kenny, what up, man?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing, Kenny?
I just got a question for B Mitch. What's the plan for training camp? Are we all going to be squeezing in Ashburn again, or they have something else up their sleeve?
I still think they're in Ashburn. I haven't heard anything about it going anywhere else. I really feel it should go somewhere else, and I think Dan even.
Let's go back to Richmond, man.
Didn't Dan even say like that, Jay, when we were talking about it that day? I just think you got to get away for that sometimes.
Yeah, everybody has talked about wanting to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Let's do that's a great question, dude, because I meant to kind of follow up on this. If you remember last year, I predicted the practices with the Jets and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at. We know they play the NFC East, so they're not going to practice with them. They also play the AFC West and they play the NFC North. So a team that would make a lot of sense. Generally, you like to do it where the travel isn't that crazy. NFC South and AFC East teams, or AFC North teams for that matter, would make a lot of sense. Then
South
you got to
Atlanta.
think. Well, they play Atlanta, so that's the one NFC South team they play. So it won't be Atlanta, but it could be Carolina. New
Orleans.
It could. Yeah, that's. I wonder. Do we know if anybody's doing training camp? What's the resort in West Virginia?
Winter something?
I think there's a bunch. There's like Wintergreen, Homestead, but the one in Virginia is like even fancier.
I like Homestead.
West
right?
Virginia. West Virginia, I'm thinking of. Regardless, if you think about, so there's like two steps to it. You got to wonder who they don't play that they could have preseason games against, and then who do the coaching staff have in common, right? So let's look at the AFC East, for example. Greenbrier is what we're thinking of, yeah. Who coaches in the AFC East? The Bills is McDermott. The Dolphins is McDaniel. DQ and McDaniel are tight. They practiced down there last year.
Yeah.
The Jets just hired Aaron Glenn.
Any kind of connect with those two?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure Vrabel and DQ know each other, but Vrabel was always in New England. In the AFC North, you got Stefanski. I mean, Tomlin. I mean, there's one.
That could bring back what it used to be. It used to be still, Washington all the time.
Tomlin and DQ are tight and have been for, I don't know, since they were both in college. You're probably talking 30 years of friendship. I know the Steelers go to that little town in Pennsylvania. That sounds right up DQ's alley, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of the West Virginia joint you just said?
Greenbrier. Latrobe, Pennsylvania. That is where Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer is from.
That is where Arnold Palmer is from.
That's where the Steelers normally practice at.
Here's something interesting, Brian.
Yeah.
The Greenbrier is a luxury resort in West Virginia that's hosted training camps for multiple NFL teams.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns specifically used the Greenbrier for training camp in 23 and 24, but will not be returning in 25. So, seems like the Greenbrier might be open.
For who? Oh, for
any inquiring team, it appears the Greenbrier might be open.
But I just feel look. It makes a world. Like you watch when those guys went on the road to Miami and also Arizona, how things changed a little bit for them. And I know fans want to see training camp, but I'm just saying, I'm not necessarily worried about you just seeing training camp. I'm worried about how the team comes together and begin to get that glue.
Would you rather see training camp or see another divisional playoff game? Because I know which one I'd prefer.
That.
Let's keep these phone lines going. Carlos is on line one. What up, Los?
Hey, man, it's a Caps game with my girlfriend, man.
Oh, my God, Los at Severna Park. Good to see you, too, man. Thanks for saying what's up.
Oh, yeah. Hey, actually, I got a question for both of you. So, I know you guys usually have events coming up around this time of year. Like, I remember one time you guys had the draft party at MGM. what are the possibilities of you guys doing that again? You know, because that was a good.
Bro, we're going to MGM next week.
Next week for the beginning,
Thursday and Friday.
First 2 rounds of the NCAA.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna be. I think we're gonna be in Tapped. We'll be there Thursday and Friday. MGM National Harbor. We'll be there for the whole show. We'll be hanging out.
Yep.
Doing
I'm
our
going
thing.
to the hockey game, and I'll be back. Check me out later on.
Yeah, you got quite a night. I talked to Bees yesterday.
Yeah.
I might come to the hockey game. I actually got to text Bees. Yeah, but Los, come check us out next week, dude. What'd you say, Jeff?
Drinks on Los.
Drinks on Los. Let's do it. Tyler is in Fredericksburg. Tyler, ask B Mitch something.
What up, Tyler?
Hey, fellas.
How you doing,
So
man?
I got a question for you both. So with the draft, coming in here soon, what free agents still available would you like to see the team pick up before we kick off that draft?
We both want the same guy. Don't we, Jay?
Who?
Keenan. Trey's still out there, right?
Oh, yeah. I thought he meant straight free agency, but yes.
Man,
Hendrickson.
Anytime you ask somebody, I don't care how you do it, it's free agency to me.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, Hendrickson's by far the top of the list.
I wouldn't mind seeing Hendrickson too, but Cincinnati's got to get a grip. And the chances of them getting a grip, it ain't going to happen. It's probably going to be too late.
They're going to ask for a grip until they realize they can't sign that dude that's catching all them touchdowns, and he's going to get highly pissed off, and then they'll figure something out.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts there. I still like Azeez Ojulari, too. That's a name I've been saying. I think there's not a lot of young guys with maybe some upside available in free agency. Ojulari's one of them. I'd be interested in that.
I personally would like to see us address receiver and defensive end just one more time. I'd like to see more and Zadarius Smith. I'd be thrilled for those two guys. And then other than that, let's kick off the draft and let's bring some more people in.
All right, brother.
They will bring more people in. I promise you that, man. Thank you. I should open it up if the boys in the aquarium before we run out of time here. I don't know if Jeff or White Brian has just
Brian
been
is
on
not paying attention. He's just looking at the game all day.
All right,
I don't look happy. You still don't look very happy though.
All right, I'm pulling the game up now, B. Let's see how much Auburn has scored. Last I looked, it was 6-6. In another 10 minutes of action, it's now 18-16. If you have the under in this game, you're looking very good, I imagine. Jeff, Chris, White Brian, anybody got a question for B? I didn't mean to plow through you earlier.
I actually do.
Okay.
Hey, don't it feel good for once to see other people's defensive linemen fighting on the internet?
Yeah.
And not out. Not out.
They're still fighting on anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah. That was it.
Well done.
Way to go,
well
Jeffrey.
done, Jeff. Chris or White Brian?
I got one. Let's see.
Fire away, buddy.
But what B Mitch, what is your favorite hard rock or metal song of all time?
Oh Lord, hard rock or metal? I don't know if it's considered hard rock. What was it? Come on, feel the noise. Girls rock the boys.
Yeah, that'll work. Quiet Riot.
Quiet
That'll work.
Riot back in the day. Yeah.
Quiet Riot. That'll
Yeah,
work.
like my
All right.
I was in 9th grade then.
Cool. All
Yeah.
right.
Yo, Chris, what is your favorite?
What's your
slow
favorite
jam?
ballad? R&B.
Yeah.
A favorite R&B?
Like a ballad, like
You mean like a slow, love song kind of thing?
Yeah.
I mean,
What you put on when you and the missus go chill out?
well, so
And sing the lyrics.
I know in hell you don't put on no damn hard rock.
Yo,
You're about to
she's
chill
a big
out.
Rush fan. She's a huge Rush fan. So
Hold on. If you're trying to poach some eggs, Chris, you put
a
heavy
hard
metal rock on.
not usually like heavy metal rock, but you know what you got to get is some of them like goth rocky band kind of stuff, man. The chicks dig,
The
that kind of
chicks you don't
stuff.
talk about what your wife did.
They
Hey,
do?
not the chicks.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't know. She's like a huge Rush fan, which is generally like the entire fan base
all I
is
know
men,
is
so it's really
he's
weird.
moonwalking like hell right now. Isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He just keeps talking about Rush.
He's backing away from it.
We're not talking about your sexual prowess,
Use a-
Rush.
No,
We're
no.
talking about music.
Use some Luther.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, probably more bluesy stuff actually for me. I like bluesy stuff. I love. You know what I love too is Miles Davis actually. That kind of stuff, man. Miles is cool. Like,
Get you some old Marvin Cease. Go way back.
all right.
Yeah.
Hey, White Brian, what
He'll
kind of
lick you
love-making
up.
music do you put on?
He'll lick you down. You gotta sing to him.
And poaching some eggs is crazy. I didn't want to get too far off of that one. That is crazy terminology.
White Brian, when you're trying to poach some eggs, what kind of music you putting on?
No comment.
Brian singing in her ear.
He just gets his dog mom cup out and starts walking around in the mini skirt
he
gave
leans
him.
over and go, ooh.
Oh, how the hell do I make this transition? Well, guess what? It's college basketball time. Conference tournaments are going on all over the country. Somebody's going to be cutting down the nets this March. Maybe it's White Brian's Auburn Tigers. Who knows? I think my Terps are going to give it a little bit of a run. Sparty looks good. Dookies look good. They might have a serious injury question. No matter what it is you're looking for when it comes to March Madness, you can get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Take the unders, folks. I'm telling you. I like the UCLA Bruins getting 1.5 against Wisconsin a little later this afternoon from Indianapolis. I also like the Texas Longhorns getting 9.5 against Tennessee. Tennessee's just not a high scoring offense, so I'd rather have the 9.5 there. Whatever it is you're looking for, you want to bet some money lines, you're looking for some big upsets that you think you can get rich on, you just want to take the points, you're looking at the futures, who's going to the Final Four out of what bracket, whatever it is you're looking for, ESPN Bet has got you covered. Bet $20 on the team you think wins it all, and if they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. $2 million. Plus, you'll receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Check it out. You got to make sure you're looking at all of your Virginia laws and regulations. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Long for love. Maybe. JP,
going through
we have some
withdrawal.
strange conversations in that fishbowl over there.
What's going on over there now?
We cannot bring those up on air. We'll talk to you when you come back in studio, and you have to put your hand on the Bible and promise not to bring it to the air ever.
Okay.
Or we can't tell you.
Bro, I can only.
All right, we're not telling them this.
Yeah, we can't tell.
Yo, I won't say anything, but that's fine. Don't tell me. I'm good with it.
He gonna ask on Monday.
Oh yeah, what y'all talking about?
I mean, I know how crazy you all are. There's nothing that surprises
Now,
me
this
anymore.
is we were just talking about one thing, and this one came out the blue. So, yeah,
I believe it. It's been a hell of a show today. I feel like it's been a lot of fun.
It's been fun, man.
We learned some stuff. We grew as people. Hopefully everybody in the chat enjoyed themselves.
Yeah.
Nobody was fighting. No
Yeah.
fighting in here. Auburn is starting to open this thing up. They almost have 25 points in 17
Brian
minutes of
said
play.
he told you to relax, man.
I'm not worried about Auburn not winning. I'm just saying it's boring to watch. The golf it has more action than the basketball. That's not how it's supposed to go, P.
I'm with that. I agree.
But we all make bets every day.
27-18.
Then we gotta settle up for the week. Let's go. Heard it here first.
Holla.
White Brian.
Both
the whitest of all the Bryans.
Both Bryans won last night, and everyone else lost.
B's
so B had to take the week, right?
B's happening, baby.
Yep. B Mitch went 4-1. I went 3-1.
What I
JP,
do,
you were
dogs.
2-2.
What I do.
Damn. Congrats. Well done.
That's what I do.
White
Jeff.
Brian, anything you like over the weekend?
I like Houston minus 6.5 tonight.
How much you put on it? 20 cents?
20 cents.
Yeah.
The 20 cent bit, I can't get past. Like that is just
That's like
that
a
is
waste of time. Seriously.
Yeah.
What you gonna do? As soon as you get your winners, you run it straight to a bubblegum machine? I mean, what are you going to buy with that?
Do you even bother to cash out with a 20-cent bet?
No. I just keep it in there and then just always have.
You got to go buy his dog some little scarves.
You mean his parents' dog?
Yeah, his parents' dog. I forgot.
White Brian is a wild dude. All right. What does everybody think happens with the Terps in the Big Ten tournament?
You gonna get a second weekend like you? Oh, you want a second weekend in the tournament?
I want the real tournament. I'm talking about the Big Ten tournament.
What's gonna happen in the Big
They play
Ten?
Illinois tonight. If they win that, they would play the winner of Michigan and Purdue. And then I guess if they
I
get
think y'all
through
win
that,
those two. Y'all win those two over the weekend.
Terps win the tournament.
you think they win it all?
Yes.
Yo, so this is a real question. Now, B. Mitch paid a lot of money to the University of Maryland.
Yep.
I went there. Jeff is roots for him. I don't know what the hell White Brian does outside of Auburn. Our guy Ermann that was on the show earlier from Inside Maryland Sports tweeted this out. You can guarantee one thing, a Big Ten tournament championship for Maryland or a Sweet 16 for Maryland. What would you prefer?
Boy, I take that Big Ten tournament. Sweet 16.
You
You're
would?
not bringing home nothing in the Sweet 16.
What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, I'll take the tournament too. You're champion
So-
somewhere. Because just because you make it to the Sweet 16 don't mean you're gonna make it to the championship.
All right. Now, I may be wrong on this, but for me, it's Sweet 16. And here's why. I think college hoops now is all about money. Maybe it always has been, but it certainly is all about money, right? And the best thing to get money is visibility and be appearing to be elite, right? And I think if you win the Big Ten championship this weekend, there's so much going on this weekend that some of that stuff doesn't really get like national conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because there's the Big Ten, the Big 12, the Big East, ACC, SEC, like all that's what they're talking about. And then Sunday night, when these tournaments are over, all anybody's talking about is the bracket and the NCAA tournament to come.
All right.
And so my theory is if you get a Sweet 16, that second week, going into the second weekend of the tournament, the entire country is talking college hoops, and there's only 16 teams to talk about.
Yeah.
So
but my question is, do you get the same amount of money that everybody else in the tournament get in your division get from that appearance?
I have no idea, and I'm not worried. That's not the money I'm looking for. I want the money from the boosters and the rich people that hear everybody talking about the Terps for a whole extra week.
In other words, you talk about yourself.
Yeah, right. I'm talking about the B Mitches of the world. Thank you to
the money I'm going to give them.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Dan Steinberg for joining us. Thank you to Ethan Cadeaux for joining us. Thank you to Jeff Ermann for joining us. Really enjoyed today's program. Solemn note, but to all the Feinstein fans and his family and his brother and his children, we love you. I hope you're okay in this time. Enjoy the weekend, folks. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. B Mitch owes you a beer.
What?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Cowboys are signing running back Miles Sanders. The Chiefs are re-signing running back Kareem Hunt. The Vikings signing linebacker Eric Wilson. The Lions re-signed their wide receiver Tim Patrick. And the Chiefs will be re-signing their quarterback Bailey Zappi. Cooper Kupp could make his decision on where he's going today. The Cowboys making a late push for him. Still not the likely landing spot, according to Adam Schefter. 2 games for the Nationals today. The big league club taking on the Atlanta Braves right now. 2-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning in that one. The Nats taking on the Astros in the spring breakout game featuring both clubs' top prospects. That one getting underway just in a couple of minutes. Grant and Danny broadcasting live from the ballpark for that one. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Pistons last night 129-125. The Wizards will stay on the road, and they'll take on the Denver Nuggets in Denver tomorrow night. College hoops, number 11 Maryland beginning their Big Ten tournament action as they take on number 24 Illinois in the quarterfinals at 6:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And the Grant and Danny Showdown, George Mason taking on George Washington in the quarterfinals of the A-10 tournament today at Capital One Arena. That'll tip off at 5 o'clock. In hockey last night, the Capitals were shut out by their former goalie Darcy Kemper. The Kings get the win 3-0. The Caps will wrap up their California road trip, looking to have a winning road trip, 1-1 so far with a 7-4 win over the Ducks on Tuesday, 3-0 loss to the Kings last night. They'll wrap it up tomorrow in San Jose against the Sharks at 5 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is gorgeous in West Palm Beach, Florida. We are at the press level, just behind home plate, in the immaculate Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches, getting ready to watch baseball in front of us while we do a radio program for you guys on your flagship home for the Nationals. A lot of NFL news. We'll get to all of the goings-on with the Commanders. But, man, is it nice out here. And guess who joined the party? Ladies and gentlemen, fresh off of a multi-day respite coming back from some type of weird bug that had him down for the count, Danny Rouillet has made it to Florida.
By God, that's Who Has music. What's up, brother? Yeah, everything was delayed a little bit. It's a whole mess. No one cares about the particulars. I got a bunch of well wishes from folks who said, we dealt with it in our house. It happened to us, too. It stinks. It's awful. I had a lesser version of what one of my kids has. My other kid has a totally different thing, which is just insane to me. You think, like, hey, we're all in the same house. One person gets the puke flu. We're all going to get it. Fine, we wear it. But my oldest son has kind of a rogue agent. We found out it's flu B. I don't know what's A, what's B. I just know that he can't go to school and everything sucks. And I left my wife and I said, good luck to you. Take care. I feel much better. I'm going to Florida with the pals.
In the end, just 24-hour delay.
Yeah.
I think we would take that overall.
I think so.
There was a moment we weren't sure you would be.
It was touch and go.
So for Grant and Danny today, the host will be Grant and Danny. You are back in the saddle. We're
Yes,
excited
sir.
about that. But I'm jacked up to be at the ballpark. This is my kind of day. The Nationals are getting ready to take part in what Major League Baseball is doing for the second year in a row in spring training. It's called the Spring Breakout. And they highlight the best prospects and all of the top minor leaguers from all the organizations, having them out on the field playing these games. And the Nationals, as many of you know, have beefed up their system pretty well. So while their major league team is playing elsewhere in the state today, right here at their home ballpark, where we're sitting on a beautiful 70-plus degree day that you could put on a postcard, many of the team's top prospects are going to be playing in front of us, including third baseman Brady House, who will be in the major leagues this year, who's in the lineup for a game starting in moments, batting second. Also, their first-round pick in the top 10 last year, Seaver King, out of Wake Forest, is going to be taking part in the festivities today as well. First time I'll be able to see him play in person, not in Fredericksburg, so that'll be cool. So if something in front of us catches our eye or we
We'll let
find
you know about it.
intriguing enough to bring to you, we will absolutely discuss it here on Grant and Danny. What I do find funny, though, is it's very possible, because if I'm being honest, there aren't that many people sitting in the stands.
Mm-hmm.
We're only about 30 feet from home plate.
Yeah.
There's a really good chance that as right now Dalen Lyle, one of the Nats' top prospects, their left fielder, stands in to peer out from home plate to the mound, he can hear us breaking down like whether Cooper Kupp signs with the Cowboys.
Yeah, like I think a couple fans turned their heads a few times, like, who's speaking and why? What are they doing? And why do they insist on talking the entire time? Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic here, man. But it's what it's like. You've been to the Trop right down there in Tampa, which should not be a place where baseball is played, but ones that people go every year. You can have conversations with guys down the left field line if you're, in deep right field. You could just say, how's it going? And the sound will get to them. There's nothing that stops any of the words from going through. So people are going to hear us. It might be a little bit awkward. It's not quite full library, but it is a little strange.
But we have a choice.
Yeah.
We close the windows.
Not doing that.
Or we enjoy baseball with the breeze coming in, and potentially Dalen Lyle, who just lined out to get this game started behind second base, and the rest of his teammates will hear us discussing them and other non-Nationals related things for 4.5 hours. Toby, will you do me a favor? I'm going to bring in Topper time for a second.
Sure, what you got?
I have an assignment. I want you to go down in the stands below us, and I want to know, text me, how clearly can you hear the radio show? And then go right up on the screen behind home plate, same question.
Okay.
Because as Nats slugger Brady House, future Nationals third baseman, stands in right now, I just want to know, how awkward is this?
Yeah.
Is closing the windows a necessity basically for the lads?
Like, he just called time. Is that on us? Like, I don't know. I actually don't.
The umpire is looking back. Is it because he's trying to get the count squared away, or is he wondering, why are these two dolts talking?
Now, we're doing shtick. It was a pitch clock violation, but still the timing couldn't have been worse.
So, Toby, head on down and get some intel.
It feels a little Matt Williams bothering you guys, kind of a situation.
Before we get into the news of the day in the National Football League, with Danny being here, I wanted to celebrate that.
Yes.
And I will regale you guys with the latest from our trip here in West Palm Beach. So today was our first morning. Today was the first time we were going to leave our Airbnb and drive to the facility to do a bunch of interviews with Nationals players in the clubhouse. And I say we were going to because it didn't actually happen.
Oh, dear.
The keys got locked in the rental car. We do not have spare keys for said rental car. There was a AAA call made by Enterprise. $55 exchanged hands at some point.
Oof.
And we now have our keys and we now have our rental car.
I've driven the rental car. It's perfectly nice.
It's very lovely.
Yeah, it works.
So my question to you is, I am perfectly fine. I'm not above wearing this. If, in fact, this is something that I screwed up, I want you to know this. I am not sure that I did, and I want a ruling from you. I don't think I did anything wrong. So we have a rental car.
Yeah.
It's an SUV.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the driver of said car.
Yep.
It's in my name. I'm the one that's got to keep the key.
Yep.
Everybody's fine.
Mm-hmm.
We leave the house today. The car was locked overnight. I hit unlock, and it unlocks the trunk. I opened the trunk. Didn't have to put a key in to do it. Just hit the unlock button, correct? My key is in my bag because I think whenever you have your bag, which is going to be all the time, and the key's in it, the car will be unlocked because it's a fob. This is not one of those where you have to actually use an old-fashioned key and turn it. It's just the fob's in the car. It automatically starts with a button. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
If the fob's not in the car, it doesn't start. A lot of people have these cars, including me. What happens is whenever your fob is in the vehicle,
it's going. It's good. We're supposed to be fine.
Cannot lock.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those keys can't be locked in there. So we closed the trunk. Somehow the trunk is now locked, and all the other doors didn't unlock. So if the black and white of this is who's responsible for the vehicle and the key, the answer is me.
Yep.
And are we locked out? The answer is also yes. Based on those facts, you could say, Grant, you're an idiot. How do you do that? You're a grown-up. Did I do anything wrong?
Wrong isn't because I would have expected it to work. But I also
is there
don't.
A car in America, Danny, that the fob is in it and it should lock?
If it's a little bit older, if it's not sensed close to the ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen, you know what I mean? If it's in the way back, maybe it gets weird. I don't know. To me, the big mistake is, with all due respect to my guy Grant, you are great at a lot of things. Where are your keys? Where is your wallet? Where's your phone charger? That's not your strong suit.
I didn't lose them.
I'm not saying you did.
It seems like you're alleging that I lose things. Which is true.
If you want someone to organize things, your first call is at 1-800-RANDY-DOYE. Okay? If you want someone to do whatever it is that I do, by all means, give me a shout. Happy to help you. This is not what you do well. you don't maintain integrity and control of the key, of the wallet, of the fob, of the thing. I left this behind. You've purchased, since I've known you, 54 different phone chargers.
That's true.
So let's leave the keys in this guy's pocket. I'm pointing at myself. I got them. They're not going in anybody's bag, going to the pocket. I got it.
Look, I don't keep things in my pocket. When I sit down, everything comes out. Right now, as we sit here, I've got my wallet.
It's out
on the table. I've got my phone out on the table.
Mm-hmm.
My keys are no longer with me because I gave them to someone else for right now. But that's another story. I'm not saying you're saying anything wrong.
I'll show everybody on YouTube where the keys are.
Yeah. Oh, they're in your pocket.
Yeah. Key play. Virginia Tech. Go Hokies.
And I'm happy for you that you have the key. That key, when it's in the vehicle, should prevent it from locking.
I agree with you that it should.
And if it doesn't, that's not my problem. Now, what
That's
became
what I was
my
gonna
issue,
say. It ended up being an issue for
we
you.
needed to Uber here. The other hilarious thing, and you should go check out the 1067 The Fan Instagram account for the story that we made. It's pretty funny. So, as Ryan and I are getting in an Uber, Toby orders an Uber. He's going to ride with us. Then someone has to stay back. Based on Clary having to do some video stuff and me having to do interviews that we had lined up, Toby had to stay back. So Toby's standing there after already ordering an Uber that we're now jumping in that he paid for. We could get him a 1-star review by just saying all kinds of terrible things. But as he's standing there, he's like, I'll stay back, whatever. He's got to wear this. The alarm starts going off. And it's so loud. Neighbors are looking out windows. Some guy's walking down the street wondering what's going on. And he's just standing next to the car as the alarm is blaring.
With his hands in his pockets, like somebody just farted. Look face. Like just so distraught.
And may we just add, this was 8 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, that's true.
8 a.m.
It's probably earlier. But yeah, it was at the latest 8 in the morning. So we got off to a great start, but then we got to the facility. We've done a bunch of interviews. We're watching some baseball today. Nats just retired in the top of the first inning of the spring breakout. 3 of their first 4 batters retired as they went hitless with a walk. But should be an outstanding day for us here in West Palm Beach. Ben Stanning's going to stop by at 3:10, covers the Commanders for The Athletic. Want to get his thoughts on what they've done. And also, maybe more interestingly, honestly, what they have not done. You can't do everything in a couple of days. But it's telling as to either what their plan was or what the market is allowing for, based on the fact that at defensive end, they made a very small move with Jacob Martin, who had a couple of sacks last year for the Bears, but they are mostly still in a bad spot there. May end up having to draft a player very early. At corner, they did go get Jonathan Jones. They've gotten a little better. Brought Noah Igbenogany back. But I would have bet against one minor addition combined at those 2 positions, essentially, so far. So I want to ask Standing about that when we talk to him.
Yeah, we talked about this. The huge, white whale type shopping that gets the headlines is still something that is intriguing, and they've made a couple of major moves, I'd say. When you talk a name like Deebo Samuel with the pelt he's had on the wall, I know the value wasn't unbelievable in terms of what they gave up, and he's not the same player he was a couple years ago. Still very helpful, still an upgrade. And, of course, Laramie Tunsil. Those are the, wow, big thing headlines. You can't do 10 of those. Then you don't have a roster, right? We knew, given the turnover, given the fact that they had 20, 30-some players that they had to fill. They did this last year where they signed guys to a bunch of short-term deals, and you kind of are in that cycle now over the next couple of seasons. Again, I think we stumbled onto this, and I think we're dead right, Jeeps. This is a direct address and response to how bare the cabinet was because of Ron Rivera and the Mortys, because they don't have a first-round pick from those 4 years on this roster still. I mean, that's unfathomable. That 4 years, it's not 10 years ago that this happened. The last 4 years before this one, none of those guys are on the team. And you start going down the list and you're going, they don't have very few, it's less than a handful, young stars or young players to build around from that group. So you kind of forced to do it this way if you'd like to compete, and they do.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a big part of why they've gone after the aged veterans that they have in the 30 to 32-year-old window. We talked about this a lot yesterday when you were out. I also think that's just what the market has made available at this point based on the money going up on the salary cap and teams being more able to keep younger players. But while you were out yesterday, we were talking about what they have given up in these trades. And in each of them individually, I'm not going to take great issue, but it is pretty staggering as you sit here, Danny. I don't know if you've done the same exercise while you were laying in your bed sick the last couple of days, but minus a first-round pick, they have given up an entire draft class, plus a 2 3s, 2 4s, a 5, a 6, and a 7 in the 3 trades for Lattimore at cornerback, Tunsil at left tackle, and Deebo Samuel at wide receiver. None of those standalone was problematic for me. And I think just doing the show with you, you didn't take issue with any of it.
Not at all, no.
But I think it's okay to say that, and also to say as a compilation, that many picks being given up probably isn't the best idea. But I don't know if they have another way forward if they want to be a legit contender again, hanging around in the NFC Championship game mix. Because, as you said, that young talent just isn't ready to help you.
Well, there's an interesting parallel to where we are right now this minute with the Nationals. That 2019 Nationals team, that wasn't the 2012 Young Guns group with a couple of veterans around the edge. It wasn't Zimmerman, Desmond, Jordan Zimmerman, Steven Strasburg and company, Bryce Harper. That was the veteran group where they found undervalued guys in their 30s that nobody else wanted, because you don't think Howie Kendrick can play every day, and maybe he doesn't have to for you. Ryan Zimmerman's not playing every day at that point, but they got guys that certainly can play and can help you. And that was as veteran a team as they had. When you look at Kurt Suzuki splitting time with Jan Gomes and company. Again, it wasn't the hot shot Wilson Ramos, mid-20s in their prime guys. It was an undervalued group there at the end. I think that's what this franchise, talking about the local football team, has started to do as well, where they're going, what's undervalued, right? What can we get pretty good play from? And it's these short-term deals that don't have you sort of bent over for a number of years with a bad contract. Gives you the ability to maintain some flexibility. Yes, you got to pay a little bit more up front, but you pay year over year, and you're still trying to build that core. It's just maybe it takes you a little bit longer to do so, but you're competing while you're doing it.
Yeah,
it's a tough, more tightrope to walk. But they were able to do it so well because Jaden Daniels, but B, because they found some pretty good vets that outperformed their contracts.
Well,
last year.
Standing made a really good point about this from The Athletic, and I want to ask him about this when he joins us coming up at 3:10 today. But his point was, I don't think people understand, he said, really how far over their heads they played in terms of their talent last year in their ability to get to the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
And so you had to make the decision at the end of the year, if you're Adam Peters, particularly with 28 free agents, is the goal to get back there right away? Like, do we need to sustain what we just did? Or is it okay to take a step back, maybe to take 2 steps forward? And they've clearly aggressively decided with this young quarterback on a rookie contract, let's make sure that we can keep winning. And that's what they've opted to do. And that means draft picks, which is why I want to get into Trey Hendrickson and whether they've gone this far. Why not keep walking this path and maybe trade for him? We'll do that in just a moment. I do want to point out we're watching Harleen Susana pitch right now in this spring breakout. Some of the Nats' top prospects taking on some of the Astros' top players. Susana is the flame-throwing right-hander who came over in the Juan Soto trade, who's got a plus fastball that we've already seen today at 101 miles an hour. He sits 99, 100. You said he popped 102?
102.
So I was talking. I didn't see that one. But that's not new. He's thrown 103 in spring training already. And as a potential big leaguer is someone that's going to help this team, whether it's in the rotation, which they're hoping for. He made some strides last year, or maybe you just turn him into a wipeout reliever ultimately if he doesn't throw enough strikes and the development stalls. But he's huge, man. This guy's 6'5", looks like an NFL tackle. He's 260-some pounds on the mound, but sitting at 100 right now. It's pretty cool to watch in person.
Without a doubt. You just, every once in a while, you'll see, you come across a minor leaguer or a big league baseball player, and it's like, yeah, that guy's in shape, obviously. Big, strong dude, but nothing crazy. Like, you could see that guy at your local gym. Every once in a while, you run into someone like that where you go, oh, that's so different. You know what I mean? Like, you can't take your eyes off an Aaron Judge back in the day, a Canseco or McGuire, or some of these guys that just were larger than life. They were giants. He's cut from that cloth where he just doesn't look like everybody else. Like they're shortstops and they're pitchers who have like big legs and long arms. And then there's this dude who, if you could, take him out of a uniform and go NFL tight end or major league potential pitcher, and you wouldn't know the difference.
So here's the issue, though, as he walks his second batter of the inning. He's gotten one out on a deep fly ball to right center, and Andrew Pinckney, Nats outfield prospect, made a hell of a play going into the gap to track it down. But it's just about throwing the strikes.
Yep.
And you want to be able to repeat the delivery, which for him is really hard at his size. He's listed at 6'6", 235, as I mentioned. He's probably now 20 or so pounds bigger than that as he's put some more strength on. But he's facing high-level minor league talent. The deep fly ball was hit by Cam Smith, who was drafted in the top 15 last year, who's hitting over 400 in spring training and may make the big league roster for the Astros. He just walked Jacob Melton, who was drafted in the second round a few years ago, who's close to the major leagues and is the number 3 prospect in Houston's organization. So after spending most of his time in single A, a game like this is a big deal because you get to face double, triple A talent. It's a better barometer, of where he's at, how close he is. But you just wish, I know it's not a mental thing as much as a physical thing with him and repeating the delivery, but with that kind of stuff, if you just throw it over the plate, you got a margin for error bigger than his frame, bigger than the Grand Canyon. Just make him hit it. It's so hard for hitters to barrel what you're throwing. But cool to get a good look at the big fella Susana in this spring breakout game. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We were talking about some of the trades that the Commanders have already made. Would you be okay with one more for another stud veteran? Could you give up the 29th overall pick for Trey Hendrickson if you could make that swap straight up? One pick, yes, a first rounder, but for the best edge on the market now that it looks like Washington is not going to massively upgrade at that position outside of the draft. We'll get into that next on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Spring training baseball. The Nationals playing 2 games today. The big league club taking on the Atlanta Braves. They trail 3-2 in the middle of the 6th inning there. For the prospects in the spring breakout game, they trail 3-0 in the bottom of the 1st. The Astros with the lead. Harleen Susana, a rough outing for him. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Pistons last night 129-125. They are continuing their road trip tomorrow as they take on the Denver Nuggets. In the NFL, the Cowboys have signed running back Miles Sanders. The Chiefs are re-signing running back Kareem Hunt. The Vikings signed linebacker Eric Wilson. The Lions re-signed their wide receiver Tim Patrick. The Chiefs also re-signing quarterback Bailey Zappi. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Kings last night 3-0. They'll wrap up their California road trip tomorrow against the Sharks at 5 o'clock right here on the Fan. College hoops, number 11 Maryland taking on number 24 Illinois in the Big Ten tournament quarterfinals at 6:30. Can hear that over on the Team 980. And the Grant and Danny Showdown, George Mason, George Washington, A10 tournament quarterfinals coming up at 5 o'clock at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, Toby. He mentioned George Washington and George Mason playing, our 2 alma maters, this evening. How about this college slate? It's that time of year.
It is.
Conference tournament action ongoing all over America. Selection Sunday coming up this weekend. But today, among the games that matter, GW and Mason, you and I care about that one, 5 o'clock. Maryland and Illinois at 6 o'clock. The Terps are really good.
They're
and
good.
Have a chance to make a deep tournament run, both in the conference and for the NCAAs. Marquette and St. John's in the Big East at 6:30 tonight. Duke UNC got more interesting. No Cooper Flag now. That's at 7. Bama, Kentucky, 2 of the better teams in America, out of the best conference in the country, at 9:30. And then Clemson and Louisville, that's 2 top 15 clubs playing. That's at 9:30 as well. And that's just scratching the surface of some games I cherry-picked before the show. But it is a hell of a college basketball.
But you get to those, it's nothing but buzzer beaters in the conference you've never heard of, and all of a sudden find yourself into pumping your fists as teams make their tournament dreams come true. I hope now, obviously, it's always good when GW wins. It's a lot of fun. I hope they win the conference tournament, etc. But I just for local basketball, it would be really good if George Mason gets to at least the finals of the A10. I'm hoping it's a 2-bid league. It looks like it might be 1, which I'd feel terrible if either if Mason didn't get to go because VCU wins it. So it would be really, really good for both programs, obviously. But yeah, so it's just the fact that a game matters with some of the local programs, I think is exciting.
I feel like with American going, Maryland being in, and the chance that Mason's in as well, just as a start to any kind of local flavor. There's a lot of years where we don't have any.
That's true. Yeah.
This could be a really good year for the DMV in that regard. Do we want to make a bet tonight? You with your Colonials, me with my Patriots. Or, they're not the Colonials anymore. Revolutionaries?
I guess, whatever you want to call them.
What are they actually?
The Revolutionaries.
Yeah.
I don't. Mason's got a much better team.
Sure, I'll give you points.
Ooh. All right.
Whatever the line is.
Oh, let's find the line.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
Tobes, can you grab us that line, please? What do we want to bet? Is this a lunch situation?
This smells like lunch. Yeah, I'd like to go like beyond the points because I don't have a ton of confidence in this particular one.
Yeah.
My boys love not winning these games.
We could do something where, like, if Mason wins, you have to take your kids to see Santa Claus this year. And if George Washington wins, I have to go to the beach with you and Ryan tomorrow or something terrible like that.
Yeah, something like that would be good. I mean, I'm not taking my kids to do Santa, so we can figure something out, though.
I'm just creating memories, core memories for your loved ones.
Yeah, just screaming.
Nothing like that.
Screaming.
All right, we'll workshop our bet as the day goes on. Yesterday's poll was about whether or not you're okay with Adam Peters trading as much as he has for 3 veterans. They've given up a ton of picks here in those 3 swaps. And the vast majority of you were on the side that I've been advocating for, which is, yeah, it's a lot, and it doesn't look great when you give up that many picks in short order, but it was worth it, and you don't have a problem with it. Try to go be great and win some football games with Jaden Daniels. So that brings us to today's poll of the day, which is available now at the 1067 The Fan Twitter account, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long-distance residential or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you, would you continue the trend of bleeping those picks, getting rid of the selections for the veterans, and trade a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson? So in this hypothetical, we're talking pick 29 for Trey Hendrickson of the Cincinnati Bengals. This was Albert Breer on our show saying that's what it might take.
The Bengals want a one, but I don't think the one's going to be out there for him because he's 31 years old and he's going to require a new contract. So I still don't think they would move him for anything less than a 2, though. So you have to make that determination if you're Washington, where you've already. I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but they got what, a 1, a 2, a 4, a 6, and a 7, or something like that.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Right. So, you're looking at it if you're them and you're saying, do I really want to deplete myself of another draft pick? I think that's a question. And I think the other thing about it is, if you are the Commanders, you're probably looking at it and saying this is a really deep draft at that position. So we could draft guys with our first 2 picks and potentially hit on starting level players at that position.
So remember, Danny, because they picked 29 at the end of the first round. It's not even a good first-round pick. So it's kind of like a second almost. It's closer to a second than a really good first-round pick, if that makes sense. So I would think that the Bengals, if they want a 1 but would settle for a 2, probably wouldn't love 61 overall, which is almost a 3 at the back of the second round. So if you're Washington, you could part with 29. And in this hypothetical that we're cooking up here on Grant and Danny, live from West Palm Beach as we watch the Nats and the Astros in a spring breakout game on one of the most beautiful days of all time, I'm going to say that the Bengals accept the first rounder and nothing else. It's just 29 for Hendrickson. Even though they've already given up a 2, 2 3s, 2 4s, a 5, a 6, and a 7, would you give up the first and then be down to a 2nd, a 4th, a 6th, and a 7th this year?
Now, I would, but I would add that what this group has done a lot of is some of those pick swaps or some of those, give us back a third so we have a little bit of ammunition to maybe keep moving around the board, et cetera. But that's kind of my point. I don't know what my cutoff is, Jeeps, I don't take the first-round pick as seriously. That's not the right turn of phrase, but you know what I'm trying to say. In other words, 29 is, as you said, basically the second round, the same way that pick 34 is basically the first round. It's that super late. Yeah, this guy's kind of round 1, round 2. And this draft, et cetera. I mean, there's no, 100% foolproof wisdom, obviously, but conventional wisdom is anybody from that 20 to 50 range, depending on the scout that you talk to or is writing about, you can pretty much shuffle up and deal. So I'm not as diehard for my first round pick if it's normally in the top 10 or the early teens or at where we're used to seeing Washington pick. This is basically a second rounder that I would give up at this point. Because again, this is the route that you're taking to try to then walk it back and go, no, we're building around young players. 1, 2 young players? You're building around Jaden Daniels with a bunch of veterans. And I'm fine with that, by the way. I think that gives you the best chance to win in this rookie quarterback window that you're in. So to me, I'm making that move.
We can open up the listener lines on this at 800-636-1067 because I want to take the temperature of our audience. It's funny, as we undulate day to day, it feels like between, man, they're giving up a lot of picks and would you do this? Because I think both things can be true. Mm-hmm. They are giving up a lot of picks, and it isn't a great practice necessarily. But Adam Peters has shown no indication that he doesn't like doing it. I mean, it's one thing to say you want to build through the draft, and they may feel like they are or will continue to, by the way. But you can simultaneously hit on your draft picks and build a couple players at a time through the draft and still give up plenty of those picks to bring in those veteran free agents or rather, available players in trade opportunities too. So I would do it. I am a little leery and worry about how much they've given up, but I think it's case by case. And part of why I say I would give up a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson is, you tell me, where's your edge coming from? Because right now that answer would be you're picking a guy at 29. Well, if it's a straight-up swap, 29 could be, let's say James Pierce falls to you. Bit of a flyer, guy that didn't put up huge college numbers, but he's a physical specimen and a beast, right? So you can either have Hendrickson, who's had 35 sacks the last 2 years and is one of the best edges in the National Football League over a 3-year span. And yes, he costs over $30 million a year. or Pierce on a rookie deal, but it's the same pick. It's just one pick. It's not like you're giving up. It's not 2 or 3 players you could have taken. And I'm not even convinced that they have the ability now to stick at 29 anyway. They may have to trade back just to recoup selections as it is. So they may not be able to get a first-round edge. Their defensive player that they draft to start on the outside up front might actually be in the late second round. And now you're talking about someone who might get you 4.5 or 5 sacks as a rookie. So because the free agency well's drying up, they pick as late as they do, I think you're staring down the barrel of having a substandard defensive end situation. And that's why if there's the possibility of the Bengals calling you saying, Hendrickson's yours for 29, and it only takes the one pick, I actually think it would be a mistake and a bad decision by Peters not to jump on it.
What people are going to do is they're going to recoil because you hear, as soon as you see the phrase first round pick, people automatically will start clutching it, right? Because we've been conditioned over so many years as commodities and stats and analytics and the pocket protector squads, of which you and I are part of, have taken over sports to such a degree.
But they're not all equal.
And this is my point. This is where I'm going. Is you have to keep them. They're so valuable. So valuable. I mean, you think of how Major League Baseball rosters are constructed. It's like, any team that's not going to win 100 games, every owner and every GM is basically like, we're going to spend the absolute bare minimum on a bunch of 21 and 22-year-olds for 1/10 of the cost of the 30-year-old veteran and win 15 less games. And we're fine with that eventually with the idea that we're really good. You look at the NBA kind of doing something similar with rebuilding franchises. So these first-round picks, to a degree, not up at the top with a chance to get a quarterback, but for the most part, they become this larger-than-life automatic secret sauce where if you have your first-round pick, that automatically makes you good, and that's not the case. The whole point, again, that I keep coming back to is you are building the best roster you can, and you use every lever at your disposal. This is one used in an unconventional way.
See, I don't even think people would be bothered by giving up a 1 for Hendrickson. I think the problem they'd have now is how many other picks they've given up. So in other words, if you didn't make the Lattimore trade or the Tunsil trade, which the Tunsil trade to me, I loved, and I will continue to love. I think it's great. The Lattimore trade, which I liked at the time, could backfire. I mean, right now it's been bad, and there's a lot of ball out in front of him where it could end up being a good deal. But both he and Deebo Samuel, I think, are higher risk propositions than Tunsil, who worst case is just going to be a very solid tackle for you for the next couple of years. Best case ends up playing at a top 5 level and looks like an elite player at the position. But I'm looking at any kind of disdain for a first for Hendrickson from the perspective that a fan is going, you don't have that luxury anymore. Like, you can't spend any more money, Danny, because you just went on vacation and you just sent your kid to college and you just did your trip with your wife. Like, you have to now do a spending freeze. Adam Peters, you've already given up a 2, 2 3s, 2 4s, a 5, a 6, and a 7. You don't get to give up a 1, 2. I think that's where maybe we'd get some pushback. But if you're not okay with it, then tell me where you're getting your edge from. And if you're saying at 29, that's just such a crapshoot that guy ends up being really good.
I mean, he might.
Sure.
I mean, I like James Pierce a lot from Tennessee. So if he's there, okay, great. But now you go, are you really counting on that? What if 7 teams in front of you all have the Steamies and Mike Green from Marshall goes and Pierce goes, and now you're going, whoops, I was supposed to draft one. Now I can't.
But even if you take the guy you want, what I'm saying is being great in 2 or 3 years is awesome. The way they're putting together this offseason, it's pretty important to them that this person helps them right away. Like, they're in some ways going for it this year. How sure are you about that?
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy with 15 plus sacks waiting in the wings. He could be yours pretty easily if you want him. 800-636-1067 is how you can get a hold of us. Grant and Danny, we are live in West Palm Beach watching the Nats spring breakout game today at the Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches. This is The Fan.
the Bengals want a one, but I don't think the one's going to be out there for him because he's 31 years old and he's going to require a new contract. So I still don't think they would move him for anything less than a 2, though.
That's Albert Breer on the market for Trey Hendrickson. What would it cost to land the Bengals defensive end, whose 35 sacks over the last 2 years leads the NFL? Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're at West Palm Beach watching spring training baseball at the ballpark of the Palm Beaches here, where Brady House in the spring breakout game just delivered a missile into left field, scored multiple runs, a single. He got to second on an error. But the Nationals have answered with 4 runs in the top of the second. The Baby Nats are delivering offensively. They have taken a 1-run lead.
A couple loud sounds off the baseball bat that sound like big league sounds. You know what I mean? Like when Brady House hits the ball, it stays hit.
Andrew Pinckney, who you will hear on Bustin' Loose Baseball tomorrow afternoon. Prospect drafted in the 4th round out of Alabama, who once went 3 for 3 with a homer off Paul Skeens in the SEC, by the way. He is a really sculpted, talented, good-looking athlete, toolsy kid, really, really nice guy. We caught up with him in the clubhouse today. He hit a towering home run to left field. Elijah Green got a hold of one and ripped it into left center for a double, and then Brady House with a 2-run single. So many of the household names in the Nats system coming through in this inning. It's been fun to watch from press level just behind home plate. But business to tend to on the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Zeke in D.C. Zeke, the question is, would you trade a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson if the Bengals would do it straight up for 29?
Oh, yeah. How you guys doing? Enjoy your show.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, no question, man. I would definitely – I mean, we've already traded most of a lot of picks. So to get an elite edge rusher, it would be, for me, a no-brainer. I would definitely do it. And I just wanted to ask you guys something, right? What so far this year, what picks have we given up just for this year?
For this year, thanks for the call. Yeah, I can tell you right now. For this year, they have given up their 3rd-round pick, their 4th-round pick. Now they've replaced that with a 4th-rounder back from Houston, but they have also given up their 5th-round pick and one of their 2 7th-round picks. They'd already given up a previous 7th-round pick, but they got one back from Philly. So they currently have 1, 2, no 3rd, a 4th, no 5th, their own 6th, and a 7th. And in fact, they only have 3 of their own 7 picks from when they originally got them at this point. They have a 4th from Houston and a 7th from Philly. Danny, do you agree with me, though, that there's really no other path other than a trade at this point to get a difference-making edge, which I think should be a priority and probably should be mandatory for them. If they really want to go out and get an edge who can get to the quarterback and get double-digit sacks, it's hard to strike gold with a guy like Dante Fowler for $3 million.
Precisely.
And by the way, even though he got those sacks, he wasn't that impactful. I mean, respectfully to him, the sacks were great, but it's not like he hit the quarterback 30 times or had 10 tackles for loss. When he sacked the quarterback, those were good plays, but there weren't a ton of other really impactful plays.
Yeah, he had a very nice year. He, again, I keep using this. He made punter money and played like a starting caliber quality defensive end, but I think we know the difference, right? There's a difference. Like I talk about this all the time with basketball players. Not all buckets are created equal, right? Like when the other team is gone on a 20-0 run and you guys can't figure out your way out of a paper bag and you hit that clutch jumper, okay, that's a bigger bucket than someone that just makes a layup, right? That's the difference between Dante Fowler and maybe a star like Trey Hendrickson or otherwise. Nothing wrong with Dante Fowler, but if you're looking to upgrade at a premium spot, it's going to take a premium price.
Good at bat there by Yoandy Morales, who was drafted just outside of the 1st round by the Nats out of the University of Miami a couple of years ago, who's now upper minors, a 3rd baseman who takes some balls over at first more often now, but originally playing on the left side of the infield, corner infielder, who's a giant guy, 6'4". He's got some power. His father was actually a professional ball player from Cuba. Let's go to Austin, who's in Raleigh, home of the Hurricanes, I believe. Austin, what's up?
Hey, guys. Just had an interesting thought. So do you think it would be an option if they would pick swap? So we get Hendrickson, they get our 1st-round pick, and then we get their 2nd-round pick.
No. You mean you would give up 1 pick and then they would give you Hendrickson in the 2nd?
Yeah, but essentially they're getting a late 1st-round pick with it if that meets their request for getting the 1st.
they might send you back a 3 at best. I would take a 4.
Think so.
You know, just maybe just something that Washington likes to get back, just as like other teams will be like, fine, we'll throw it in, but nothing that high, I don't think.
But in other words, they're saying, or at least what Breer's telling us, is he believes the cost is a 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's like saying, okay, I'll give you a 1 then for your house, but you need to give me your car. Like,
right.
They probably up their cost of what they're willing to accept if you're giving me, if I'm buying the house, but I have to give you my car as well. Like, you know, see what I'm saying? If they're giving up Hendrickson straight up, they'll do it for a 1. If they're giving you Hendrickson and a 2, they would probably want a 1 and a 3, or, you know, I'm making that up, but a 1 and more picks. I don't think for the 29th overall pick, you could get a pick in the player. Let's go to Braden in Silver Spring, listening to Grant and Danny on our flagship 106.7. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday. I was just listening to that last point you guys were talking before the break. Danny brought up a good point about how first-round picks are kind of valued and just how we kind of hoard our picks and how we value them and view them. So I was thinking about, like, I don't know if you guys watch Family Guy, but, like, there's an episode of Family Guy where, like, Peter Griffin, he's getting, like, a timeshare and whatever. The guy's like, you can have this timeshare or you can have what's in this box. It's a mystery box. It could even be a timeshare. And I think about that with, like, this whole Trey Hendrickson thing. If a 1 is what it's going to cost, right?
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson, he's a proven commodity. We've seen him. We know what he does. Let's get Trey Hendrickson. But we have this mystery box of a first-round pick. Like you said, it's not a top 10, top 12, you know, could be game-changer, difference-maker kind of thing, which he could be. But it's still the mystery of that 29th pick. It could even be Trey Hendrickson. But if it's going to take just that 1 pick to go get Trey Hendrickson, why not just do it?
I'm with you,
and
I think it's a funny analogy. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the call. I think the conversation is complicated by all the other moves they've made and all the other picks they've given up. But if we could just focus for a second on the 29th pick for Trey Hendrickson, I think that's a no-brainer. It's 1 pick. It's a first-rounder that you're probably going to use on a defensive end for one of the best defensive ends in the NFL, who there's no reason to believe doesn't have at least 2, if not 3 or 4 good years still ahead of him, even if it's not at the same level. It will be at a level that almost certainly, there's like a 90+% chance probably, exceeds whatever you're going to get. I'm not saying you should have given up 7 for him. It's 29. The edges may not even be there for all we know at that point. We'll talk to Ben Standing about this coming up at about 10 after 3. Next segment, want to hear his thoughts on the offseason so far for the Commanders. Grant and Danny, West Palm Beach, live from Nats Camp on the Fan. We're giving away Caps tickets in 1 hour at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. And we've got a pair of tickets to go see Volbeat at Jiffy Lube Live for the final time this week. That is at 5 today, 2 hours from right now on the Fan. We're live at the Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches in West Palm at Nats Spring Training. You'll hear from the team's projected fifth starter, Mitchell Parker, who's been in a battle for a starting job after throwing 150 innings last year because Washington beefed up its rotation a bit. But it looks like he will indeed win a starting job. So you'll hear from him at 3:30 today right here on the Fan. Ben Standig joins us in about 5 minutes to go over all the moves the Commanders have made and some that they haven't. Want to get his thoughts on what Adam Peters has been up to. But Danny, I wanted to tell you about something that happened today at the Airbnb.
Okay.
You weren't here yet. You landed this morning. You'll be in for plenty of pleasant surprises when you stay in this house with us.
Yeah.
Over the coming few days like I was. So I came around the corner into the kitchen right as I was getting ready to leave today, and I was going to make myself a drink, a little glass of ice water.
Sure.
There's not a lot of ice. There's just a couple of chunks of ice.
It's Florida. It's not. They don't have as much.
That's true.
Yeah.
One of which was being used by Ryan Clary because it's, quote, part of his morning routine.
Yeah.
That he stands in the kitchen and rubs a block of ice under his eyes, on his eyelids, because they're baggy.
You didn't know about that?
I did not know about
He
that.
gets rid of the morning puffy by rubbing some ice underneath the swelling that comes from, being almost 25?
Right.
Right? Like you get that sometimes.
So a couple of things. One, you're acting like this is normal. I don't know why you're doing that. But two, you got to see the size of this block of ice.
Yeah, I know.
It was bigger. I'm holding a baseball on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube broadcast right now. It was probably about this big, but it was jaggedy and pointy, and it was like glacial and some kind of like aggro crag rock or something from Guts. Like it was pointing him, it was cutting him, and all kinds of stuff. But he's just rubbing ice under his eyes, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "What do you mean? Don't act like this is normal. You're rubbing ice on your eyes. What are you doing?" He's like, "I got bags under my eyes." Says he does it every single morning.
Every single morning. And actually, typically I use frozen cucumbers to do that. So I freeze cucumbers overnight and I rub it under my eyelids. And that is actually what gets rid of my bags. And it's really good for swelling. And this is a Gen Z bit. I understand that. But it's really good. It makes me feel better.
Two things. You do this with your girlfriend at your house all the time?
No, this is a me thing. I've started this actually since last year.
I'm not saying you do it as a co-activity. I'm saying she stays over and she sees you doing this?
100%, yeah. It's part of my morning routine.
What does she think about it?
She thinks it's great. Like, she loves it that I have a little routine. I stand by it. If I'm on the road in New Orleans, which we were both there, we were all there. I was doing it in the hotel room. I'd go out to the ice
Where did you
machine.
get the cucumbers that day?
Didn't do cucumber, so I just stuck with ice cubes. It still does the trick, but I think frozen cucumbers
There's some
actually
nutrients
do a
in
little
there.
bit more.
Yeah. It's self-care, Grant.
What do you think?
I have something I got from the grooming lounge. It's a
You have gigantic bags under your eyes.
Yeah, at all times. Yeah, I'm in my 40s and I have children and I'm exhausted at all times.
It sounded mean. I wasn't trying to joke. I'm just saying, currently you do.
I
Have
do.
you thought about rubbing ice all over them?
If I had some time, I would do that. Yeah, it's. I got up at
So
6
you don't
and-
think it's weird at all?
No, I mean using ice from the communal freezer that everyone's going to maybe put in a beverage is not the greatest, but you're working on it. I mean, I have this thing they use it's similar to what boxers use in the ring. You know what I'm talking about? Now it's like that cold metal that you keep super cold in a little holster, comes out of the freezer, and I rub it under my eyes a little bit to try to deal with these. I mean, these are my children right here.
Wait.
The bags.
So you got this from the grooming lounge?
Yeah.
It's like a tool.
It's a tool.
See, I just can't imagine dudes caring that much about, I don't want to say their appearance, but like that part of their appearance. There's never going to be a time in my life for 5 seconds where I worry about the bags under my eyes.
Well, it's not even that. It's just the fact that, number one, it wakes you up having that like ice cold block or whatever it is under your eyelids. And it just kind of makes you feel more awake. And then I have my morning coffee and then I'm set for my day. Take my shower, brush my
Do you
teeth.
have other things you do, Danny, that are like aesthetic or
Yeah,
for
I mean, I'll do. I use their same for the grooming lounge. I do the under eye care because the bags under my eyes are absurd. They look awful, so I try to do something about them. Like I try to fix it. I wash my face with nice stuff.
Yeah, I'm good for you, I guess.
Yeah.
That's just not something I can relate to.
Which I get, by the way. Like at one point in my life, it never occurred to me to do something like that. And
So do you
one
think
time,
10 years from now, I'll be doing something
who
like
knows? I mean, I've been 10 years ahead of you on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
When it comes to these sorts of things, I never thought I'd care. And one day I saw myself, like wasn't like I was posing for a picture, but like I kind of caught a glimpse of myself, and I went, "Oh my God, that's disgusting." And that was both. I was fat, and the bags under my eyes looked like luggage. I mean, they were suitcases underneath my stupid eyes. And I go, I should try to do something. I should try to make this look not as horrendous. It doesn't look good. We'll never say I look good, but it's an attempt to improve.
I say tomorrow, you guys, everybody, all four of us here, we try the Ryan Clary morning routine. The Ryan Clary morning routine, we drink black coffee. We have ice cubes under our eyes, and we get a little stretch in. We wake up at 7:30 a.m., and we get the day started. I say we do it, and we get content from it, and you guys
just
tell
want
me.
content.
I want content. I am the content king.
Big content guy?
Big content guy.
Toby sounds like he's not interested. But I think
he thumbs down.
Minus the black coffee, I think I could kind of get behind that. I don't mind waking up. The ice under the eyes thing is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen, but I'm certainly happy to do it for one morning. It's just not ever going to be something I do regularly.
That's fine.
But I just thought it was hilarious. I just walk around the corner into the kitchen thinking, I got to go get – first of all, there was no ice left.
Yeah, that's the part
he
that's
took
tough.
a gigantic block of ice.
Well, let
Can
me
you
just
acknowledge how big the block was?
It was a big block of ice, but also I was trying to get ice out from the ice maker, and it just simply will not work.
Right,
and then
which is why we needed that block of ice.
No, but then the block of ice was actually stuck in there, so that was the only thing I would come out. I tried to take one little piece off. It was not working. It's been stuck in there forever. So I got that block of ice. So tonight we're going to have to go to 7-Eleven or something to get a bag of ice. And that's fine. I'll pay for it.
I'm a little upset that Danny acted like this is perfectly reasonable and normal. Because I do think if we pulled this to most people
don't do it.
They're going, someone's rubbing ice under their eyes and they're worried about the bags under their eyes. That's really strange. And Danny's like, oh, yeah, totally. No, I'm happy to do it. I'd love a bag of ice to do that.
Now, again, I don't do it with a bag of ice. I've got a tool for it.
But you would.
Yeah, I've done similar things.
I wonder if Ben Standing rubs ice under his eyes.
I'm going to say he does not.
I'm going to say he's never done it because he's a reasonable human being. Benjamin, welcome into Grant and Danny live from West Palm Beach. How are you?
What am I rubbing where?
Yes.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's a great question. Just settle down. You're going to be fine. We're going to do this together. All right, the question is, have you ever bombed deep left field, gone?
Elijah Green,
have a day. Double and a homer for the Nats' former number 5 overall pick. Wow. Spring breakout. Literally.
Spring breakout.
Yeah. Ben,
was that your Castellano moment?
Yeah, exactly. Very much so.
There's a line drive to left by Castellanos. I
Have
don't know if
you
I'm ever on air again.
Ever rubbed ice under your eyelids, basically on your eyelids or on your like bags under your eyes, so that you could get rid of the bags?
No, I don't know what would cause. I don't know what causes the bags or whatever, but no, I've never even considered. If I look bad, it's just gonna have to roll. But no, never done that.
So you're kind of on my side. My contention is I think most men would not care enough about their appearance, or certainly that element of their appearance, to do that. Like, I think that's insane. That's a consideration in your morning that you need to treat your bags. Danny and Ryan are both acting like I'm weird for not doing it.
Maybe it says something about us that we're not as focused on our appearance as these two GQ types are. But yeah, it's not been a thought for me. It may explain my social life somewhat, but it's not been a thought for me.
Listen. It's not as I don't think you're not. What am I trying to say? I don't think you're weird for not doing it. I think it's probably more unusual to do it than not. I saw myself once, and it looked so horrible. Like I looked like a monster. Like if you could play human or zombie, and you wouldn't have known the difference. Like how bad these bags were one day. So I went to the grooming lounge one time for a haircut and picked something up. Like that's all. I don't use it every day. It's just something I have.
I could possibly get an ointment for under my eyes or something, but I'm just telling you the way I work. It's like
I'm never using it.
I think about it once a month.
Yeah,
maybe apply it. There's just no chance I'm doing it daily. But I just don't care. But you're right, Ben. Maybe that says a lot about us and describes some other things. But let's get to the bottom of the Commander, shall we? What do you make of what they've done and haven't done so far? I know it's a broad brush question, but if I was to have asked you a week ago, hey, here's what they did, here's the blueprint, what would you have thought?
Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff to absolutely like. I know, and I don't want to harp on a point if people have heard me talk about this, but like there's a notion that because they made the Tunsil trade and gave up 4 draft picks, that this is some sign of them going forward, whatever. To me, it's just they're still trying to catch up their talent level with their competition. And as we know, like the offensive line was okay last year, but they needed improvement. They got to do whatever they can to help Jaden Daniels. And you'd have to point to me how they were going to improve the offensive line this year at all, considering there was nothing in free agency. And even if they drafted a kid in the first round, it's a rookie who knows how quickly they can acclimate. So to get Tunsil, I think, was a huge move. It helps not just the obvious, like protecting Jaden Daniels. It should help the run game, which faded down the stretch last year. It's going to help Jaden get the ball out to Terry and to Debo the way you want. Moving Brandon Coleman to right tackle as a result of this, presumably. If it's not like the team doesn't like Coleman, it just decided he wasn't a left tackle. That helps the line where, Andrew Wiley's been fine, but there's more upside with Coleman. It just works across the board in so many ways that, to me, he's got to work out. He's got to play well, of course, but to me, that one is a pretty solid, well, not just solid, it's a pretty impressive move for them to make, in part because, again, I don't think they had too many other options. The rest of it, and, Debo obviously has happened already. The rest of it, it's kind of like what they did last year to a degree, bringing in veteran players who they think fit the culture, who are solid. I know some of the guys on defense, there's a belief that they're going to be better fits in the run game than
Ben,
some of the guys
jump
they
in
have.
on that really quick? Because I want to see what you think about this. To me, they've done less of the part that I liked most last year, though. Not to say the one-year deals didn't largely work out, but the Frankie Louvu, Dorrance Armstrong types, more building blocks for multi-years. There's been way less of that this offseason. The only one I can even think of is Kinlaw on the 3-year deal, and that may have been the least popular thing they did.
They gave Kinlaw that. Will Harris got 2 years, and Nick Ballore, special teams ace, got 2 years, not for the defense. So here's where I'm at on that, because I'm with you. Like, again, people are acting like this team has just gone crazy and traded away all their stuff. In terms of spending money, they've actually been pretty quiet. Like, other than Kinlaw, which, again, like you said, was a bit of a questionable or surprising move, at least from my perspective, but we'll see how that works out. They've been quiet, and it sort of leads me to be thinking, like, okay, so why are they doing this? Like, Zadarius Smith is still out there. I think they do need more defensive end, right? Azeez Ojulari. I'm not saying these guys are the next Dexter Manley and Charles Mann, but it's more than they have now. But they're holding that their money to this point, and I guess the question is, what does that mean? Are they just being patient in free agency, as smart teams can do, and see who's willing to lower their price? Is it is the Trey Hendrickson thing something that they're still thinking they can get done? Obviously the Bengals let Hendrickson seek a trade, and it's reasonable to think that Washington could be interested, but I don't think they're going to give a first round pick. So are they waiting to see how the Bengals resolve that before they do anything else? Whereas on offense, I think it's fair to say they have improved between Tunsil and a healthy Debo. That's clear. Defensively, it kind of feels sort of status quo-ish, other than some sort of maybe subtle things. Like I said, like a Dietrich White is maybe better against the run than Dante Fowler, stuff like that. But it feels like they're waiting for something. And I don't know, again, that that's Hendrickson, but this is incomplete in my view. I can't believe that they think the defensive line is set, even if they draft a rookie in the first round. So I feel like there's more to do, but at the moment, I think they've improved in certain spots incrementally, and maybe collectively those things get it. So where Saquon Barkley, instead of ripping off 180 yards a game, he's only at 100. Things like that. Maybe they've done that, and we just have to wait and see.
Ben standing with us here on G&D. So I hate to just sit here and beat the dead horse, but let me get one more crack at the dead horse here. I think this is directly related. You can't avoid the conversation to how bad Ron and the Marty Party was at compiling young talent. They don't have a first-round pick from those 4 years on the roster. I think this is partly out of necessity here, Ben. This is a little bit field medicine. It's They're Tom Hanks building Shelter and Castaway, trying to figure out, how they're going to make the ball club better. Because I think your point is 100% right on. They need more talent, and they know that. You can't just go, we'll build around young talent. Well, you're missing 4 years of first-round picks as a start. So to me, this is like their best mechanism to go and improve the talent level. Your reaction?
I couldn't agree more. Every day I wake up and I'm grateful for I'm here and I'm breathing fresh air. And today is the day I'm not going to have a Twitter rant. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay calm. And then I go on Twitter and I see people saying that the Commanders are just spending like crazy because of how close they got last year. And I'm like, no, they're doing what they have to do because they have nothing. They inherited nothing almost. Like you said, like there is like they're having to go out and get players because there is no 2021 first round pick to extend. Like, like there's not much. They don't have anything to work with. They're just trying to get back to a certain level. I think for national writers and outside people, they think, hey, this team made the NFC Championship game, i.e., they must be really, really good. And I think those of us who are here are like, hey, Jaden Daniels looks the part. Terry did great. A lot of guys played very well last year. But if you really look at it, I don't want to use the luck word, but so much went their way between injuries, winning games at the last play over and over again. They had long stretches where they didn't face any good quarterbacks on the other team, all these things. And they have to get better talent-wise. So if you accept it, as I think we do, that they are certainly improved, and with Jaden, the ceiling is much higher than it's ever been here, or at least for a long time, but you still have more work to do. This isn't like a finished product, and now they're just tacking on the extra stuff. They're just getting back to level with her in terms of talent and go from there. I think a Trey Hendrickson deal would be a kind of like, okay, now we're kind of going for it. But to this point, I just think they're getting their talent level to a point where, okay, they can still maintain where they kind of were last year, being a competitive team. Without, I mean, if you don't get Tunsil and there was no free agent help at tackle, the offensive line looks the same, and that's not enough. So you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I think they just have to get back to level, and people don't appreciate that because they didn't live through Jamin Davis, Jahan Dotson, Emmanuel Forbes, and all the picks underneath those guys that just unfortunately never panned out.
Ben Standig covers the Commanders for The Athletic. You can read his work there. Ben, what about Trey Hendrickson? You mentioned him earlier. We started the show talking about the possibility of trading for him, and we had Albert Brewer on a few days ago. He suggested they'd do it for a 1. He doesn't think they'll get better than a 2. I would trade the 29th pick for him because I don't think there's a path to a difference-making edge otherwise. I think if they stick and pick, then they have to take an edge at 29. But you're basically at that point getting the 5th or 6th best guy that kind of falls to you. Would you trade 29 for him after everything they've already given up? Which you and I were talking about the other night. I mean, it's a 2, 2 3s, 2 4s, 5, 6, 7. Can you add a first to that to go get a guy as good as him?
So this is where it starts to get, like I said, to me, I don't feel like they've gone all in or whatever. I just feel like like I just said, that they're getting their overall talent back to a point where they can compete. And if things go their way again, they'll be in a better shape. At some point, though, you have to get younger, right? I mean, like every single player almost that they've brought in so far in the last week is like, closer to my age than like the drinking age. You know what I mean? Like I'm half kidding. I'm too old, but you know what I mean? Like they're not getting younger. This was already the oldest playoff team last season. You've got to start building a core. I know Adam Peters believes this, but this is where it becomes, do they think they are that close that truly now you can get that guy and you give up the first round pick and you're good with that? And don't get me wrong, first round picks, as we just discussed, don't always hit. It's not like you're guaranteed to get some stud with any of these picks. It's just the opportunity to do that. So I don't know. I'm very torn on this. I could feel like in the moment, if the Bengals said, hey, fine, we'll do it for 29, be like, oh man, this is really, really tempting. But as I sit here now, I'm kind of like, I'd rather not. I'd rather them, if anything, honestly, like trade out of the first round, recoup more picks that way and get closer to the 7 picks and build up this roster. They only had this one class.
But where's your edge help coming from then? I mean, you don't have a double-digit sack guy at that point.
Sure. Well, like I said,
and
you
can't
still
stop the run because you don't have a guy that's good at doing that.
Well, I mean, obviously they think on some level that Kinlaw and Wise and guys like that are going to help there. And, like I said, I'm not saying what's left on the free agent market is great because they wouldn't be there if they were. But, there is Zadarius Smith, Ojulari's out there. Like, I don't think Dante Fowler helps because he was not very good against the run. But I think there's still some guys. But, yeah, I mean, yes, that would be the point. I mean, it's like, do you think you have enough overall? But here's the thing. The offense, 6th in the league in scoring last year with a rookie quarterback, again, they look to me like they've gotten better. So if the offense is actually better than it was a year ago, the defense doesn't have to be great. It just has to be better. And are they better than they were last year? I can't sit here and tell you that now. But, again, maybe some of these pieces are more subtle in ways that they'll work within Joe Witt's defense. You tack on a vet or two's out there, and you draft a kid in the first round and go from there. I get it. Trey Hendrickson led the league in sacks, hell of a player. It would be a huge message to do that, but just at some point here, I can't trade away all the picks.
That is Ben Self-Care Standick.
That's right.
Joins us here on Grant and Danny. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. See you.
Doesn't sound like he
See you,
wants to wear one of my Bleep Them Pick shirts.
He's not into it.
No. Check out his work in The Athletic. Mitchell Parker, lefty in the Nats rotation, joins us next from West Palm Beach on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders have lost their lone double-digit sack guy last year as edge rusher Dante Fowler is going to return to the Dallas Cowboys on a one-year deal worth $8 million. Today, the Commanders signed offensive lineman Nate Herbig. He's played 5 seasons, 3 in Philadelphia, 1 in New York with the Jets, and last season he was with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Also, the
Again, Parker to the belt. Monasterio off third, the pitch. Breaking ball, strike 3 called over the outside corner at the knees. Another slider and a perfect pitch from Mitchell Parker. Leaves Gary Mitchell frozen at the plate. Just the second strikeout of the game for Parker, but a very big one.
On site for spring baseball today in West Palm Beach, where the young prospects from the national system are taking part in the spring breakout. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening to The Fan. Dante Fowler is, in fact, leaving Washington. Remember, he sent a couple of tweets where he suggested he had been disrespected, it seemed like, by the offers they'd made. Well, he's going back to Dallas. So he went from the Cowboys to the Commanders, now back to the Cowboys. More on the Commanders losing their only double-digit sack edge from last year, as we've talked about trying to add to that position. They have now lost some pass rush at that position. We'll get to that coming up in just a few. But we are joined right now by left-handed starting pitcher Mitchell Parker, the 25-year-old southpaw who amassed 150 innings in the Nats rotation last year as a rookie, and he's now battling for the final spot in the rotation. Looks like he's in line to become the 5th starter for Washington at the beginning of the year. Last year, though, Mitch, you were just trying to prove you had big league talent. You belonged on the team, and here you are now with a locked-in roster spot, it would appear. Just how much have things changed for you at camp?
Really, it's nothing really changed. We're just trying to do what we do every spring training. It's always a little competition. Going to be a really good team this year, so we're excited to win a lot of ball games, have a lot of fun, and hopefully celebrate a lot of things.
I always find it entertaining or interesting as someone who tracks the minor leagues and follows prospects really closely, like which guys are beloved and who aren't. And then when you get to the big leagues, like you are not a highly regarded prospect. And then you get to the show and right away you're doing the thing that the prospect is supposed to do. You're giving QSs and you're going out 6 innings at a time. Is that something you ever got caught up in or just give me an idea of kind of the prospect industry and, what you thought about how you were viewed coming up.
I never really paid attention to any of it. Like you said, was never really anything special, if that's the right word.
We're all special, Mitchell.
Yeah. But coming out of junior college, I know obviously there's, different schools, different all that, but really it's the same baseball game. We're all playing the same one. So that's just kind of what I did. I just kept the head down and focused on playing our game, and luckily it worked out, and hoping to do it for a while.
Which is the right approach, but it's also easier said than done, because it does feel to me like if you're an early round pick, you're going to get more opportunities, right? If you sign for more money, you're going to get moved through the system even if you're not throwing well. You know what I'm saying? So how do you not allow that to affect you as you kind of know coming up, like, I got to do better than these other guys to get the same opportunities?
Again, it's for me personally, I tried to think as little as I could on it. That's kind of been my whole motto since getting into pro ball, is the less we think about all the outside stuff, the better the baseball side of it goes. So again, I was just kind of, we said in college, we said in the minor leagues here, like, just control what you can control and go with that.
So as you're approaching the big leagues last year, what were some of the things that you thought were the difference between where you were at in your development? And if I fast forward in 5 years and I'm a really good big league starter, this is what it looks like now.
I mean, again, just 5 years. I'm hoping to stay healthy. That's a big goal for. I mean, a lot of people, and me included, just want to make as many innings as I can every year, and obviously win as many games. I mean, if we win a lot of games, a lot of good things happen, and we have a lot of fun in the clubhouse.
I just mean even from like a stuff standpoint, or like for you, when I would look in the minor leagues at your numbers over the years, it's like if you're going deep into a start or throwing strikes, like no one's hitting you, right? So like for you, did you know that if you could harness more control command, like where that would go, or if I add this one pitch, like what was your mindset in that regard?
Coming through the minor leagues, we had a big walk issue, so that was our big focus. It still is our big focus. Just pounding the strike zone with it. We know that good things happen with the 4 pitches that we have when we're in the strike zone. Force the hitters to do what we want them to do instead of hoping that they do what we want them to do. And really just being aggressive with it, but controlling it and not making a faster game faster.
You're not the first pitcher ever who has had to figure out how to cut down on walks and throw more strikes. How do you actually go about doing that? Like we as fans here, he's working on his control command, and people don't know the difference. Control, like over the plate command, locating within the strike zone. But like for you, what is the actual weight? Is there drill work that you do? Is there certain things that in repetition with muscle memory? Like how did you fix it?
For me, it was mainly just making the delivery repeatable. I have a lot of funky moving parts when I'm pitching, so we were trying to really crack down and get rid of the things that don't need to be there, and then just the things that are there, make it repeatable between pitches.
Is that video work to do any of that, or is it more just people telling you what they think you should table?
Some of it was video. Some of it's just, going out there, throwing a bullpen and just talking about what we were feeling on when something went good, what we felt when it didn't feel quite right. So it's a good mix of both.
Mitchell Parker of the Nationals joins us here on Grant and Danny, looking ahead to the 2025 season. So you mentioned the 4 pitches. I think by now everyone's gotten a good look at you in the fan base. But take us through the repertoire and kind of how you feel about each offering and what they provide in the big pie that you put together with the 4 of them.
I've forever been just a fastball, curveball, splitter guy. At the start of last year, actually my second ever big league start, we busted out a slider for a little bit. So we were working on that a little bit last year and worked on it the entire offseason and the spring training, and hoping to throw it more this year.
Was that the first time in a game you'd ever thrown that slider?
Yeah, that was probably the 4th time I'd ever really thrown it. We threw it a couple of times in the bullpen when I was in AAA to start the year, and then threw it in a bullpen after my debut, and then we just kind of threw it out there.
So how does that happen? Like, who was catching that night? Is there this conversation where you're like, what if we just started throwing a pitch in a game that I'm not that comfortable with?
We just kind of had in our little meeting before the game, we were just kind of feeling it out. There was a couple situations where we thought we were going to be able to squeak it into some of the hitters, and just kind of took it from there. If we were going to feel it out in the bullpen before, if it felt like something we were able to work with, we were going to go with it. And luckily it was something that
But there's really no net there. Like in a spring start tomorrow or something, you do that. You get rocked, who cares, right? We're figuring that out. That's why we're here. In that game, were you nervous at all about going to that? Because you hear the axiom, you don't want to get beat with your second best pitch or whatever. That's not even a pitch that you have. Like, I don't even know if there's a phrase for that.
We weren't overly concerned with it. Obviously, there is a little bit of the risk of getting beat with it, but the bullpens before that and even before the game, just throwing it out, everything was doing what we were supposed to with it. So we were looking forward to it and wanted to get a little live action with the hitter in there, and luckily it worked out.
Who's your favorite big league starter to either watch or that you would say, even if they're not active now, maybe you most emulated?
Being growing up over on the west side of the country, I grew up a lot watching Kershaw. So, I'm sure it's pretty relevant in my pitch delivery. But
yeah, I was going to say the pause, the hesitation.
But that's a big one that I grew up watching a lot. So yeah.
Did you, obviously you patterned some of the delivery after him. Is that something you've been doing since like you were young watching him, or was that later that you kind of put that together?
We actually started doing that when I got to high A in 22. I was just, again, speeding the game up myself. So that was our way of slowing it down. We weren't able to make a pitch with the hands over the head. And it just kind of developed into that.
Where are you at? And Mitchell Parker's our guest here on Grant and Danny. What are your thoughts on the strike zone being automated to some extent? Obviously here is a little different than some ballparks, but the opportunity to challenge in spring training, is that something you'd want implemented full time, or would you want a full electronic strike zone, or do it the old fashioned way?
I mean, that's a good one. Personally, I don't really care either way. It's going to be, I mean, if it's a strike either way, I don't mind the challenge system. The old fashioned way is obviously what a lot of us came up with, but also my few starts in AAA last year and the previous year, they had kind of a mix of both. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent to all of them. I'm just kind of going with whatever happens.
Mitchell, we appreciate you, man. Have a great rest of camp. Excited to see you back on the hill at Nats Park real soon.
Thank you, guys.
Mitchell Parker, the 25-year-old lefty, back of the Nats rotation with us on Grant and Danny. Dante Fowler's got a new home in Dallas and a double play coming your way in moments. In about 15 minutes at the top of the hour, we'll be giving away tickets to see the Capitals right here on The Fan. Hey, guys, it's Grant. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when the underdog takes down a powerhouse. Right now, those upsets get even better because if your underdog wins, you're going to land even more winnings with a Profit Boost token. This is your chance to ride the long shots. Go with the scrappy team that refuses to go quietly. We love an underdog in March. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Get your Dog of the Day Profit Boost. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Need to make a bet, even money odds at least. Bonus issued non-withdrawable Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, max wager amount. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Third and 9 for Carolina. Dalton on the move. He tried to throw it to his own man. He threw it to the other team. Intercepted by Fowler, and he's gonna go. Touchdown, Commanders.
That's my guy, Ian Eagle, on the call on CBS of a pick six from Dante Fowler, probably the highlight of his season and his stay in Washington. He is going back to Dallas, where he spent 2 years in 22 and 23. With the Commanders, though, he had more success than he had in Dallas. 10.5 sacks last year. I mentioned this earlier. This is not to belittle his impact, but he was not particularly helpful against the run. One of the reasons I think that they weren't overly aggressive in trying to bring him back. And while the 10.5 sacks were important, he only had a couple sacks in his last 10 games if you count the 3 playoff games. And beyond that, it's 14 total hits on the quarterback, right? 12 total hits on the quarterback. It's 14 tackles for loss. So the majority of his really good plays were sacks. It's not like a Hendrickson or one of these other really good edges where they're complete and they can play the run and defend the pass and get up the field, or they're doing a whole lot of other things to help you, Danny. It's kind of he gets the sack or you don't really notice him. And 10.5 is a big deal. I love it. But I'll bet you that they would assume, based on predictors, that he's not going to do another 10.5 sack season unless something changed. Like if you punch in TFL's QB hits, pressure win rate, all that stuff, it might spit out 6.5, 7 sacks.
Right. Yeah. So this is Grant was right. Danny was wrong on this one. I thought someone would bite. I thought someone would give him a much bigger deal. He got a pay raise from last year, but you can tell that Dallas wasn't necessarily buying this either. Right. I mean, they paid a medium amount, and again, an upgrade for, hey, we think you could be a starter for us. But it's, again, another kind of 1 year prove it deal for Fowler, who, I think was probably surprised at the lack of market after the year he just turned in. It was a very good season. He played well, had a dozen quarterback hits, 14 tackles for loss, was a solid contributor. Again, we know the weaknesses, not great against the run, down and down out, not built that way, not supposed to be a defensive end that's, taking on tackles or pulling guards and things like that. One of the smaller players. He's a speed edge, maybe an outside linebacker in a 34, stand up, maybe kind of pass rusher, but had his best season since 2019 here in Washington. I thought he would cash in. I thought he'd get double-digit millions, maybe a couple-year deal. Didn't happen. The market didn't materialize, and he's off the board. I think Washington kind of looked at it like, we got what we're going to get out of you last year. You're welcome to come back and do that again. I can't imagine you'd be excited about it. I get the sense they're not crying over any spilled milk here, having let him walk.
Well, I think we can now say with conviction that his tweets were about the offers that Washington was making him. And maybe it was bigger than that, too. Maybe it was the market.
I think it was the market, probably.
Even though that was before, technically, he was supposed to be talking to other teams, if you remember.
Yeah.
There is the legal tampering, and then there's free agency, but that doesn't account for illegal tampering, which is also happening during legal tampering, where your agent is talking to the club and where your agent is talking to other clubs behind the scenes to get a feel for your value, right? I laugh at like Morgan Moses, the former commander. I don't know if you saw this. He ended up signing with the New England Patriots. Well, Diana Rossini put out a tweet about Morgan Moses like hitting the market, and the graphic that the Athletic used the day before free agency was Morgan Moses with a Patriots helmet. And it's the graphic they use for when someone signs with the team. And she said, it was a mistake. I don't know why they did that, whatever. Well, the next day he signed with the Patriots. And even before that, everyone's going, wait, did they just tip that Morgan Moses is going to be a Patriot? Because there's no other reason. He's never played for New England. And then sure enough, the next day he signed with the Patriots. So,
well, yeah, I mean, you got the legal tampering period, and yet there's been a report that I guess Washington had talked with or had offered Ronnie Stanley some money. And he, of course, stayed with Baltimore. Well, if that was true, which I assume it is based on reporting, that was before anybody was allowed to talk to Ronnie Stanley that wasn't Baltimore, right? I mean, just these sorts of things, it's always going to be whatever's before the legal time. It's just a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. These type of things are worked out beforehand, and everybody just kind of looks the other way.
Even though Dante Fowler was not going to make them a better run-stuffing team, and even though he probably wouldn't have repeated 10.5 sacks, the edge position, without him getting to the quarterback, is worse from a pass rushing standpoint, because he was the one guy for much of last year, certainly the first 3 quarters of last year, that on a big down, when the other team's throwing the football, you felt like with his speed off the edge might be able to get home. By going and getting Dietrich Wise, by now having Dorrance Armstrong, who did finish really well. He was actually, I thought, better than Fowler rushing the quarterback in the last 5 or 6 weeks of the season. But that is not a tandem that will combine for more, I wouldn't think, than like 15 sacks. I think if Armstrong gets you 9 or 9.5 and Wise gets you 5, 5.5, something like that, you'd be pretty happy. I'm beating a dead horse here. I understand that. I just need more from a pass rushing standpoint. Otherwise, this coaching staff's going to have to draw things up in the dirt to get that pressure. And it's a lot on their plate to try to devise and scheme this up because you don't have the athletes to do it. You know, when you're talking X's and O's over Billy's and Joe's, I worry a little bit about that.
Yeah, I do too. Especially because, again, now we'll see how improved the secondary is if Jonathan Jones and company are able to come in here and change things. But I really believe that they were reluctant to do some of that stuff against quality opponents last year, talking about blitzing and kind of going all in because of how weak their secondary was for most of the season. Even once Marshawn Lattimore came and didn't provide the boost that maybe folks thought he would, they didn't trust those guys in the back end. I wouldn't have left anybody alone on an island. I would have just kept giving stuff up underneath, which is what they did all season long, all playoff long. Just didn't feel like they could stop anybody at any point, dropping back on those 3rd and 7s, which to me is what the league is on both offense and defense. When it's 72 and sunny, you can hand it off, get your 5 yards. You can check it down when nobody knows what to expect, etc. Eventually, it's going to be 3rd and 7, and who wins there, to me, is how the NFL is decided on almost a weekly basis. Who wins, the requisite amount of times on those downs, both from a pass defense perspective and from an offensive perspective. And Washington, to me, is not good enough there right now this minute. They hid some things last year. We didn't notice it when they were beating up bad opponents or they were playing ball control without a running game because Daniels was incredible. But they were giving things up, man. And they need to be better in a number of areas on defense if they want to start competing with the Eagles and some of these elite teams on a weekly basis and not just sort of rely on magic. Again, Daniels is incredible. I'm all in favor of it. But, man, they needed an upgrade there. And I think it's, I think they understand that. But still, where's it coming from?
Beltway Blitz right at the top here. As soon as we return to kick off the 4 o'clock hour, and we've got Caps tickets as well. Everybody wants to get their hands on these. Ovi's chasing down Gretzky. This is a game next weekend after they return from their road trip. We will get you to Capital One Arena in the good seats if you can be the right caller as soon as we return. Make sure you're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group. Any car, any way, for everyone. In the NFL, Commanders edge rusher Dante Fowler is not returning to the team. He's headed to Dallas on a one-year deal worth $8 million. The Commanders signed offensive lineman Nate Herbig to a 5-year, or he played 5 seasons in the league, 3 with Philadelphia, 1 with the Jets, 1 in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. The Patriots signed safety Marcus Epps. The Chiefs are re-signing running back Kareem Hunt. In baseball, the Nationals big league club beat the Braves today in spring training action 8-5. James Wood 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored. Nationals taking on the Astros in the spring breakout game right now. The score of this one in the bottom of the 5th inning is tied at 6. A good game for 2022 5th overall pick Elijah Green, 2 for 2 with a double, a homer, and a walk. In basketball tonight, college hoops, number 11 Maryland taking on number 24 Illinois in the Big Ten tournament in the quarterfinals. 6:30 tip-off over on the Team 980. George Mason taking on George Washington in the A10 tournament quarterfinals tonight at Capital One Arena, 5 p.m. tip-off. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Kings last night 3-0. Darcy Kemper with a shutout against his former club. Caps taking on the Sharks to wrap up their California road trip tomorrow at 5 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. For 35 years, Eastern's Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Caps on Saturday, March 22nd against the Florida Panthers. Capital One Arena tickets and more event information. Go to thefandc.com/contest. Congrats to whoever's winning those tickets. They're a hot commodity. Caps ticket prices are skyrocketing with the OV chase right now. We'll get to the Beltway Blitz in just a moment. We're welcoming you back. West Palm Beach is the site of today's show. We are at the Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches watching the spring breakout. Nats prospects playing Astros prospects as we give you a live Grant and Danny talking all things DC sports and going around the NFL with the news of the day. Toby was about to go on for his update there.
Yeah, this one's going to be my bad here.
And you were doing a Harry Carey impression?
Doing Harry Carey bits.
When Toby does his updates, obviously, we have to mute our microphones. Danny forgot to mute his mic, and so he was doing Harry Carey as Toby started talking.
And it's like, dun-dun-dun-dun. I'm like, hey, everybody, welcome to the ballpark of the Palm Beaches. I'm Harry Carey along with Grant Paulson and ones of people disguised as blue seats. It's Brady House. He's not batting, but I just saw him. I was doing Harry Carey shtick, and then Toby has to talk, and he starts smiling.
And seriously, has to give an update.
This is People rely on the information.
You can't chuckle.
You can't guffaw. And
Great.
I'm sitting there just chuckling and trying to pinch it and hold it in. I'm doing the Jimmy Fallon SNL break. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my God, it's so funny. Just ruining it.
Sorry, Tobes.
Sorry, Tobes.
He was trying to be a pro. All right, let's get to the Blitz and kick it off with college hoops. Yeah, I knew you could do it, big voice guy.
Big voice guy.
You didn't want to. You were a little frustrated. You were a little nervous, but you finally did it.
It's fine.
A lot of good college basketball. Mason GW, 5 p.m. You got Maryland, Illinois, Marquette, St. John's, Duke, UNC, Bama, Kentucky, Clemson, Louisville among the slate today in conference action. But let's talk Maryland with Gene Wong of the Washington Post. So, Gino, the Terps, they've got a tip, I believe, at 6 this evening, playing Illinois, quarters of the Big Ten tourney. What can you tell us about the matchup?
Yeah, it's not the greatest matchup for Maryland. Illinois is rolling. They've won their last 4 games by an average of 15 points. They just dropped 106 points on Iowa in the second round of the Big Ten tournament. They can just flat out score the basketball. They have 5 starters who are elite scorers. I know Maryland beat them last time in Champaign by 21. That's not going to happen again. This is a different Illinois team. Now, Maryland's better too, certainly. But I expect this one to go back and forth throughout the entirety of the game.
So, Gino, I think you're correct, but also in fairness, I feel like you and I could get 50 against Iowa at this stage, the way they guard. But does Maryland need to win this game to stay on the 4 line, in your opinion, or are they locked in there more or less?
Yeah, I at this point, I truly believe they're playing with house money. I mean, even if they don't win a single game in the Big Ten tournament, they're going to be a 4 in the NCAA tournament. The resume is that good regardless. So, yeah, and that's the kind of the dilemma. If you're not going to win the Big Ten championship, is it better to lose and get ready for the big dance coming up, or play a couple games in Indy where it's going to be rugged for 40 minutes and, it's a really physical game. Do you want rest instead? So, I mean, that's certainly a dilemma I'm sure not just Maryland is facing, but other teams who are, starting today as well.
Yeah, let's talk about how good they are and what kind of chance they have moving forward here, because I mean, this is as good a team as we've seen from Maryland since that pandemic year when they were robbed of an opportunity to play in the tourney.
No, certainly they have, and we've talked about this before. They have great balance from their starting 5. They can do it on the inside with Derek Queen, the Big Ten Freshman of the Year, and Julian Reese, a 4-year starter, which is so rare in college basketball these days. And then Kevin Willard did a great job with the transfer portal, getting in a wing, Celton Miguel, and 2 guards. The point guard, Jacoby Gillespie, has been just a godsend this season. It can score the ball, but certainly is a great distributor too. The question is, if there's foul trouble among that starting 5, what's going to happen from the bench? Because they don't get a lot of scoring production from the bench. They get energy, they get defense from guys like Jordan Geronimo. But in terms of getting points, that rarely happens from the backups.
Yeah, the way this group plays, it feels like every single one of their 5 starters, and it's really this group of 5, has taken a turn carrying the team at some point, whether there's a lull or somebody needs to step up, someone's gotten hot. It feels like it's been a different guy each time. Is there a go-to person? Like, here you are, end of the first weekend in in the second round, tie game, 2 minutes left, running down the clock. Who's the go-to guy to you?
Kevin Willard will tell you unequivocally that it's Julian Reese, because he's been in, big situations before in the NCAA tournament, in the Big Ten tournament. He's a veteran. You get it inside to him. He's either going to draw a foul or, make a shot and maybe get an and one. He's just really a smart decision maker with the basketball in the low post. But, Jacoby Gillespie's hit some money 3-pointers in the clutch too. So if they have to go that way, certainly. But the preferred route for Kevin Willard is to dump the ball to Julian Reese and let him do his thing.
Maryland basketball tonight with Illinois. Excellent day of college hoops as they get ready for the Big Ten tourney and then ultimately the NC2A tourney. Hey, Gene, I know you cover so much in town, but I was talking to Danny earlier about the fact that we're going to have a pretty loaded slate maybe as far as locals. American making it for the first time since 2014. Mason obviously has to handle their business against GW and have a good run in the A10, but we could have at least 3 of the kind of obscure teams potentially getting in, plus Maryland around here.
It's fantastic for the basketball in the District, Maryland, Virginia. Certainly happy for Dwayne Simpkins. I'm dating myself. It shows you how old I am. I covered him when he was in high school at DeMatha. Now he's doing a heck of a job coaching at American. So, yeah, really happy for Dwayne.
In terms of the A10, I'm worried if, obviously if and when my boys lose tonight to Grand George Mason Patriots, but I'm worried the A10 is only going to be a 1-bid league. Does Mason need to win it to get in?
Yes, I think, apart from, VCU being that 1 bid, Mason's going to have to win it, I think, to get in. Obviously, same with GW, but we want to remove all doubt, though, at this time, right? I mean, what you have to do to do it. You don't want to be, in suspense on Sunday. You just want to be able to sit there and say, okay, when is their name going to come up? Not if it's going to come up. So, yeah, they got to win the whole thing.
Gene, thank you.
You got it, fellas. Anytime.
Appreciate you, bud.
Let's talk football. Nate Davis of USA Today Sports joins us now. Nate, we'll start with quarterback. Russell Wilson meeting with the Giants, the Browns. It feels like he's just going to go to whatever team doesn't get whoever they want, whether that's Rodgers or someone else. Is it kind of that simple, or what do you think Russell Wilson's market looks like?
Yeah, I definitely don't think he necessarily has – I guess it depends on what he wants, Grant. He was pretty vocal last year, right up until the night they lost to the Ravens in the playoffs. When we asked him, that he wanted to come back to Pittsburgh. But I think if that was a completely mutual feeling, then they would have already, signed him, particularly since, they got DK Metcalf, who Russell Wilson played with for a couple of years in Seattle, and there's some built-in chemistry there. So, I feel like if Aaron Rodgers chooses somebody else, I don't know what better alternative at that point the Steelers have than Russell Wilson, as limited as I think it is. But I think if he gets bullish on, say, the Browns, or if the Titans decide that they want some kind of a extra alternative or a bridge guy, even if they draft Cam Ward, then maybe he could call a shot that way. But I think if he's hoping it's going to be the Giants or the Steelers, he's probably going to have to wait and see what Rodgers does first.
Seen any tweets from Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence lately?
I didn't read them, but I heard about it. Yeah.
What do you? I mean, listen, it's Dallas, so every time somebody sneezes down there, we got to station Ed Werder or like 7 other people just to make sure that every bit of news is covered. But still, it feels like a little bit of the dysfunction's bubbling over. Yes.
I thought it was, Lawrence said some honest things yesterday that he didn't feel like he was going to win the Super Bowl down there. I also don't know if that there's a little bit of sour grapes there in that he had to decamp and wasn't re-signed with maybe some other guys there. But the Cowboys certainly treat the offseason in their own unique way. It's kind of hard to, I can't for the life of me figure out why they couldn't pony up $6.5 million to keep Rico Dowdle as well as he played for them last year, and decide that Javonte Williams is a better alternative. And then certainly they could get, a good running back in the draft. But it doesn't sound like they're necessarily going to be in the Ashton Jeanty market. And, they may not even have that option at 12 because it sounds like he may be gone sooner than that. But, long way of saying, the Cowboys are going to do what the Cowboys decide to do, and we'll find out at the end of the day what the results are, particularly with the rookie head coach. But it tends to be a little mystifying. I thought they were going to finally get ahead of Micah Parsons after getting Odigizua done, but they're probably not going to have to pay him Myles Garrett plus money. So it seems like they learned, but maybe they don't.
Speaking of Myles Garrett, I'm sure you saw this report from Jason Lloyd of The Athletic that he apparently skips mandatory team activities. He says it's well known in the building that he's late frequently as well. A, what do you make of that? And B, where do you think that came from now? They just paid him all that money. Why is that coming out now?
Yeah, the timing of it is pretty curious. But, I'd want to hear Myles Garrett's side of it too. I've always found him to be a pretty intentional guy. I'd like to know what is the other side of that coin. Is he doing more of his work at home? Does he not want to go to mandatory events and hang out with Sean Watson? Exactly how does he feel about that? And, clearly he got to a point where he wanted off of that team. And clearly, they bought his loyalty back. So you kind of wonder what all is at play under the surface there. But this feels like one of those things where I'd like to hear whatever's on the other side of that quote unquote rumor.
What's been kind of the big picture for free agency for you, Nate? Just kind of 30,000 foot view. It seems like there aren't that many in their prime players available anymore. It's now, I don't want to say slimmer pickings because there's still some big names and some big contracts have been signed, but it doesn't seem to be the same as it's been in years past.
Yeah, Danny, I think that's right, and that would kind of be my view. I think the biggest contract this year in terms of total value is Milton Williams, at least in terms of guys that switch teams.
Yep.
I think the biggest APY is Sam Darnold right now. Milton Williams is a good player. Sam Darnold might finally be the player he was projected to be, but to me, what it means is just that the revenue and the cap has gone up so significantly and so quickly and so steadily the last few years that teams really haven't had, in my judgment, had to make that many hard choices about guys that they want to keep and kind of, the guys that they decide to let go to the market. I think just generally we're in a period right now, as long as, the revenue graph stays pointed up, where teams can have their cake and eat it too. Whereas, 4 or 5, maybe even 3 years ago, teams had to make a lot more tough choices about whether to keep player A or player B, and therefore you kind of had more compelling guys hit the market. But I think just right now, teams often don't have to be in that position, and the guys that hit the market, are often the ones that they decided, intentionally that we're going to let go because we have other plans here, as opposed to keeping this guy when we probably could if we really wanted to.
Nate, last one. Give us a team that's helped itself a bunch early in free agency? You like their plan, and give us a club that you don't really see what they're doing.
Well, I mean, I think the Bears have done a nice job, for Ben Johnson, getting 2 new guards in the center in front of Caleb Williams. I think will serve him very well, and hopefully make the rest of that, very talented roster come together. And sort of the main thing they needed was coaching. So I think that things are definitely should be pointing up with the Bears. I don't want to say I don't like what the Patriots are doing, but I feel like the Patriots kind of got themselves in a box, like we just talked about, where you got to spend the money. You got to hit a certain threshold on the expenditure. Milton Williams, is certainly a nice pickup, but I feel like they've ended up paying a lot of money for a lot of guys that kind of fill out your roster. And certainly they had a talent deficit there. But I'm not sure that all the guys they picked up there are really going to translate to a ton of extra wins. Certainly, I guess they'll be more competitive, but I don't know that Drake May is going to get protected that much better. Certainly he still has an issue with playmakers, that they can do something in the draft, but I feel like they were kind of put in a position of spending money because they had to, but didn't necessarily have a whole lot of, blue chip guys that they could bring in. So we'll see what that means.
Nate, thank you as always, my friend. Have a great weekend.
You too, guys.
You got it, buddy. Hit that national sounder, Darius. Grant and Andy are going to do that because we're here at Nationals Park. I guess it's the Cacti Ballpark of the West Palm Beaches, Cactus Ball, or Houston, whatever.
You look right
Ballpark
above the
of the Palm
scoreboard
Beaches.
there.
I don't know.
Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches.
It'll change in an hour. I can't do this.
You can just call it West Palm Beach spring training site.
It's the best Palm. We're here for the spring breakout game, and this has been really, really neat to watch some of the Nats young prospects at all varying levels of the organization kind of go at it. I had not seen Seaver King play in person. For example, their first-round pick from this past year. Hadn't seen Andrew Pinckney play in person. Both have shown some pretty cool things. Elijah Green has tattooed a couple of balls. We've got to see some skill sets on display.
Yeah, no doubt. Seaver King, who's put on, 15, 20 pounds or so probably since the end of last season. This was a top 10 pick out of Wake Forest. Can play shortstop. You look at him, he's batting right now in front of us, but big tree trunk legs, big lower half. He looks to me like more of a second baseman, third baseman body, but the instincts and the moves,
pretty smooth and short.
Athletically, he can play the position. And we actually saw him make a really nice diving play and hop up and make a throw on a hop to first base. But I'll tell you, 2 guys who stand out offensively today. Obviously, Elijah Green had the tremendous game. He drew a walk on a 3-2 pitch that he spit on a couple of good pitches close, which is great to see for him. A lot of swing and miss, tons of strikeouts, about half of his at-bats in the minor leagues. As a disappointing first couple of years to his career, he's gone from the 5th overall pick in the draft to being, 25th in their system out of 30 prospects, according to MLB Pipeline. But today, a double to the warning track in left center that he crushed, then a high arching lofted, a home run to left field. But how about the sound off Brady House's bat? We watched him take BP today.
Oh, man.
The power's for real. He laced the ball, had to have hit that ball 110 miles an hour, a base hit into left field to drive in a couple.
I'm telling you, it's one of those things you don't know until you see it or hear it in person. There are a handful of major leaguers, and not every big leaguer has it sound this way, GP, but there is a difference with certain guys and the sound the ball makes when it hits their bat, where if you didn't know anything about anything, it's sort of the Ovechkin test or the Crosby test or the Gretzky test we talk about in hockey sometimes. You didn't know anything about anything. You would show up and go, who's that? I need to follow that guy, and House has that. When he hits the ball, it stays hit. There's just this ease and grace and just this. It's like he's holding a telephone pole. And the bat looks like a chair leg up there for him. And he just sort of flicks it at the ball like it's nothing. And it is thumped when he makes contact.
Elijah Green's actually back in the batter's box now with a 2-0 count. It's been his day. Mentioned the 2 extra base hits and the walk. He's got his family here, tweeting videos of the home run. They're jacked up for him, as you'd imagine. But it's a huge year for him. People will hear the interview Toby and I did today with Elijah Green on Bustin' Loose Baseball. We've got a live show tomorrow. But he's been able to flash immense tools. He is a 70, maybe an 80 runner. He's a 70 or 80 defensive player. His arm's unbelievable. The range is fantastic. He's basically the same height and weight and speed we were talking earlier, as DK Metcalf. The problem is the swing and the miss, and he swung through a couple pitches in a row to make the count 2-2 here. But that's going to be the whole key, is the bat to ball. You could have 4+ tools, and he might have 2 or 3+ tools, which most guys in the big leagues don't.
Would dream of, yeah.
But the first most important one in baseball is the hit tool. And that's where he has just not made enough contact. And it's why he's gone from this prospect in the draft that everybody was fawning over to someone now who's been struggling to get out of A-ball.
It's one of those things where it's still so early. We're spoiled every Bryce Harper and Juan Soto and every, Corbin Carroll or whoever that flies to the major leagues and is awesome as a teenager or 20-year-old or whatever. This is, I don't want to say normal, the normal course of things for a guy to struggle like this, but it's also not the craziest thing in the world that going to high-level pitching when striking out, even at the high school level, was an issue for him, that it's exacerbated now at the professional level. It's too early to give up. I mean, again, you already talked about those. The skill set and the tools are just otherworldly. But the hardest one to learn, the hardest one to master, the hardest one to figure out, it's the hardest thing to do in sports, just so happens, is putting that round bat to that round ball squarely and consistently. It is something that escapes a lot of guys. And to me, the reason we're talking about at the other end of the spectrum, I've always kind of been a Luis Garcia advocate, even when it wasn't cool, because he could do that. The bat to the ball was real. Everything else, you're going, I wish he was in better shape, or I wish he ran better. I wish he, had any kind of count discipline at any time. But I'm going, I understand all that, but he can hit the damn ball.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to be patient with that. The other
Him
end
and
here.
Ruiz are similar. K-Bert Ruiz, the Nats catcher. They don't swing and miss.
Right.
They don't really strike out, right? And in Ruiz's case, he's one of the hardest guys in the sport to strike out. His swing and miss is, like 98th percentile or whatever. With him, it's about swing decisions, swinging at the right pitches, because you're going to make contact.
Yeah, you'll
But
see
if
him,
it's
for
in the
example.
right spot as opposed to off the plate,
Right.
you can actually do something with it.
Well, you'll see him, in a clutch situation, a big spot, flail at an 0-0 slider off the plate, and because he makes contact with everything, you just gave up the at bat. Well, that's not good. You made contact, that's awesome, but is that really what we should be doing here? And that sort of maturity to understand, counts and situations. You're hoping maybe this is the breakout. By the way, no one hits more home runs than K-Bert Ruiz this year in spring training. He's the Michael A. Taylor of this year's Nationals club.
Elijah Green, another good at bat. He did strike out looking, but it was on a pitch on the corner. Maybe he looked outside, but he got rung up and kind of went right back to the dugout nodding. But you're looking at 4 ABs, full count strikeout on a ball that was probably 50-50 on the corner, and then the double, the home run, and the walk he drew on another full count. So he's seen a lot of pitches. A good day for him in the spring breakout. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Cooper Kupp has several teams interested in his services. Sounds like the Dallas Cowboys are the most likely team to land him. Do we think he's got anything left? Would you be bothered by him going to Dallas? Is that someone you'd want in Washington? We'll get to that as we continue. By the way, as the guys get out of this ball game, Brady House, one of the top prospects in the system, and last year's first-round pick Seaver King are expected to join us, a couple of Georgia boys, perhaps together sometime in the next couple of segments. So make sure you're listening for that. But let's talk Cooper Kupp next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders' edge rusher from last year, Dante Fowler, finished with 10.5 sacks. He's not coming back to the team, though. He's headed to the Dallas Cowboys on a one-year deal worth $8 million. Also, the Commanders signed offensive lineman Nate Herbig. He played 5 seasons in the NFL, 3 in Philadelphia, 1 for the New York Jets, and 1 in Pittsburgh. Also, the Patriots signed safety Marcus Epps. In baseball, the Nationals Big League Club beat the Braves today, 8-5 in a spring training action. James Wood 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored. Nationals taking on the Astros in the spring breakout game right now. 6-6 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Elijah Green 2 for 2 with a double, a homer, 2 for 3 with a double, a homer, and a walk with a 2022 5th overall pick with a good performance. College hoops. Number 11, Maryland, taking on number 24, Illinois in the Big Ten quarterfinals. 6:30 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. George Mason going to take on George Washington, the A10 tournament quarterfinals at Capital One Arena coming up at 5 o'clock. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empowered Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We are at the ballpark of the Palm Beaches Nationals spring training. Gonna have great content for you all weekend long. Bustin' Loose Baseball live tomorrow afternoon, and we will have a live Grant and Danny on Sunday. Nats special, breaking down the team as we get closer to opening day. So make sure you are locked in for that around the Nationals baseball schedule this weekend, and then one more show on Monday that'll be Nats heavy from spring training. But we're mixing in the NFL news and everything going on in free agency as well. The Commanders, we found out, just lost pass rusher Dante Fowler to the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys were in the news this morning because they're the most likely team to sign Cooper Kupp, according to Adam Schefter. He says Kupp wants to have a quick free agency period, doesn't want this to linger, Danny, and Dallas is the front runner as of right now. Washington was linked to him in the rumor mill. There's really been nothing tangential since he became a free agent that would make you think they're overly involved, and I wonder how much the Deebo Samuel trade in the meantime has changed that. But Kupp was a guy I always was okay with them signing because I don't think he is demanding of targets, and I think he's someone that would actually be a good fit as a traditional wide receiver 2 opposite Terry and allow you to move Deebo all over the place.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, the separation scores have gone down, some of those metrics that say how good you are getting open and kind of working through things. I mean, he was fighting through injury, and that's another part of the concern as well. One of those dudes that I'm okay with not signing, but I certainly don't want my rivals to have him, and that's kind of the biggest deal to me here as a part of it.
You worry about the Cowboys getting him? Because
I do.
I just don't know how much really good football he has. Like, he's the kind of guy that'll make a big play in a big spot, obviously, but I don't necessarily think he's got enough speed or twitch or wiggle left to like burn you and put up big numbers. I wouldn't mind the Cowboys getting him.
It's one of those things where I know it's going to bite me, like on Thanksgiving in prime time. He has his 7 catch for 100 yards in a touchdown type game, and nobody believed in me, and like, this is the team that passed on me, and of course it's ours. But yeah, I mean, I see your point in general. I don't think he's going to put up huge numbers, but I could see it coming back to bite us in our matchups.
All right, let's welcome into the show live in the booth right now, fresh off the field, 2 of the Nationals' top-round picks over the last 3 years, Brady House and Seaver King. House drafted 11th overall and Seaver King 10th overall, both in the top 5 in the team's prospect rankings via MLB Pipeline, and they just took place in the spring breakout game we've been telling you about. Brady, it's great to see you again. Seaver, it's good to meet you in person. That was pretty cool to watch. This is a neat thing baseball does. We can start with you, Seaver. First chance getting to take part in this showcase. What'd you think?
Yeah, it was a really good experience. I think, we got a good group of guys. We're out there playing hard, and hopefully we can pull it out right here.
For you, Brady, I don't want to say this is old for you, but it's getting there, right? I mean, you've done this a time or two. How's today different from kind of the normal grind?
It's fun because it's the second year of them doing it.
Mhm.
Obviously, I was a part of it last year, but we did it at the Mets. So with it being at home this year, it was fun, super fun getting to play with these guys. So
Tell me about the background. You guys are both Georgia guys, same age, and you're from similar area. How well did you guys know each other growing up?
Yeah, we played travel ball growing up from probably probably like 11 to like 14 maybe. On the same team, went to Cooperstown together. Drove back from Cooperstown together. So it's a long time coming to be on the same field again.
So did you guys keep up, like texting each other while you go from high school to the pros, get drafted? You obviously go the college route, transfer, and become a star at Wake. Were you guys still buddies and linked up throughout?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as soon as he got drafted, I texted him, and of course, I was on the road actually, and I was watching the draft on my phone, and to see that pull up on my phone was kind of cool. So yeah, I definitely was happy about that decision and excited that we get to come back and play together, because we played together at a young age, and then kind of as we got older, different schools and all that, so it kind of took us away from each other.
Seaver, what was that moment like getting drafted? Like, you're a first-round Major League Baseball draft pick. You know what I mean? Like, at your work, you've done a lot of work to get to this point. And there's still plenty of work ahead. You're working hard. But what was that kind of validation moment like?
And, I went to college and I was like, all right, I'm just going to do our 4 years and, go get a job. And then, it all just changed so quick. So, it was a crazy moment. But I try not to look back on it. I have, higher, bigger goals. So it was a good night, enjoyed it, had a fun time. But then, wanted to get to work and get better and hopefully get to the big league soon. So,
The voice of Wake Forest product, Seaver King, couple of 21-year-old top 5 prospects for the Nationals in King and Brady House joining us here on Grant and Danny live from West Palm Beach. All right, let's do this. I want you to you've known each other since you were kids. Give us a scouting report on each other. So, Seaver, you go on Brady first. What impresses you? What do Nats fans need to know about a guy that's going to be in the big leagues sooner than later this year?
Yeah, man, he's got a good glove over there. He's always been this big since we were 12, so it's easy to point him out. He's good hitter, good fielder. It was always funny because we played each other in high school or middle school or something, and I remember giving a report like, just throw the high fastball, but I don't really know if that works anymore. Probably not, but that's the only thing I got.
What's your Seaver analysis?
I'd say for me, it's pretty impressive that he can. I watched him play in college. Like I love watching college baseball on my iPad. The dude gets up there, can go for extra base hits, but can also put them out, oppo, poolside. So yeah, pretty impressive to me.
So, Seaver, just similar vein, asking you about Brady. There have been a bunch of guys going to games for all these years. When you watch some of these stars, these prodigious home run hitters, there's a different sound sometimes. And exactly, you're nodding your head. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That the ball makes off their bat. He's got that.
Absolutely.
When the ball's hit, it stays hit. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? There's like that. It's like that resounding thunder. That's something you guys notice as well when he's taking hacks.
Yeah, I mean he's super quiet in there, and then it's just like just gunshot off, just bat speed out the. It's always fun to watch these guys hit and play. It's always a treat. So,
what's your first spring training been like? It's weird getting down here. It's our second day, but there's just so much going on. I don't think fans really get like the amount of rings in the circus, so to speak. Like the backfields, and like we're walking by one of the fields today, and Jake Irvin, who I just watched throwing a big league spring training game a couple days ago, is throwing a sim game and he's throwing against a minor leaguer, but then Josh Bell's in the box. There's so much coordination. Like, how do you even know where to be at certain times? It seems crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean we got a good staff here. Tells us where we need to go. Always there on time, and just it's an opportunity at the end of the day, whether it's playing defense for the big league guys or getting that bat, or we just want each other to get better every day and ultimately win a World Series as an organization. So anything for us to do that is what we'll do.
Brady, what advice have you given to Seaver or some of the other younger guys that are trying to climb the ladder and looking up at you as you're getting really close?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's different for me because I still feel like I'm the same as everybody else. It's weird, but whenever I see him, I still hang out with my bros all the time. So I like all the like meshing together, like with the big leaguers going to do stuff with the minor leaguers and the minor leaguers doing that, because you get to see everybody and you get to meet everybody that way. Like whenever you're moving up affiliates, I'm sure it's way more comfortable whenever you have people that up there. So I think it's good that you meet and you become friends with all these guys during spring training, because whenever you move up, then you're gonna know everybody. So.
You're only hitting 368 this spring. About 370. And I know you guys don't care about spring numbers, but it's been very productive for you. You've handled yourself well against big league pitching. Where's your confidence right now as far as if you got an opportunity in the big leagues? Do you feel like you're ready to go excel, or are there things you think you still have to iron out in the minors before you get the call this spring?
Yeah, I mean, coming into spring training, I just wanted to tell myself and be prepared. I wanted to come into spring training knowing that I did everything in the off season to prepare for spring training. And then whenever you get here, this is a place where, I mean, you're playing games and stuff and there's numbers on the TV and stuff like that. But ultimately it's just a way to prepare you for the actual season. So for me, it's been more of like a mental type of approach for me going into the spring training. I want to work on, like plate discipline and stuff like that. So, just getting out there and doing it every day is the best way to do it.
Sievert short, several really smooth, nice plays today. One diving in the hole. One tricky play that I think maybe folks underrate, that top spin liner that was real handsy that you gloved, flipped up to yourself, threw the guy at first base. It's kind of the unsexy part at times for folks. Everyone looks at what happens in the box, and everyone's an OPS nerd, wants to hear about runs created plus and things like that. How much pride do you take in playing defense? And I think you're staying the shortstop, dude.
Yeah. Obviously, my whole life it's been second, third, short, center. I mean, it's been all. So coming in every day and knowing I'll be at short is really good for me. I really do take pride in it because that's something I can control every day. I can feel ground balls and I can make each and every play. But in the box is going to be up or down. But I know as long as I'm playing good defense, I should be fine for that day. And hopefully I can grind out an AB or two and help the team win. So if I can bring that mentality and that leadership in the infield, that's kind of what I want to do.
I watched a lot of you in college last year. I mean, you seem to have put on a bunch of muscle over the offseason. How much weight did you put on?
Yeah, I got up to about 220.
What did you play at last year?
I played at like 195-ish.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm hoping not to play at 220, but just get up and kind of see how that plays. And
is that because you're going to lose weight as the year goes on, or?
Well, I mean, I've always had trouble gaining weight, so when it kind of comes in bunches. So kind of getting up there, just kind of seeing how my body feels, seeing if I'm still quick in the box or all those things, and kind of finding the right weight is kind of what we're tinkering with.
And how have you felt like seeing you move today? It's so natural, but with all that extra muscle and weight, like how has it affected positively, negatively, whatever at short?
Yeah, I don't think it's done much, to be honest. I think, I feel comfortable. I put in the work in the off season to, get my body in shape, and, it's just a little couple extra muscle, but, just hoping to, have that translate in the box, but hopefully in the infield, it doesn't really affect me too much.
Boys, this is cool to chat with you. Appreciate you guys coming up here and hanging out with us for a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. That was very, very cool. A couple of the top 5 prospects in the Nats system who just took part in the spring breakout game. Brady House and Sievert King with us on Grant and Danny. Let's get back into Cooper Kupp and the possibility of him playing in the division for Dallas next on The Fan. Give away Volbeat tickets coming up on Grant and Danny at the top of the hour. Make sure you're listening to 106.7 The Fan, AM 910, FM 105.1 in Richmond. Of course, take us with you wherever you are on the Odyssey app, and you can watch us streaming thanks to the work of Ryan Clare on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You just saw 2 of the top 5 Nats prospects.
Just hanging out with us, no biggie.
On the YouTube stream. That was Brady House and Seaver King, a couple of good dudes who just got out of the spring showcase, a game tied at 6 as the action continues now into the 9th inning here at the Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches. Breaking news out of the NFL at the wide receiver position. This one's actually pretty stunning. The Bengals are making significant progress on a massive contract extension for wide receivers Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, according to NFL Network's reporters. There's work to be done, but this is the Joe Burrow dream, and it sounds like it's coming true, that they're close to extensions with both Chase and Higgins. Remember, they tagged Higgins for a second time. He's been very annoyed, very frustrated throughout the process. But can you imagine if they get deals done with both of them? They're going to let Hendrickson go or trade him, whether it's now or at the draft, presumably. But they're going all in on offense. Burrow said, I want my receivers. I want to pay T. I want to pay Jamar. And they might do that.
Yeah, it's really surprising, to be honest with you. Not the Chase part. That always made sense to me. Whoa, huge sneeze, ambush. Everyone okay? I'm good.
I'm going to need you to get we need a napkin for this guy.
That
he's on a YouTube stream.
Was bad.
You got something over
a little dribble? Yeah. A little double dribble?
Yeah.
Nintendo? Okay. I was not expecting that. It just came on very quickly, and now it's over. It's not a Grant 3 sneeze.
No.
I think it was just a 1. Thank you.
That was a 1 sneeze.
That was just a 1. Powerful. Several people in the stands turned. I expect you to re-up with Jamar Chase. If it's not Justin Jefferson, it's Jamar Chase is the best receiver in the NFL. I think you could shuffle him up and deal, and anybody be thrilled with one of those guys. So that always made sense to me. The Higgins part of it is fascinating. Going all in on your relative advantage. When those 2 guys are healthy and available, that offense is prolific. They're just different, right? But how often is T. Higgins banged up? How often is he hurt? How often is he not quite himself, et cetera? That one kind of surprises me, especially because you've got him on a franchise tag and you were not necessarily in a rush to have to pay him. For him to get what he wants and you to get what you want, you could have just kind of left it run its course. But instead, they've got to move on from Trey Hendrickson, it seems like. And who knows what other kind of cap flexibility they may or may not have.
Well, I also just think from a team-building standpoint, it's risky at best, and it's a terrible decision at worst. When you're talking about having already paid a quarterback who's elite like Burrow, so it's top of the league money, and I know the cap is growing. But now you're choosing to also pay a wide receiver, which is fine when it's a guy of Chase's caliber. Think about Justin Jefferson, say, in Minnesota. Right. You're going to pay that guy $35 million a year. But they're going to do that with 2 receivers.
2.
So the whole point of having the quarterback, theoretically, is that he's an elevator, that he's going to make some other guys better. And now you're going, well, we're going to give you the toys that you want. Burrow's been very adamant publicly, in a way that most QBs are not, for the record, after they get paid, about keeping his guys. Well, when you advocate for paying Chase and paying Higgins and keeping your receivers, and you basically call out the front office to get it done, you are essentially, without saying it then, saying, don't worry about the defense. You're saying, we don't have to pay Hendrickson. We're not going to have a big-time pass rusher. Because if you pay 2 receivers, Danny, and a quarterback like they pay Burrow, all of your assets are basically now thrown on offense. You're not going to be good defensively. And what's interesting is they're doubling down. Last year, Burrow had as good a year as you can have. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say it was like 4,700 yards and 45 touchdowns or whatever. It was MVP caliber, ridiculous, top 5 passing season ever in terms of yards and touchdowns probably. They didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Their offense was amazing. Their defense was abhorrent. We saw it in the game that we saw. They couldn't stop anything. Anything Washington wanted to do that night, and any other team all year long, they did. And now they're going, we liked what we saw, because they're going to pay the receivers, and it's going to get harder to upgrade the defense. Really, really ballsy way to go.
I think this – now, what do I know? It's not like I've talked to someone in the Cincinnati front office here. But I think the thinking would go like this. It's easier to be just okay on defense, which is what we're going to have to be, than to be great. We'd rather be great on offense. And if we keep the band together as it is, coming off a year where Joe Burrow, to your point, 70.6% completion percentage, 49-18 yardage, 43 touchdowns, 9 picks.
49.
That's prime Aaron Rodgers type stuff right there, right? I mean, that's as good as you're going to find. And that's with T. Higgins banged up a bunch.
By the way, yards passing down last year. Touchdowns passing down last year.
Except for him.
Right. That was like a 5 year ago.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning season, to your point.
Yeah. And so I think the thinking is we can find a way to be adequate. We can go the Greg Williams route and find, Warwick Holdman and a couple of Ronaldo Wynn to be on the outside shoulder of the offensive lineman and hold guys to an okay yardage total, bend but don't break some. I think that's the idea here. I think they know they're not going to be good on defense. And maybe they're zigging when everyone else is zagging in that AFC North that's so rough and tumble. It's a division of run the dang ball, defense, physicality, push you around. Maybe there's a thought that we're going to compete in a different way. I wouldn't do this with Higgins. I would with Burrow and Chase, but I wouldn't with Higgins. But they seem very intent on doing that to make Burrow happy.
Tackle for a long time, Sam Hubbard, the D tackle. He retired, remember?
Yep.
So if he's out, then let's say you trade Trey Hendrickson. A terrible defense lost 2 of its best players up front.
Right.
I don't know, man. I just don't.
I don't know what you're doing.
Yes, you got to pay Chase. Obviously, you pay Burrow. 2 receivers, and what is Higgins going to get? Like, the other really fascinating thing about this is if you're paying them at the exact same time, are they playing off of one another? Like, let's say Chase gets $35 million a year. If you're Higgins, are you signing for 28? There's no way, right? I mean, you want to be in the same vicinity as Jamar Chase, or are you willing to understand and self-evaluate and say he's going to get more than me? Normally, it's just a matter of who signs later. If you sign at the same time, how do you do that?
Is that awkward?
Players don't say, I'm the number 2. I'm not as good as him, so I'll take $5 million less. That's not normally how it works.
Yeah, so I would think if you're going to do it this way, then you got to sign Higgins first and then do Chase.
Honestly, yeah.
Shortly thereafter?
But the way it's reported by NFL Network is that simultaneously they're approaching extensions with both.
It just doesn't seem to be the right way to handle things.
Is there any way they get the same extension?
That would be stupid on 2 ends.
Right.
Like
Could
stupid.
you front load one and back load the other?
Yeah, too much for Higgins and probably too little for Chase if they got the same.
Wow. The Bengals, breaking news this hour, closing in on extensions with both Chase and Higgins at wide receiver. Joe Burrow's going to be happy, but it's going to make making plays defensively that much more complicated.
Yeah, further update, Joe Burrow also signs to play safety, I guess, right?
Volbeat tickets. We've got them for you. As soon as we return, we're going to give away a pair for the final time this week. Great show for this summer out at Jiffy Lube Live. If you want to go, we got your tickets. And then let's talk about where the Commanders have gotten better and where they have gotten worse so far in this free agency period. From West Palm Beach, we're Grant and Danny. Guys, it's Grant. This week, FanDuel's bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is the underdog taking down the powerhouse team. Right now, those upsets are going to get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you're going to land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. The app's easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Download America's #1 sportsbook. Get your profit boost now. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least even money odds required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In the NFL, like you just heard Grant and Danny discussing, it sounds like the Cincinnati Bengals are close to getting a deal done with both of their receivers, wide receiver Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. The Commanders lost edge rusher Dante Fowler in free agency. He's headed back to Dallas on a one-year deal worth $8 million. The Commanders signed offensive lineman Nate Herbig today. He's played 5 seasons in the league, 3 in Philadelphia to start his career, 1 with the Jets and 1 in Pittsburgh last season. The Patriots signed safety Marcus Epps, and the Chiefs are re-signing running back Kareem Hunt. In baseball, the Nationals with 2 games today. The big league club beat the Braves 8-5. James Wood 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored. The Nationals prospect team took on the Astros. They finished in a 6-6 tie after 9 innings. Elijah Green 2 for 4 with a double, a homer, and a walk. A good day for the 5th overall pick in 2022. College hoops, George Mason and George Washington about to get underway in the A-10 quarterfinals at Capital One Arena. Number 11 Maryland taking on number 24 Illinois in the Big Ten quarterfinals. 6:30 tip-off on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals will wrap up their California road trip with the third and final game as they take on the Sharks tomorrow at 5 o'clock. You can listen right here on The Fan. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive to Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in-store at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out March 19th. Meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
For the final time this week on Grant and Danny, let's give away tickets to go see Volbeat. Jiffy Lube Live. Congrats. Right now to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. This is the greatest of all tours worldwide. Thursday, August 7th at Jiffy Lube Live. Special guest Hailstorm going to be taking part. Tickets are on sale Friday, March 14th. That is today. Went on sale at 10 a.m.
As of this morning. I want to tell you guys that Condorian Morad sponsors the show. As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star QB, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? It's the exclusive sponsor of our program. The law firm of Condorian Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with your attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We are live in West Palm Beach at Nat Spring Training, taking you up to 6:30 on this Friday. It is gorgeous down here in Florida, close to 80 degrees today. Perfect day for baseball. We ended in a tie because it is a showcase for prospects, the spring breakout. And frankly, winning and losing, not all that significant. It's just seeing the tools of the young kids on display. So 6-6 final score after 9 innings, and the grounds crew is hard at work here in this ballpark now to get the field ready for action tomorrow. Of course, there's a lot of use in a short time. The Astros and the Nats both play here, sometimes on the same days, and inevitably almost every single day for the better part of 30 days, someone's on this field. So they got a lot of work to do.
So, Dorky field stuff real quick. There is very little time where any part of this park is not in the sun, so it dries out so quickly. They basically doused the infield with the hose pregame. By, I don't know, the middle of the second inning, it was already that hard, chalky, like concrete feeling sidewalk type stuff as the ball was skipping through the infield. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, but I was going to say, Danny, that I don't know what this is about me. This is definitely a weird thing. I love sitting in a ballpark before or after a game and watching the grounds crew operate.
It's mesmerizing.
So, like, my favorite thing is the hose on the infield dirt. Mm-hmm. That's the best. Dragging the infield dirt is fine, too. The hose on the infield dirt is you can kind of see the darker mud-like dirt now, and you see where they've sprayed and where they haven't. I'm in on that. But the sounds as well. What's that? There's like an actual thing where people like on TikTok or whatever, like the rough rustling of a wrapper.
Yeah, they use a bunch of letters as if we all know what they mean. Yeah.
I kept
you know what I'm talking about? What is it?
I kept wanting to say BDS something else.
No, it's no.
Right.
No.
But I know it's not that. I think it's like
and it's fine if you do, but we don't. We're not judging. We're not talking about that.
NRSM or something.
Yeah.
It's ASMR.
Right.
What is that?
Everyone just says that as if everyone knows what it means.
Exactly.
It drives me nuts.
Me too. But I get sized for now. I shouldn't say this until I know exactly what it means because letters can be scary in this way.
Oh man.
I'm pretty sure I'm sized for ASMR because I like the natural sounds when you hear something of like, just like a wrapper being unfurled or, like a can pop the top.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I'm telling you, this dude right behind home plate, I'm going to crank this up to see if you guys can hear this at all. But like
I don't think
the beating down on the dirt.
He's tamping.
And not like that.
Yeah. He's doing the bit where they got to douse it with water, fill it in with like shovel, rake, and everything. It's the dig spots where all the hitters hit.
You're
right?
leveling
so
out
you
the
leave
ground.
the pit. So you've been, and if you're my age, and I guess some guys even younger, you went to that municipal field, you went to that little league field where after 2 weeks of play, there was like a valley. You'd go down 5 or 6 inches basically below the surface of home plate because that's where everybody was, and everyone had dug in so much you couldn't fix it. Well, at the highest levels, like here up here on the show, for a place like that, they fix it over, put a little turf down, a little mud, tamp it down, you get a flat, even surface again. It's beautiful.
I just love the Nat sounds, man. And everyone's got their little role. We got a guy down here with a shoveling the third baseline, getting up all of the extra chalk so that it basically no longer has any extra dust on top of the dirt. So we got a dude filling a bucket with chalk.
Yeah, so then they can drag that.
Exactly.
And it doesn't become chalky.
Tamping down the mound.
It's high level, dude.
Tamping down around home plate. Then we'll break out the hose. We got tractors out here. I like when they don't really cut the grass, but they just kind of go around with the little, almost like a rake, but it's a big device that they have. It's just.
So they're fluffing the grass a little bit.
Maybe it's my lack of a yard. I enjoy watching people working on.
Are you just a yard work guy? Is that all this is?
I love yard work. I'm a big grass cutter. I love cutting the grass.
The difference for a lot of us, you go and you end up as a college baseball player or otherwise, between like the legit awesome programs and then the other ones, it's if the players are doing this versus like they have a grounds crew. Like when you go to LSU, it's like a full-time grounds crew. You go to like USC or like Texas or one of these like big-time programs versus like, all right, pitchers on the rakes.
Well, you definitely, I was going to say, your summer league days or something.
Summer league, yes.
You're out there pulling the tarp.
Yeah, everybody's done it, man.
I was talking earlier today to the play-by-play guy from the Fred Nats who came down here for a couple days. And I don't know if he does it specifically, but in the minor leagues, the broadcasters, like there's only X amount of employees.
Yeah.
So if there's rain,
you also are a
PA
type monster,
announcer, the broadcaster, the person that puts together the notes for the game, everybody's down there pulling the tarp, and we'll see you back up in the press box after. But yeah,
so funny.
It's like I think I'm the only person. Like I like shaving my face. Anything where you can see the work you've done, I'm in on. I need to be able to see what I just did.
Interesting.
And I think that's what I love about cutting the grass. But I don't like cutting the grass like every week, right as it gets a half inch taller. Like I want to cut something that obviously needs to be cut. I'm going to let it get unwieldy so that I can enjoy the process of seeing each streak of what I'm cutting.
I get that. Like it's like that's it's a sense of achievement to a degree.
Sure.
Right? Where it's like I the man, I did this. Like before we had our sport court back there, we just had this like pile of weeds that would grow at the end of every February and stay until November. My wife's like, there's no point in doing anything. I was like, there's a point to me. I go out there with the weed whacker and, get rid of some of the snake hovels or whatever the hell was back there. Just a fruitless exercise. But it's like, you see that swath of about 10 yards? I did that. I fixed it. And now I stink and my allergies are going haywire, but I did it.
I could see you having a good lawn. You could be a good lawn guy.
No, not because I know what I'm doing.
No, but you could be the envy of the neighborhood. You could put in the work and be out in your yard all the time. We've got this neighbor catty-cornered from my house. Best lawn you'll ever see in your life. At the right time of the year where it's capable of being immaculate, his is. And he is out there every hour of every day. I come home from work,
and he's out there.
He's retired, I'm sure. This is what he does. I go to work.
Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I tend to my children. I do whatever my wife needs, whatever. Like, he's waking up to work on his yard. But anyway, one day he was out working in his yard, and I looked over at my wife like deadpan. I'm like, finally, this guy's taking care of his grass. About time that the property of value in this neighborhood isn't suffering. But it's just so nice. All right, Grant and Danny on the Fan live from West Palm Beach. So I tweeted this yesterday. I want to know when you hear this, what is your takeaway from this statement? If you were to see this tweet, I said, the cost of a diet soda at a restaurant is officially out of control. $5.50 for a glass of Diet Coke cannot be the way of the future. Together, we can fight back. Please join me in this battle. If not for ourselves, do it for our children. Do it for their children. Now, I was charged last night $5.50 for a Diet Coke at a restaurant. If you were to read that, what would you think and take away from that?
I know. Okay. me personally, as like what I try to be a pretty reasonable human being.
Right.
I know I'm annoying to a lot of you, and maybe to you and to others at times. So I know what happened. You haven't told me what happened, but I can already guess what happened. I'm not going to jump to that.
Yeah.
Right. To me, I'd go, God, that's a lot. I guess they probably built in the idea that you're going to get a bunch of refills. So maybe you could sort of see it. I mean, it's like a movie theater price where you're kind of captured, or you're at a ballpark, you're going to pay that much. But that's a lot for a soda.
Yeah. So I'm not even talking about the price for the record.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you, what would you have taken out of the tweet? To me, that's clearly overly hyperbolic and me being funny. That's a tweet that is meant in jest.
Okay.
I don't really think we need to battle Big Soda.
Yeah. Who are you fighting?
Right. And I also don't think we need to think about our children when it comes to the diet drink that I'm talking about. That was just me being upset about $5.50.
Hey, this is pricey. I'm doing a bit.
But $5.50 is outrageous, and nothing should cost that out of a fountain at a restaurant. That is absolutely incredible and ridiculous. What happened was,
of course,
this is always what I should do one of these a week just to see who I need to block, just to see who sucks the most.
Just throwing chum in the water.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to know who's the least fun person at the party.
Diet sodas are actually not as healthy. They put several chemicals in there that make your body think it's sugar, and it's treated the same. So it keeps you perpetual on a diet, and you're going to end up with cancer.
So I got dozens of responses from people who are the pits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, most of them are just like, you're fat, you shouldn't be drinking soda. Which, look, I chose to exist today and look heavy, so I'll take that. I understand.
Wear it.
God forbid. I'm a fat person. I know. It's the worst thing you could be. So make fun of me. That's great. No problem. The one that I can't do is the people that are so serious, though, about, as if to say, soda's bad for you, and educating me now as if I don't know that diet soda has bad things in it. Who does this? Who lives their life online to take a thing that isn't meant seriously and then make it a really serious opportunity to have a big picture conversation with a stranger?
Nobody's heard from me in a moment on the health of sodas. I should probably weigh in.
I'll read some of these so that you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I do already know.
No,
Go ahead.
but I think you need to hear them.
All right.
Fight for our children? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight for my kids to be able to drink unhealthy, ultra-processed garbage like diet soda.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I fight for children to consume something that literally harms them? They can drink clean, healthy water just as we were meant to. Real person walking around today in life. Do you think that guy's fun to hang out with?
Yes. I bet you that guy's awesome.
You think at a bachelor party, you think that guy's kicking it with the dudes, just bros being bros?
I bet you puts ice on his bags under his eyes in the morning.
Don't throw my guy Claire like that. Claire is fun. There's so many of these I could choose from, but every single one of them is worse than the last. I did actually get one helpful person. So there were 88 people that said stupid things.
Okay.
And then one
Did
guy,
you count them up?
Well, no, I'm joking, but I see there's 88 responses. A lot of them are actually reasonable, normal people who got the joke and were like, yeah, dude, here's the response. This is what it should have been. You're right, Grant. Diet soda's expensive, man. That's what people should have said.
There you go.
Or nothing, for that matter. It's just amusing. It's just me and a couple of dudes sitting at a restaurant. I'm firing something off. You don't need to tell me about what's in diet soda. You don't need to tell me about how to raise a kid. You don't need to tell me about how fat I am. Just acknowledge that diet soda is $5.50 and it should cost $2.75. If you can't do that, zip it. If you can't do that, shut up. It's not that hard. John Nash, here we go. This is actually a brilliant thing I never heard of. He said he joined Panera Bread Sip Club. Do you know about this?
No. What is that? Tell me.
Apparently, Panera Bread has a thing called a Sip Club. It's $5 a month. It raises to $17 after your first 3 months, though. That's a lot of money. I will grant you this. But what's the Sip Club? Ask me that.
I've been wondering.
Yeah.
What's the Sip Club?
I'll tell you. Unlimited coffee, tea, and soda. My guy Danny loves coffee. You can get hot tea as well. I like that. You can get diet soda. Stop in there to get a drink. Order ahead or add a cup if you're waiting, whatever. Take it with me to other restaurants for lunch. No more $5 sodas for me, problem solved. It's the Panera Bread Sip Club, $5 a month for unlimited coffee, tea, and sodas. If there's a Panera near you, why wouldn't you do that and just get their coffee every morning?
Now, I like coffee and I like tea, but to be able to enter a final play, that is interesting to me. Now, if it is conducive, like if it's on your commute or if it's like part of your routine, that's incredibly practical. You do it 4 times a month, it's paid for itself. At least 3 times a month, really. 3.5 times a month. It's like when you get that gym membership, like the other, I was a guest over the wintertime at one of the local gyms not far from us. Like one of my friends was like, hey, come play pickleball. And I did. And they're like, do you want a membership? And I was like, well, how much is it? And they were talking to me about it. And I was like, in order for that to feel justified, I'd feel like I need to go 20 to 25 days a month. And there's no way I could do that. Look at the price they were offering. You know what I mean? So, but if it was such a low price, at least to start, that you could go 3 times and feel like you were getting your money's worth, and I go, well, that might be something. But it was just too much. That price right there, you do that 3 times a month, and you're making your money back.
I'm not going to read you any more of these responses, but if you want a good time, just go scroll the feed at Grant H. Paulson. To those of you that understood that there was some humor there and or just said something normal.
You understood the assignment?
Oh, I love you guys. You're the best. You're my pals. To those of you that said, but are they giving you free refills? Irrelevant. You missed the point where I said it cost $5.50 for a Diet Coke. Everyone should just be saying, oh, my God, that's so much.
Yeah.
$5.50?
$5.50, dude.
Get out of here with that.
I think that's the way of things. I think we're just doing that now. Like, I know
there's a better way.
I used to make so much fun of my poor father for all the time when we would go somewhere and he would grouse about this didn't used to cost that. And I would mock him. I go, Dad, I don't have time to explain population growth and inflation to you. Like, there's a lot of things. Like the car you just bought cost 50 times what the car you bought in 1956 is. Like, it's not going to be the same, sir.
I don't think I'm being the old man
and,
saying
and I'm telling
things
you,
are expensive.
Respectfully. Yep.
No.
It's happening to us.
But
in my mind, I go, this costs that, and it costs 4 times that now. And I'm like, what?
Okay. You know what? Even if I acknowledge there's some of that in my game,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is that. Soda has always been ridiculous. Like a diet soda before things were crazy was $4 a year ago. It doesn't have to be. It costs them 16 cents. Like, let's all get together and figure this out in a more efficient way. Herbie says.
Herbie Hancock.
Listen to this. This is my favorite.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
All right, here we go.
It should be expensive because it's unhealthy.
There it is.
It's a tax for unhealthy people. Don't buy it if it's too expensive. It's basic free market economics. First of all, kick rocks. Second of all, because that's how things cost. When I go shopping for the unhealthy stuff, normally it's super expensive. But when I buy the expensive stuff, I don't know about you, those Whole Foods, man, it's cheap to get all of that fresh produce and all of those healthy things. I get out of there and I go, how was my grocery bill only $22?
Can you still see that tweet? Can you see it where it is? Does it say like sent from iPhone? What does it say sent from? Does it say any of the notes where it was?
Anything.
I'm just amazed you got a signal from atop that really high horse.
Way up there.
It's up there in the stratosphere. The air must be a little thin, Herbie.
I wonder if you have to turn off your cell phone when you get that high.
You get airplane mode up there, Hoss?
Exactly.
Huh?
That's high horse mode. I think.
Pay for the Wi-Fi up
That's what
there?
he was on. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Where have the Commanders made strides? Where have they gotten worse? We'll get to that next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, the Commanders lost edge rusher Dante Fowler as he is headed to Dallas on a one-year deal worth $8 million. The Commanders signed offensive lineman Nate Herbig to a one-year deal. He's played 5 seasons in the league, 3 in Philadelphia, 1 with the Jets, and 1 with Pittsburgh. The Patriots are signing safety Marcus Epps, and the Chiefs are re-signing running back Kareem Hunt. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Braves 8-5 in the big league spring training game. James Wood 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored. The Nationals and the Astros in the spring breakout game, they tied at 6. In basketball, number 11 Maryland taking on number 24 Illinois in the Big Ten tournament tonight in the quarterfinals. 6:30 tip-off. Continue that game over on the Team 980. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries: retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to West Palm Beach and the Grant and Danny Show. You're listening to the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, 1 hour from right now. The Commanders have made a bevy of moves. We have been trying to keep track of everything for you on the show. I'm going to run down very quickly. We can go rapid fire with thoughts on each of these moves. This is the vast majority of what they've gotten done here so far, Danny. And then I want to talk about where they've gotten better or worse. But for people that are trying to keep tabs on who's coming and who's going, as far as gains from outside the building, Deebo Samuel at wide receiver, they traded a 5th-round pick. They're giving him about $18 million in cap space.
That's the second biggest offensive move this year. They clearly saw that they had a need in terms of playmaker. They needed somebody else that to kind of hit the easy button, not necessarily downfield, but turn a little into medium or something into a lot. I think he was an essential part of their plans. I can only imagine the designs of Kingsbury's offense.
Yeah, I like the idea of going and getting him for a 5th. I have no problems with paying him $18 million. They need him to be better than he was last year when he was out of shape in San Francisco. I also think that him having pneumonia was a factor. He was kind of battling and struggling with health at different points. But I think he's going to be motivated, and I think he's going to be healthier at the start of the season. You're not going to get 17 games out of him. That's not the kind of player he is. But I like the trade, and I would have done it. They also went and got Laramie Tunsil via trade. They gave up a ton to do it, oh, by the way. And in the 4 picks that they sent, they get a 4th-rounder back and Laramie Tunsil to start at left tackle. Tunsil, considered one of the top 5 players at the position, allows him to kick Brandon Coleman into left guard. So they got better at left tackle and at left guard in one fell swoop.
I heard somebody positing that maybe Coleman's your right tackle now, and you bump Wiley inside to right guard. Keep Allegretti. I mean, the point is you improved at 2 offensive line positions. The most important one, adding Tunsil, and then a second one wherever Brandon Coleman lines up. To me, I would have guessed left guard, but it's dealer's choice there. Whatever they think he can play. He proved he can play in the NFL, and the arrow's trending up for him. But you got something bona fide there at left tackle. I think it opens things up a lot.
Defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw came over from a disappointing year with the New York Jets, where he made about $7 million at a show-me contract. They ended up deciding not to pay him, and Washington doubled his salary, $15 million per over 3 years for $45 million. Guaranteed him $30. This is by far the biggest stunner of their offseason. But Adam Peters was there when Kinlaw was drafted. Adam Peters was there when they elected not to pick up his 5th-year option. So they know everything about him, the good, the bad, the ugly, and still signed up for $15 million per year.
Yeah, this is the one that is the most head-scratching, if that's even an adjective or a way to describe something here, in the sense that, his year 1 cap hit isn't tremendous. I think it's $7.5 million, and it's kind of spread out here. But you're paying a guy more than he's made on prove-it deals. You're paying a guy for what he hasn't done just yet. There's some risk there involved, certainly. That's obvious. I suppose that's true with any signing. But this is a guy that hasn't graded out really well against the run, hasn't really proven to be a consistent pass rusher. So what does it say you do here, right?
Eddie Goldman, D-tackle, 1-year deal. This is very minimal. Long-time Chicago Bear who comes over now to help beef up the defensive front. Played in Atlanta, 10 games as a starter with the Falcons last year. Made barely over 1 tackle per game. Cornerback Jonathan Jones got a 1-year deal for $6.5 million from the New England Patriots. I think he could start. Now the question is, will it be inside, outside? What does it mean for Mikey Sandra still? Sandra still will be out there in 11 personnel when you're facing 3 receivers. So will Marshawn Lattimore. And the other guy's probably Jonathan Jones. Where they line up is kind of what we got to sort out.
I think there's some variability there that they like when having Sanders still, who they drafted to be a slot, and then Jones may be better in the slot than on the outside because both guys are not tremendously tall. But, I think you're going to kind of mix and match there, where if somebody goes in motion, you're not screwed because you got an outside guy who's now in the slot and vice versa.
Former Saints safety Will Harris, 2 years, $8 million, was brought in by Washington. Will Harris is going to help replace Jeremy Chin. Box safety, physical against the run, big-time thumper. We had a couple of beat members on who cover New Orleans who talked about how violent he is as a hitter. I think he's got that Joe Witt trait of what he likes to call arriving violently, really tone-setting with how he likes to bring the lumber defensively. But I also think they probably got worse in going from Chin, who made $8 million a year in free agency this offseason, to Harris, who made $4 million a year.
They're hoping for a similar kind of leap there, right? Where you pay for, I'm making a number up, you pay for 5 and you get 7. I think they're kind of hoping to turn a profit in that regard again. Clearly did not want to pay a premium for that position at safety, but I think they like Harris for the reasons you mentioned. Tough, it just feels like he's one of their guys with their labels, great team guy, made himself kind of up from nothing, is a bit of a thumper, as you said, coming downhill.
Jacob Martin got a contract from Washington last night. He's bounced around, was in Seattle and Houston, and then the Jets, the Broncos, Colts, and Bears here recently. I mean, since 2022, New York Jets, Denver Broncos, Indianapolis Colts, Chicago Bears, and now Washington. It'll be 5 teams in 3 seasons for him if he makes the roster. He's been right around 2-3 sacks per year, basically, as a big body, and this is what they've been looking for. But he, I think, is more of a stand-up edge than he is a defensive end at 6'2", 250. He's almost like a linebacker build, frankly. But somebody that I think Fowler last year in terms of like the role maybe in the defense, I just don't know that the pass rushing skills or grades show you that he's going to get to the quarterback very often. But I don't think he's someone you line up with his hand in the dirt and ask to stop the run all that
You
much.
wouldn't think so, right? Yeah, I mean, this is as you said, if he makes a team, maybe he shows something, maybe he's your, obviously a different position, but what they got from Holmes last year or Sheldon Day, sort of respectfully, these guys, scrap heap guys that anybody could have signed at any point that kind of outplayed their positioning and the like. Maybe they saw something trait-wise, scouting-wise, but as you said, didn't cost them a ton. So you go, throw it at the wall, see what happens.
Nate Herbig is the one addition Washington has made today. It's the first time, matter of fact, in now a couple of days, going back to signing the New England Patriot, Jonathan Jones and his teammate Dietrich Wise, that they brought anybody in from outside the building. Herbig's interesting. He might actually push for a starting spot when Sam Cosmi is still coming back from injury. He played in Philadelphia for 3 years and then with the Jets and the Steelers. So he'll be on his 4th team in 4 years. But he has started 30 games in his career, including 11 with the Jets back in 2022. He made 2 starts with the Steelers this past season on the interior. Him and Allegretti may compete to start at a guard spot. Coleman, you said maybe Wiley. I guess we'll see. One of those guys will be the right tackle. The other could be a starter on guard. And then you have one more guard position to fill because we know that Cosmi's not going to be ready until the end of October and in November, probably.
You're going to need healthy bodies and bodies with some versatility, right? They brought Dieter back, kind of as you alluded to. And this is another guy that, as you said, has been around multiple systems, has played. So whether he's in that Trent Scott tier or maybe a little above that for somebody that you probably would rather not count on for 14, 15, 16 weeks, et cetera, they need guys with some experience and some versatility to be able to step in. Because you already said it. I mean, the plan is Cosmi. When Cosmi can be Cosmi, hard to say.
How about this? 26 years old. A free agent.
Yeah, how about that?
Who's 26. Let's hear it for the Commanders.
26 short free agent.
They signed someone who is not 30. Just barely ever an option anymore, it seems like.
Doesn't seem to happen.
This new free agency. But Herbig comes in. We didn't mention Wise. We should do that. Big fella from New England, defensive end. As of right now, just because they haven't filled the edge spot, he would be your starter opposite Dorrance Armstrong. I think eventually they need him to be a rotation piece if they're going to be as good as they want up front.
There's no question. I mean, this needs to be maybe, early. If they kind of cobble it together Voltron style like they did last year, maybe he's early downs to stop the run. Maybe you trot a Fowler-like player on. Maybe it's Luvu blitzing more from that side. Who knows how they do it without a marquee line them up every down stud at that spot, and they don't make a ton of them. It's not like these guys are readily available. Sometimes they cost first-round picks and $30 million a year plus. You got to kind of have to cobble together a pass rush, right? Whether it's stunts and games and zone dog, this, that, and the other, where you get pressure from different spots and angles.
So those are the gains so far for Washington. They have kept about 16 of their own players: Marcus Mariota, John Bates, Zach Ertz, Bobby Wagner, Tress Way, Michael Dieter, Noah Brown, Trent Scott, and Noah Igbenogany among the highlights. Losses so far, Danny, any of this bother you? We had Dante Fowler to the list today. I think that's probably their second biggest loss, maybe, behind Jeremy Chin, who I mentioned getting $8 million a year from the Vegas Raiders. Otherwise, Olamide Zaccheaus yesterday to the Chicago Bears, who had a good year for them at wide receiver. Benjamin St-Juste, both parties were ready to move on now with the Chargers. John Allen, they released, so you can't really call that a loss in free agency. But he got paid pretty handsomely by Minnesota, 3-60. Michael Walker, the linebacker on special teams, and then Cornelius Lucas, who's a decent swing tackle. De'Ami Brown got $10 million from Jacksonville. But for me, if I'm looking at a top three biggest losses, again, Allen probably isn't allowed to be used because they cut him. I would say number 1, Chin, number 2, Fowler, number 3, Olamide Zaccheaus. You okay with that list?
I am. Yeah, I mean, in terms of am I bummed to lose any of them, my answer is frankly no. But you need to do better at all the different spots than those guys. I don't know how much of an upgrade they made at each of the individual places, but Chin is the one that I'm bummed about. Again, I get not one of that you have to cut somewhere. You have to skimp. You have to get by at certain places. And right now, the kind of what's in vogue in the league to a degree is that strong safety spot. If you're a box safety, you're not getting paid the same premium by most clubs that you would have maybe a handful of years ago. And that's kind of what Chin is. So they did not want to go above a certain spot, and they didn't do that. But I think I'll miss Jeremy Chin. The other guys, like to me, it's like special team type dudes like Derek Forrest and Michael Walker and kind of glue guys. I wanted to do better than Zaccheaus. I got Deebo Samuel to be my incredibly rich man lottery winner Zaccheaus, to be my Bezos Zaccheaus, basically. I won't miss St-Juste. I won't miss De'Ami Brown, really. And Cornelius Lucas, I think they're kind of replacing with sort of newer bodies. And they've already got some swing tackles and a new star tackle.
All right, so then the question for you guys, and we'll open up the phones on this, a rare chance today to take a couple of calls at 800-636-1067 is, what position group do you think has improved the most so far in free agency for Washington? And where do you think they've gotten worse if there's a spot on the roster where they have? Again, 800-636-1067, or you can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson and Funny Danny. We'll read some of the top responses. You're listening to The Fan as we take you up to 6:30 on G&D. In 15 minutes at 6 o'clock on Grant and Danny, you will hear from new Nats pitcher Mike Soroka. If you're not familiar with Soroka, he was a former second-place vote getter in the Rookie of the Year chase in his first ever year in the major leagues with the Atlanta Braves. He became the youngest starter on opening day in Braves history. He was an all-star in the big leagues. He was a top prospect stud on his way to superstardom, and then he missed 2 seasons of big league action with injuries, but he's fighting his way back. The Nationals have taken a flyer on him for $9 million and moved him to the rotation after he pitched in the bullpen last year. But I've talked to him many times in the past. He's a really, really great interview. So make sure you're listening at the top of the hour if you're a baseball or Nats fan, or if you just want to hear, about what has been a pretty arduous journey for a guy who's trying to overcome some obstacles that have been placed in front of him. He'll be joining us on Grant and Danny right at the top. We've been talking about the Commanders, where they've gotten better, where they've gotten worse. We'll hit the phones at 800-636-1067 for your answers in just a moment. Danny, let's start with position group where Washington's improved the most.
Offensive line. 40% of their offensive line will have new starters, and I'm kind of cheating when I say that, right? Left tackle, the most important spot. Brandon Coleman is a returning starter, but he'll be taking over for somebody that I thought either was okay or they can do better, and he'll do better. So you've improved 40% of your offensive line with one major move in trading for Laramie Tunsil. That, to me, is the position group that now looks a lot different than it did a year ago at this point.
So it's funny, knowing you'd go offensive line, because it's obvious, not that you shouldn't have. That's the best answer, right? It's the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, okay, I got to pick another position so that we can kind of talk about two groups. It's the only place where they've really improved substantially, which is telling, by the way. The whole point of this exercise is to kind of figure out where are they better, where are they worse, are they a better ball club? The O-line is the only spot at this moment, Danny, where I would say that they have made significant gains. Now, what I'm going to say as my answer, so number 2, I just don't believe it that much, is D-tackle. They have thrown the most resources at D-tackle when you look at Javon Kinlaw and Eddie Goldman specifically. But going from John Allen being a factor when he's healthy to Kinlaw and Goldman if he makes the team, I'm not sure that they're better. In fact, I would say that they're not. But I think that just based on the fact that they've added more there, D-tackle or maybe wide receiver because they traded for Debo if you're high on what he'll do this year, those are the only areas where I would really point and say I like them on paper a lot more. Jonathan Jones at corner is another one you could say is better than anybody they had that wasn't named Sandra still last year. So because Lattimore is going to be healthier and they got Jonathan Jones, maybe you could settle on corner. But I think that next tier is significantly behind offensive line.
Let me throw one at you if you don't like it, throw it right back. And I don't really believe this, but I'm doing my best here to come up with a different spot. Just going to throw it in the ocean, see what happens. Wide receiver. Now, I know they lost Lamed Zaccheaus and Jami Brown. You bring back Noah Brown, and the major difference is that Debo Samuel is basically 2 of the guys that you let go in one. Instead of one guy every 4 or 5 weeks making a play or two, and like we have an Lamed Zaccheaus game against Philadelphia, or a Jami Brown game against somebody, or whatever, you've got Noah Brown, who was on, before injury, and injury, by the way, is a factor, and so it is too for Debo Samuel. Noah Brown would have been probably their second leading receiver last year. Your second leading receiver this year is going to be Debo Samuel, right? So now you've upgraded 2 spots, really, in one, and you've got a regular hierarchy instead of Terry McLaurin and a band of misfit toys.
Totally. They're better at receiver for sure. It's one player.
Yep.
And he gets hurt a lot.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at. I think Debo has a chance to have a very good year for them and go for 750 yards and run the ball and make, score a couple of touchdowns.
I think he's going to Debo,
Make some plays as a wideout. And he'll be better to me. My prediction is he's going to be better than he was last year in San Francisco. So because of that, I do think they're better at wide receiver. But quantity at D-tackle, quantity at some other positions equals to maybe the quality of the upgrade. And again, there is baggage. There is some concern. There are questions when you look at the separation score and some of that stuff that we talked about earlier with Debo Samuel. But O-line will both address and say number 1, and then they've gotten a little bit better at receiver. They've gotten a little bit better at corner. They've made a bunch of moves at D-tackle. I'm not sure that they've actually gotten better.
I think they've rearranged chairs there, honestly.
I actually think they've gotten a tad worse. Because Allen, when he's healthy, is a really good player. Kinlaw just has to be a different guy than what we've been told he was by the folks we've talked to that have covered him.
Here is what somebody might say. They'd go, okay, well, what about Johnny Newton improving? So now your overall rank of the unit could be better?
Yeah, but I'm just talking about personnel in,
Agreed.
personnel
Yeah.
out.
Yep.
What have you gained? What have you lost? Other side of this, Danny. Let's be positive for a second. Let's be negative for a second. What have they taken a step back with? Where do you think they're worse than they were?
Is it defensive end?
Easily.
I mean, that's the answer, right?
Is there another answer? I mean, defensive end is obvious because Dante Fowler is now a Cowboy who had 10.5 sacks, and they have not done anything to add anybody who's going to start 17 games. Wise is a nice role player, but he's Cleveland Farrell-ish to me. You just replaced the loss of Farrell. You have not replaced the loss of Fowler. And as of this moment, I don't think you're going to have anybody that has more than 8 sacks next year.
So the other candidates might be, and again, I'm throwing things out there. It's the same running back room that didn't have anybody that's terribly dynamic, and it's the same tight end room where you're running back John Bates to block and Zach Ertz to not be dynamic down the field. It looks like that's who's going to be boxing out Ben Sinnott. So,
but from a
plus minus standpoint,
from a personnel better worse sliders, like you can't say they're worse if they're the same.
They're the same group.
So is it only? That's not a bad thing, I guess, considering it's been a week of free agency. If the only place you're worse is at edge,
I don't think they're decidedly worse at safety, right? I mean, it's a downgrade certainly from Chin on paper to Harris, but are they worse?
They just started singing "O Canada."
I know,
because the Blue Jays and the Astros are playing.
That's why we're getting quiet.
An exhibition game
Yep.
that starts in a moment. So with "O Canada" starting and then the national anthem, we'll step away. Speaking of Canada, Mike Soroka's Canadian. He joins us next on Grant and Danny.
Great nugget, Grant.
He'd be sice for "O Canada."
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders lost edge rusher Dante Fowler as he heads back to Dallas. He signs a one-year, $8 million deal with them. Commanders signed offensive lineman Nate Herbig. He's played 5 seasons in the league, 3 in Philadelphia, 1 with the Jets, and 1 with Pittsburgh. The Patriots have re-signed their safety Marcus Epps. The Chiefs have re-signed running back Kareem Hunt, and the Vikings signed linebacker Eric Wilson. In baseball, 2 games for the Nats today. The big league club beat the Braves 8-5. James Wood 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored. The spring breakout game featuring the prospects, the Nats and the Astros tied at 6. Elijah Green 2 for 4 with a double, a homer, and a walk for the 2022 5th overall pick. In basketball, number 11 Maryland taking on number 24 Illinois in the Big Ten tournament quarterfinals. That comes up at 6:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And at halftime, Danny Rouillet's George Washington Revolutionaries lead Grant Paulson's George Mason Patriots 42-38 in the A-10 quarterfinals. In hockey, the Capitals wrap up their California road trip against the Sharks tomorrow at 5 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. We're brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Kandori and Murad. They will help you to set up a last will and testament or a living trust. They'll put together a medical power of attorney for you as well. You got to schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We were joking about how often this field gets used, and we said there's probably a game first thing in the morning. We were wrong. There's a game right now.
Still during the show, there's another game.
We didn't know because we were doing our radio program,
Yeah.
and we only care about the Nationals. But right now, the Astros, who also share this complex with Washington, it's a gorgeous, beautiful facility. Basically, you drive in and you can go to the left, and it's Houston's state-of-the-art, amazing spring training facility and where they house their players that are rehabbing all year long and their offices in Florida. Or you can drive to the right, and that's where the 2019 World Series champion Washington Nationals are, who beat the Astros that year in the World Series in Game 7. I'm sure that wasn't some fun bragging rights in this building.
It must have been neat. Yeah, good to see you guys. What's going on?
The stragglers who hang back all year.
When did we see you last?
The Astros are playing the Blue Jays in a game that looks like it's a few minutes away from starting. So we started hearing "Oh Canada," and we knew it was our cue to say goodbye for a couple of minutes.
To just be silent for a couple minutes.
National anthem as well, obviously, with the two teams linking up from the American League. But I wanted to bring Toby in for just a moment because, Danny, last night something happened. Something happened at dinner that you missed. And I got to tell you, I almost did something I've never done. Successfully, though, I navigated not doing it. And I got to thank Toby partially for that. Good teammate, Toby Altizer.
Okay.
So we went to my favorite restaurant out here at West Palm. American food. You can get whatever you want. They got great pasta. They've got awesome steaks, really good pork chops. I've been coming to spring training for off and on for the better part of 6-7 years, and I've eaten there at least once, if not twice, in all my trips down. We'll probably run it back tonight. I ordered a ribeye because I'm a gentleman.
Okay, yeah.
And I enjoy my meat.
And you want to take your fork and like you're stabbing something that was moving, saw it, and eat it so fast, and then look around and ask people questions because you're done and they're not.
Actually, kind of exactly what happened.
Yeah.
But just so you know, I'm a man, and so I like the ribeye.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
You and Ryan incorrectly like a petite filet because you're geese. But we'll handle that another day.
Okay.
So I got a ribeye. I ordered it. How do I order my steak? You know this, buddy.
You are a medium rare guy?
No.
Medium guy?
Medium guy.
Medium, yeah.
Medium guy. I don't use the word rare because my fear is that red center. And it's not that everyone's like, oh, tough guy talk. That's so stupid. I like medium or medium rare fine.
Okay.
But I order it medium because I like the more done version of medium rare, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I think the perfect steak is a perfect medium, basically 132 degrees, Fahrenheit, not Celsius.
But that would make sense. Yeah.
So I ordered medium. Toby went medium rare.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. We get our steaks. We cut into them. Mine is raw. Raw is strong. Mine is rare as it can get. Toby's is a little better cooked, but pretty rare as well. I would say mine was rare plus, like Pittsburgh almost.
Okay.
Toby's was rare. So I'm like, what do you say we switch since you like medium rare and I like medium, and neither of us are going to get exactly what we ordered, but yours is closer.
It's a little bit, each is a little bit lesser, yeah.
Toby ate the whole thing. I don't think he loved it. It was the rarest steak I've seen in a long time, and he put it away. But that meant I didn't have to. And even though I couldn't eat all of mine because it was still way too rare, I got to eat around the edges and kind of about half my steak probably, way faster than everyone else did. It was really good. But Toby Altizer didn't say, no, I'm going to eat this one because it's delicious. We swapped steaks. He took the wrong end of the deal. Teammate.
Well, and I think he's acting like it's a big deal. I was going to eat the steak regardless.
Sure.
I really didn't
Whatever
care.
steak was put in front of you, you're
yeah,
going to eat.
I mean,
yeah.
to give Grant some credit here, people saying, oh, it's medium rare. He can't. This was when they say cool Red Center. It was cool as in it still wasn't warm.
Wow.
Like it was not hot. Like it was. This was something where you took this out of the fridge, Danny, and threw it on the pan, and then said, "That's done." Flipped it over.
They're like,
that's
it's
done.
carpaccio. Yeah.
Yes.
Like that's what it was.
Is this to the point? And I have never done this and never could. Okay, I've seen people do it. Have did you get to the where you go? Is there a way we could cook this a little more?
No. So, but this is what I said at the beginning. I almost did something I've never done. I have a rule: you don't send food back. And it's not one of these things where they're going to mess with it, which they may, by the way. I don't know. Okay. That's not why I don't send food back. I don't send food back because I think it's kind of embarrassing and shameful and uncomfortable. I think in a world where I couldn't eat it, I wouldn't have a choice. I just dropped $49 on this steak. If I quite literally can't eat it, then I'm probably going to have to send it back and feel awful about it. It's never happened before. Last night was fairly close to that.
Yeah.
And if Toby didn't save the day, it may have been that. But, yeah, we would have had to have a tough conversation. And I am adamantly against that. I would have been so overboard in my, hey, I love this place. I love you guys. Nothing's the matter. This is perfectly fine. Is there any way, if it's not a hassle, I mean, I would have done everything I can. Just we're going to be best friends. Because you don't know what happens when that food leaves that table.
That's my point. It's out of your supervision now. And you've created more work, and it's hassle. I know, and the people who work in fine dining, I've heard from all ends of the spectrum. Where because you and I both have buddies who are restaurateurs.
Yes.
Who are they're like, yeah, it's no problem. It's the easiest thing to do in the world. It takes because all the hard parts done.
Well, you've seen
1,000, 1,000, but I've also seen waiting. You know what I mean? So it's like I hear you and thank you for that, but I also am like I just don't know.
Don't you think there's a difference based on? I'm going to try to be respectful. Like quality of restaurant here, though. If we're talking about a legitimate good steakhouse or like a high-end restaurant, I think you send something back, it's a nothing burger. You're paying a lot of money. They're giving you high-end service. I think if you're at, and I won't name any places, but just like kind of a nubby chain or something, and you do
not
that,
a Thursdays, right? And you're like, you go in there, and you're like, can you cook this more?
I think you're probably going to get treated with a little less.
I just
decorum.
can't impose on anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
This is my entire life, and this is why I don't think there should be young children on flights. This is why everyone needs to just get out of the way and stop bothering people.
What if
your thing can never leave your little sphere and impact someone else?
Are you medium rare?
Yeah.
What if you got this was to me like Pittsburgh. Do you know that term?
Yeah, like where it's like they're like
they sear the
Yane's
outside.
don't cook it, and then it comes on.
They sear the outsides, and it's just cold in the middle.
Yeah,
I
can't do a cold middle.
So what happens if that comes last night? Have you ever sent a steak back?
Never once. Never once. Never once.
What do you do?
I don't have a great meal that night.
So you're not sending it back?
No, I can't do it. Can't win with them. Can't do it.
Yeah, I think I'm on that team. But Toby, from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
I mean, I've considered eating steak tartare before, so we're good.
I mean, it's delicious. Now, Toblerone, have you ever sent food back?
No, never.
Would you ever?
No. Honestly, the way I am, I'm like the most pushover person in the world. I just order it again.
No, you're not.
Very
See,
much
I'm
so.
kidding. Yeah. I tried to catch you there.
Toby in the last few days has said he lives in the friend zone and he's the most pushover person in the world. Just so you're.
If only there was some sort of correlation.
The self-deprecation here, Toby.
It's not true. The only time I've sent something back is I am so sorry,
this is probably someone else's. Like I didn't order this thing.
Not when we're talking about technicality, Tom.
But I'm not even. There were times where I go, I didn't order this, but I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me at the table. And I just ate it.
No, but guy,
I've done that before.
You mean they brought you the wrong meal?
Yeah, that may have been for someone at another table, and it's just like, well, yeah, this one looks good too.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
I know, but the last thing I would like this person that's on their feet. It was, excuse me, can I have another iced tea? Excuse me, is there more pepper? Excuse me, is that you like bothering them? And their shift is like 9 million hours. Their feet are blistering, and then it's like, I need more attention. Like I just want to eat my food and not have anyone be mad at me.
If we go back there tonight, I'm not going steak for the record.
No, and the only reason we talked about this, I was starving last night. We had not eaten in quite some time.
You're just eating a raw steak like a tiger.
We ate something quick at like 6 a.m. on the way to the airport.
Yeah, and thankfully our guy Daniel with the Nats hooked us up with pretzels. Otherwise, I would have not had anything since before our flights in the morning. So I was really hungry. I'm not as hungry today because we've had food today.
So you're going to get some fish?
I'm going to get some sort of seafood.
Okay.
I'm in Florida.
Are they going to cook it for you guys or
on
no?
the ocean. Now that one I
Is
do
it
not
sushi?
want severely undercooked unless I'm ordering sushi.
I think there'll be some attention to detail.
Actually, that being said, I might get a seared yellowfin tuna, so that one will be undercooked.
Silly.
I'm leaning pork chop.
Okay.
I think that's where I'm going to go. Big pork chop guy over here. Mike Soroka of the Nationals, going to be in the rotation, going to be a key piece of what they're trying to accomplish this year. If he's good and they strike gold with him, then their starting five is going to be better than people think, and maybe they can win upwards of upper 70 games and really try to hunt for 500 for the first time since the rebuild began. Sat down with him today and talked to him about how his free agency played out and why he decided to come to Washington to be a starter.
So obviously this is my first go around in free agency. There's a lot of learning, a lot of understanding and listening to my agent as to how the process went. And we had, a goal of starting again. That was the main goal for us personally this offseason was, wanting to get that opportunity to get back in a rotation and compete. And there was a few teams that were interested, and the Nats were obviously one of them. And their presentation for me on over Zoom was really, really good. Everybody kind of seemed on the same page. It seemed like the place that I was going to be able to come and continue the things that I had changed for myself for the better. And it really just clicked. I think the whole staff, I think it's a great mix of guys that played. Obviously, Jim Hickey and Sean Doolittle is a great mix of what a pitching staff needs to be nowadays. So, it clicked right away, and made the decision pretty easy in the end.
As far as what you'd be willing to share, I'm fascinated by the idea of like the pitch. I mean, who's on a call like that, and are they talking about here's things we think we can help you do better? And is there a PowerPoint? Like, what is that even like?
At some points, yeah. I think for my situation in particular, it was more me explaining that the changes that I made were intentional. So the things that started going well out of the bullpen weren't an accident, and how I was going to continue to work on a couple of things that I wanted to. And, I made sure that I knew that the two things to be starting again and to be successful starting again were to get back to where I used to be, in the zone all the time and low walk rate and using the changeup quite a bit more. That was going to be my two things this offseason to make sure I nailed down. And it's been good so far. And so I kind of said that on the Zoom, and they all were kind of nodding and understanding that okay, that's what we wanted to hear too. And I think it's making sure that both parties align with the goals ahead.
Michael Soroka, former All-Star and the youngest opening day pitcher in Braves history, now a member of the Nats rotation, on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. I've heard so many people keep talking about you as a reliever versus starter last year in that juxtaposition. Like, when you say the differences, was it stuff? Was it selection of what you're actually throwing? Was it mechanical? Like, what does that even mean when you compare the two?
It was a few things. I think, first and foremost, an attitude change was what was really needed. I think, I'd tried to do some things while I was starting that kind of led me down a path of being a nibbler, meaning it's just kind of, trying to steal strike one instead of just going after guys with my best stuff. I was focused on being somebody that I'm just not anymore, and nor ever was. I think that was the big thing. I think everybody remembers, okay, I was a sinker guy in 2019, 2020. But ultimately, if you look back at the numbers, that wasn't necessarily why I had success. It was because, my off speed was commanded really well, and both had success in and out of zone. And it was a big mix of everything that made me who I was. So I think going to the bullpen was, take a punch in the mouth a little bit, and you got to figure out how you're going to continue your career. And at the end of the day, it's mine. It's my career. I'm going to go down the way I want to. And I went back to some things that I started leaning into at the back end of 23 when I was still with the Braves, which was a heavier four-seam mix and kind of just flopping them. It's not that the two-seam wasn't still moving. It was more or less that the four was now the better of the two. And in terms of starting, having the two is still important. It's just kind of, flip-flopping the percentages a little bit. And then, just attacking with what I thought was my best breaking ball, which was a top-down, more curveball. I was still calling it on TV a slider and stuff like that, but I think most of everybody agrees that it's a little closer to a curveball now, and that's kind of where I want it to be. So, I think, moving forward is really easy when everybody's on the same page, and the Nats really liked what happened in the bullpen last year, and it was easy to continue along that path here. So I'm excited to move forward.
Michael Soroka on Grant and Danny. Was your interest in being a starter, which is obviously a priority, is that just the pride of that's what you've always done? Is it like me where I'd rather be a host than, doing updates, or was it for you like you think that's where you can have the most success? Where did that come from?
Both. Yeah. It's something I've always done. I started right at the gate when I signed in pro ball. I threw quite a few innings in the minor leagues for 3 seasons, even though obviously I made it up pretty quickly. It still was something that I took pride in, was throwing a lot of innings. And obviously, in 2019, I'm through 170 some, or maybe 180 with the playoff outing. And, that's something that I think is lost in today's game, especially, is being able to throw innings, and something I'd like to take pride in again, and making sure we go out and do that. So I think understanding too that where I've felt like I've enjoyed the game the most is when I'm out there for the 7th, 8th inning, and, the other team basically is conceding at that point. They know you're on your game, and that's a really, really good feeling. I think, that's one I'm not ready to give up on. And, still young enough to where I think I can throw those innings, and the stuff that I've learned off the field and over the last 3 years is going to help me, extend that career on the back end.
Weird analogy coming, right? But we debate stuff on the show. Like, the Commanders were really bad for a long time, and my co-host saw them win Super Bowls. I didn't. And we talk about, like, what's better, having experienced it and then seen them be bad or not. Or like, I've never smoked a cigarette. I don't know what I'm missing, right? For you have been an elite prospect. I remember having you on my prospect show on Sirius XM a bunch in the minors, and you've been an all-star and started on opening day. Like, is there more of a desperation for you because of that? Because you've kind of lived that, you felt it, to like get back to that? Or if you hadn't done it before, would it be the same, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think we're all used to getting labeled when we're younger, and understanding what we can be and who we are. And I think in a lot of respects, my stuff is quite a bit better than it was
before the injuries.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious, actually, if you look at, a lot of the stuff, at least on paper, and you watch it. I know even when I first came back from the injury, there's a lot of people telling me that, I didn't have that fastball before I got hurt. And it's good for confidence to know that your stuff is better. We just have to kind of dial it in and get back to the basics of pitching. So, I think, yes, in some respects, again, it's a pride thing. But I know what I can be, and I know the work that I put into it every day, and want to make sure that pays off.
So I've referred to you pretty constantly as Mike Soroka, but then I saw today it's more Michael Soroka. Was there actually like a moment where you told everyone you wanted Michael, or Is that just one of those things that ends up in like a press guide?
I think I'd always kind of introduced myself as Michael. I've always been Michael, and Mike was baseball, and I didn't touch it. And the Braves asked me one day, "Hey, like we can throw out Michael on the roster," and I didn't realize it was going to be the whole press release that it was. Like I
blame Daniel Kirsch from Nats PR.
I think it never really. I didn't realize that it was going to be a thing. Like people thought I walked in one day and decided that it was time.
Nobody can call me Mike.
Yeah, no, that's not how it was. I think it was just a matter of I always kind of referred to myself as Michael, and I've always been Michael at home. And I don't know. I think it's just a matter of a preference. And they asked me if I wanted to go by Michael. I said sure, and I thought it would just be a nameplate change on the top of my locker. And before I know it, everybody's all up in arms about a name change, but it never really changed.
You stuck with Soroka, though.
Exactly. Yeah, that'll always stick with Soroka.
Michael Soroka. A couple moments left. All right, couple things for our listeners to get to know you as a new member of the Nationals. Why don't we start with who's your best friend in the big leagues, or like a guy that you keep up with?
Ian Anderson and I got really close over the years. He's been through his fair share of battles recently. Obviously coming back from Tommy John, and should get an opportunity to get back in the rotation with the Braves this year. And, he's a guy that we never really played together, and we laughed about it because we spent so much time together, either in instructs and spring training and, throughout the years while I was rehabbing and he was in the big leagues. But we'd never really actually pitched on the same staff until we were both back in AAA in like 23 or 22 even. So, we're really good buddies, and I'm really looking forward to him, having success moving forward, coming back from his injuries.
What show are you binging, or what was the last one that you watched that you liked?
Oh, I love Succession. I go back to Succession. I was telling Fetty last night I should probably get back in, watch it one more time through. I miss things every single time. It's just such a fast show. And you know what? Actually, fairly relevant to Washington is Veep.
Right.
I've been watching Veep. So that's a funny one. And I got a few on the list, but I got to go back and watch The Wire. I've been told by everybody I got to watch The Wire.
Maybe the best show ever. It's Baltimore.
Yeah.
If you weren't pitching in the big leagues, what do you think you'd be doing?
I'd like to think something else in athletics. I'd like to think, had I not made the decision to just play baseball when I was 14, I would have, actually just went back out and been a player, because I was a goalie, and I realized I did not like it once it became goalie practice.
You're talking about hockey?
Hockey, yeah.
Because you got the Canadian background. Caps are pretty amazing.
They are, yeah. It's I'm looking forward to seeing them, and seeing Ovi. Look forward to his last few games here. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But I'd like to think hockey or maybe golf, but obviously I'm very, very lucky for the chips to have kind of fallen where they are, and it's a special thing. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways that I think I could have taken it. I wanted. I think when I committed to Cal, I told them I wanted to probably be in mechanical engineering, and then they asked me if I wanted a life outside of baseball and school, and I said yes. They said, well, you better go to business then. So a little bit of everything, but hopefully there's quite a few years left till I need to figure out what's next.
All right, lastly, actor that would play you in a movie. You're a handsome gentleman. You have a chance to crack the all Grant and Danny top 5 Dreamboat team in DC sports. Nothing's promised. You will not catch Tom Wilson or Corey Kispert, but you have a chance, obviously. But who would be the actor that would play you in a film?
I don't. You know what? I think realistically, or who would I like to play me?
That's the one. Yeah.
Who would I like? Chris Hemsworth. That's an easy one. I think he'd play a good hockey player too.
Yeah, he could get in the net.
I think so.
Thank you for the time. It's fun hanging out.
Appreciate it. Nice to talk to you again.
Mike Soroka, the newest member of the Nationals rotation. I say this about a lot of the guys on this team, and I genuinely mean this. Excellent dudes, like really, really good, easy guys to talk to, but he is very easy to root for. Been through a lot and a good human being. I'm pulling for him to have a renaissance to his career in DC this
100%. I mean, and it's again, this is the the Trevor Williams sort of tier of guy that the league has kind of said no thanks to, and of course it makes perfect sense right here. Reclaim your career, reclaim your role as a starter. Don't just you've got that self-belief that you're a starter, not just a bullpen guy that's going to come out for a second division club, and he's got a great chance to do that. Everyone will get something out of it. But yeah, I mean, he has looked pretty damn good, I would say, to this point.
Next on G&D, nothing, because we're saying goodbye. Linnell Willingham will have overtime. By the way, he's going deep into the evening tonight. How about 10 p.m.er?
I heard until midnight.
Oh,
that's
midnight?
what that's just what I heard.
So that's double overtime.
Yeah, these guys just keep going until tomorrow.
Caps are idle. They got shut out by Darcy Kemper yesterday.
I'm annoyed about that.
God,
that bothered me a little bit.
He was not good here.
No, not a goalie.
He's been so good out there in L.A. That's a good team, by the way. They don't give up any goals. They're red hot. I'll take my goaltending situation, though, with Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren under contract. But the Caps, after an goalless Ovi performance and a goalless outing against L.A., off until tomorrow night. So Linnell has overtime all evening long. If you missed any part of our show or interviews with Mitchell Parker, Seaver King, Brady House, or Michael Soroka, our conversation with Ben Stanig on the Commanders, any of our football content, podcasted at thefandc.com. Couple of bonus shows for you this weekend. Bustin' Loose Baseball Nats special from spring training tomorrow afternoon. A Grant and Danny special show for 3 hours on Sunday afternoon. And then we're back Monday at 2 o'clock. Overtime is next. Thanks for listening on The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.